Welcome to Game Informer Live, everyone. Andrew Reiner here, Joe Juba as well.
Good
we
to see
hope
ya.
you are doing well, you're well fed, and you're not here to cause any trouble. We don't have Renegade or Paragon options in our chat. It's just be cool. That is the only option you have. Just be cool. We're going to walk you through Mass Effect Andromeda, not the beginning. We already did a live stream that chronicled the first 2 hours.
And everyone, like a lot of people played EA Access the first 10 hours basically, so
we're going to take you beyond that, show off some new stuff, but not spoil the game. We're going to actually give you the choice at the beginning here of what you want to see. Joe, what are the options you have kind of slated up for us?
All right, well, we have general sort of just like exploring. There are some stuff that I still have to do on some planets. So just like general side quests, a couple main quests, things like that. We have a loyalty mission that we can go do.
For Korra, right?
Yeah, for Korra, which also wraps into some of the stuff with like what's going on with the Asari Ark, which is the the spaceship that carried all the Asari to the Andromeda system.
Okay.
Or the Helios cluster rather.
And that's a cool loyalty mission.
Yeah, it's got some cool moments in it for sure. So I'd say that those are probably our best. I mean, I also have a couple romantic scenes queued up.
So we could get to humping.
And not straight up humping, but we can definitely see some smooching.
Okay. Well, there you go. We got some options. One person saying loyalty mission. I think that's a good starting point.
Yeah, I think so too. I did want to point this out off the bat too. Like, we're not going to start over because we've done all that before. But once you beat the game, there is a new game plus option that lets you just like start over with like your previous level and build. But you can recustomize your character and things like that too. So
okay,
there you go.
There's a scoop. New game plus.
There you go. And then here. So if we want to do the loyalty mission, I wrote down what save that was. 90216. There we go.
All right. Let's see what Korra's up to here. This will be interesting.
So Korra is one of the squad mates, one of your human squad mates that you start with, and her sort of general story setup. What you learn about her at the very beginning of the game is the fact that she is sort of second in command of the Pathfinder team. So it's like when the game starts, your dad, Alec Ryder, is like the Pathfinder, the guy in charge. And theoretically, if something happens to him, command is supposed to go to his second, who is Korra. But instead, when something happens, he needs to pass it on to you instead.
Okay.
So
all right. I can't wait to see your character. I have not seen what your character looks like yet.
Okay.
People hated mine. Holy hell! They did not like
you had sort of like
my Sarah Ryder.
You had like a Fifth Element style Sarah Ryder,
and a mix between Farscape. What's not to love?
Yeah. Well, here's me. Also went with female Ryder.
And you played both Scott and Sarah to a degree. You didn't go all the way through with Scott, but you ended up liking Sarah more.
I played a few hours with Scott and ended up liking Sarah more because her voice actress reminded me a little more of Shepard. Like there was, I think, a little more sort of like confidence and sort of like seriousness to it. Whereas, like again, I think both voice performers actually did a really good job. But just in terms of how the character feels, I like the character of Sarah Ryder better, I think. So.
And I was the same way with Shepard. Like I liked the female version of Shepard more than the male one. So that was our arc, right?
Yeah. So
that brought us to Nexus.
Yeah. So lots of people have seen that stuff already.
And look at this, the whole shebang.
Yeah, I mean, this isn't even, I don't even think this is everything yet.
There's the DLC quadrant, the cluster over there. Oh my God. Come on, BioWare.
Yeah. Okay. So then we'll go do this business. So what's important to know about the arcs is that each one of them holds, I think it's about 20,000 people of like a specific race, right? So there's like the human arc has 20,000 humans. There's also a Solarian arc, a Turian arc, and an Asari arc. So it's all of the main like council races. But other races like Krogans, for instance, did come to the Andromeda system. They just didn't get an arc of their own.
Gotcha. And that's one of the big, kind of the best mysteries of the game is what happened to some of these arcs.
Right.
Obviously, your arc arrived fairly unscathed. There were some bad things that happened when you got here. The Scourge, obviously, in space. But, okay, so you're rocking Korra and Drac.
Yeah.
And you got to have Korra for the Korra loyalty mission.
Exactly. And Drac, you also have to have Drac because you're a fool if you don't.
I think he's my favorite. I know it's like, okay, whoa, a Krogan that likes to fight again.
Yeah.
But this guy's hilarious. Like, I think he's, oh boy. I mean, we've had what, 3
Yeah, I mean,
Krogan companions now?
Yeah, between Rex, Grunt, and Drac, they all sort of have a similar, like, oh man, like, I just love fighting. So, like, it is a little one note in that regard, but the angle on Drac is that he's like cranky old man Krogan.
Right.
That he's like, has been alive for like 1,200 years, doesn't have much, doesn't have much fight left in him. So he's gonna, he's gonna do what he can, go out in a blaze of glory kind of thing. So I like that.
Detecting an initiative vessel.
All right. There's the Scourge.
Yeah.
Reading life signs.
And that's the Asari Ark there, the Lucinia. So the connection here, the connection to Korra, is that even though she's a human, she actually was with like an Atari. She likes Atari. No, she was with like an Asari commando squad.
Mm-hmm.
So she sort of feels some kinship with the Asari as well as the humans.
And she's a biotic expert, right?
Yeah. I am too. That happens to be my sort of favorite character build in these games. So,
question in the chat: are there any cameos from Grunt or any of the other old crew?
Yeah.
We're aboard.
There's
Any response to comms?
I don't want to spoil too much, but you will hear of and maybe hear from some old companions.
Yeah, that's a good way to say. I mean, like, don't set your expectations sky high. I got like,
you're not gonna be running and gunning with them, right?
Right. And like, they are not.
Way to go over every box. I appreciate that.
I guess the thing I want to say about the squad mates is that like this. People left from the Andromeda, like the Andromeda Initiative left between Mass Effects 2 and 3. So it's like, that all those characters are still around in Mass Effect 3. So it's like, it's not like they came to Andromeda,
right?
So the ways that they appear are different. They're not just like your squad mates or something.
And we won't talk over the story missions. If there's just dialogue going on like this, sorry, but we're not going to shut up for that kind of stuff unless we think it's meaningful, and we'll make our calls here on what we think you should be focusing on here. But obviously, we just jumped into a mission here, far removed from stuff you've probably seen already in the game. Oh, scanning. What's your take on scanning?
So my take on scanning, I don't particularly like it.
Let's talk about the research data that you're getting from it real quick. That is... You're going to want to scan a bunch because that will allow you to create new gear.
Yeah. So the more you scan...
And weapons.
Yeah, the more you scan, the more research data you get. And then you use that for crafting. What my big problem with it tends to be is that, like, this is a cool looking area, right? And in an old Mass Effect game, like in the original trilogy, you might walk around and sort of look at the different corners to see if, like, okay, does any interaction option pop up? Like this data pad over here. It's like, oh, okay. So you feel like you're kind of in the environment. What I don't like about scanning is it kind of removes you from it. By all of a sudden, you don't really feel like you're to me, it doesn't feel like I'm really looking at the environment. It feels like I'm doing a quick pass with this orange screen to see what lights up. And so much of the stuff that you're looking at is just like, okay, here's a debris. Here's a piece of debris. Here's a heat lamp. And then you're scanning all kinds of debris and heat lamps.
Right.
So it's not like the stuff you're looking at is super compelling either.
I liked it at the beginning of the game where you'd look at something and she'd be like, this might be like 300, 400 years old. I don't know if this element is known. Like, it's very much like, I've said this a billion times, but Stranger in a Strange Land, like, what is going on in Andromeda? What is this stuff? But that quickly goes away, and like you said, it.
Respectfully, yes. We can't take
We'll
any
shut up
more
here for
chances.
this.
Yeah.
Sarissa Theris, Pathfinder. Don't mind the captain. Scolding me eases her blood pressure.
So here's what I want to point out here is that Sarissa introduces herself as the Pathfinder, but as far as we know, the Asari had a different Pathfinder. and that she was that Pathfinder's bodyguard. So in addition to the Arks going missing and like what happened to the Arks, the other races also have a Pathfinder like you. So you presumably there are these other like badasses representing the Turians, Solarians, and Asari that you kind of want to meet them also. So
Ryder, I hadn't heard you were the Asari Pathfinder.
The last we knew, ma'am, Matriarch Ashara was Pathfinder with you acting as her Tiamna.
Come again?
I served with Asari Commandos, ma'am. Memorized all your battle manuals.
Matriarch Ashara is dead. Sarissa was next in line. Her battle manuals haven't kept the Ket off my Ark.
What happened? Why are the Ket after you?
Matriarch Ashara died trying to negotiate with those Ket bastards, so I took something precious from them, too. I stole a module containing tactical data, all their secret routes through this phenomenon.
We call it the Scourge, ma'am. If we could outmaneuver the Ket through it.
We'd stand a better chance against them.
Their Archon had the same thought. He sent his elite agent, the Valiant, and his decimation hunters after us. We take more damage each time we escape the Valiant. The last assault, he sent forces to board us. Sarissa's theft has made things problematic.
How many boarders are we talking about?
We're not sure, but for now, they're contained down there. We couldn't do more. We spent our resources evacuating civilians. The Valiant wants Sarissa to pay.
Aw.
Pathfinders have to take risks, Captain. I've taken my share.
God has preserved me.
What would it take to get the Ark out of here before this Valiant catches up again?
An FTL burn long enough to lose him. But since the evacuation, we've been stuck at minimal power. The drive core is dead.
My people are investigating, but those systems are below deck, with the Ket borders.
Another Pathfinder team could back them up.
Get power for the drive core, and my Sam and I will finish deciphering the Ket data. We'll turn the Valiant's escape routes against him.
Shoot the Ket, slap a patch on the holes. You'll be good to go.
yeah, Drag.
The last commando report came from hangar control. I'll give you access. Please be careful.
All right.
So yeah, basic setup is this ship needs more power and it's being sort of dogged. It's got a little bit of like a Battlestar Galactica vibe of like that 33 episode where it's like wherever they go.
Best episode in that series.
Yeah, it's kind of too bad that I mean, it's great that it was the first episode because it sort of set the tone, but then it's like no other episode really measures up to it in the same way.
Pathfinders take risks. They really do. Matriarch Ashara, your father, we roll the dice and...
Yeah, the role of Pathfinder seems to come with a lot of dangers.
The sooner we find
Yes.
the commandos, the better.
And basically, we could just let people know what a Pathfinder is.
Yeah, so the way the game defines it is that it's like a person who is in charge of finding a homeworld in Andromeda for their particular race. And that involves
Was it this
all
quiet
kinds
when
of
the
like
Arks were traveling through
exploring,
dark space?
potential diplomacy, and, you know, fighting and all of that kind of stuff.
Xenia will be back to normal
They're
when we get into
unique
the
in the
next
sense that they have these AI implants called SAM that basically helps them, you know, process the strange world around them.
Created by your father.
Yeah,
hangar control.
yeah. So that's the general thing. I think there's also an element of like,
Must be part of Sarissa's team.
so you also are able to, here, I'm going to pause for a second and show you, whoops. If we look at skills, so you have all of these different skills that you can invest in here. And I think that's also kind of part of the Pathfinder fiction or whatever, is that Sam sort of allows your brain to be a little more like pliable.
Yeah,
and-
hybrid.
Yeah, yeah. And so yeah, lets you sort of draw all kinds of different abilities that you can then sort of, where are my profiles? There we go. You know, you can map them to different like configurations of powers. So anyway.
And just again, comment etiquette. I know we all have opinions of Mass Effect, but you don't all have to take the bait when someone says they don't like it or they love it. You don't have to argue. Like I said, we're not doing Renegade or Paragon. Just be cool.
In the name of the goddess,
Oh, are people being terrible?
Yeah, like Rodimus Prime. I love your name. Right to the heart. Transformers, yes, but be cool.
Just about.
That's all we're asking.
I'm Ryder, the human Pathfinder. This is my team.
I'm Vidaria Damali, Sarissa's new second-in-command. Sorry about the mix-up. I hope I can help.
Just how long have you been second in command?
About a week. It feels like less.
Sarissa wouldn't choose you if you weren't up to this. Can you help get main power back for FTL?
Right, yes. I've tracked the power drain, and I think shutting the hangar bay doors will fix it. The Ket forced the doors open, and the safeties are draining power trying to shut them.
Don't worry, my SAM can probably override whatever the Ket did.
Ket can survive in vacuum for a little while. If we shut the doors, the Valiant's pet hunters lose their last escape route too. I pray the power will be enough for FTL,
Vidaria, I served as a huntress. Remember
What was that
Sarissa's
face?
manual.
Yeah.
Breathe, purpose, action. Breathe.
Okay. Please take a look at the console. I'll keep watch.
Okay, let's go into that a bit.
Okay.
Graphics, faces. You've heard a lot about this. Pre-release, people really latched on to criticizing the game for its visuals. And yeah, it doesn't look fantastic. And I think the thing is, like, Mass Effect 1, 2, and 3 were kind of at the peak of their generation to a degree, right? Like, they were doing things that we hadn't seen before in games. And now they seem like they're a little behind, right? Like, I don't think it looks any different than the original Mass Effects. You know, I went back and looked and saw a video of those games, and they were rough around the edges as well.
Yeah, for sure.
Running animations, NPC animations, stuff like that. But we're in a new generation of games, and it's not the same level. How much did that bother you during your playthrough?
So the problem for me, like the graphical stuff actually was not that big of an issue. Like some of the I mean it's not great. It's not ideal, I guess is one way to put it. Like, you know, scenes like what we just saw with some weird facial animations and stuff like that does get distracting. And I would rather that it was a little smoother.
Nice.
And especially since the fact that, like, it's not super rare. You know, like, it happens frequently enough to be a problem.
Yeah, like, I guess I saw the faces, and immediately my thought was, oh, that doesn't look great. But then it didn't bother me to the point of, like, it was pulling me out of the game. Like, I've played the Elder Scrolls games. I've played the Fallouts, the Witchers, all that stuff. All different degrees of, it doesn't look great, right? Like,
Yeah.
These games are not Uncharted. They're not Horizon. You know, like, those games are doing very different things. But the intimate, up-close shots of characters talking, that's a tough thing to do. And, yeah, like, when that character was breathing right there, that did not look great. That was kind of comedic in that they actually tried to get that character model to take a deep breath, right?
Yeah.
Or roll its eyes or whatever.
Yeah.
That was close. I like how much you're using your Omni Blade.
Yeah, I mean, I'm trying to sort of give a flavor of combat in general. Whoa.
Question from YouTube chat. What's your thoughts on BioWare's approach on fetch quests to lengthen their games?
That's a weird. I get what you're saying. Just like, I guess that's one variation of those quests. You know, like, there's other things that you're doing that I guess are just kind of experience quests, or, you know, like item getting quests where, not item getting, but where you're getting supplies to make materials to build up your weapons and stuff like that. I don't know what you'd call those. It's not like collect 3 of these things. It's like your reward at the end.
Yeah.
But they could be things like just going to help someone do something, you know, planting beacons in the dirt, you know, like seismic monitors in the dirt. I guess busy work. Let's call it busy work. Like, they're not really story driven necessarily. They just kind of have you doing tasks, right?
Yeah, and like I think, I mean, it's a loaded question because it's BioWare in general, so also referencing things like Dragon Age Inquisition, which did a lot of the, you know, those sorts of things too.
But there's a lot of that you can or not, or, you know, you could just avoid it all if you want. Like, the game's balanced in a way where you don't have to do a lot of secondary stuff.
Right. And I guess what I'd for me, my feeling in Mass Effect here specifically, in Andromeda, is that there are side missions, or I guess they call them tasks in the game, that just like, that don't feel critical, you know? That's like, okay, run around and like collect some satellite data or something, and like maybe that's not super important, but I think on the like percentage-wise, to me it feels like there's more interesting things to do in this game than there were in other ones.
Gotcha.
In terms of like once you get out there and start exploring in general, I was pretty excited about all the different things there were to do on the planets. You know, it's like you land on a new planet and it's like, okay, I need to find the remnant artifacts that are on this planet. And I need to find out what's going on with all 4 of those arcs. And you know, like I need to do ally loyalty missions. And so like it feels like there are enough the high priority stuff, the stuff that you're interested in, takes up a good bit of time.
Yeah, and there was one fetch mission in particular I did that I was excited about. It's like, well, hold on here.
The overload started a fire. Damn it, that shouldn't have happened.
Be calm, soldier. What could have made him overload?
If there's something else draining power on the lower decks, something big.
Theories can wait, people. Let's secure the Ark first.
That might be complicated. Those Ket, they must be watching us. If they delay the repairs long enough, the Valiant ship catches up.
If we're quick and efficient, we can outmaneuver them.
Okay. First thing is the last stasis pods. I'll go check on them. You could go below, look for whatever's draining power, and maybe help with the fire.
Which way to the lower decks?
The living quarters. I'll open maintenance access. You can cut through. Good luck. May the Ket wither in the void before you.
All right.
Yeah, so there's a fetch quest on EOS right out of the gates that has you like at Site B or something like that. They were working on experimenting with a new weapon or something, or new device. Mm-hmm. So you got to go find the materials to build this. And I was like, kick ass, this sounds cool. What's this thing going to be? Took a while to get everything I needed, right? Like kind of scouring the planet, doing other things as I was doing that.
Yeah.
Retrieved all the stuff I needed, delivered it to Site B, and then nothing happened. It was just kind of like, well, what was the secret weapon thing? And then it just turns out it was just added to my queue of stuff that I could build or whatever, like a blueprint or something.
Yeah,
right?
but I'm not even totally clear what it was. Like they
didn't tell me.
Yeah, they say like, let's check out a research station, but I'm not sure what it was versus the like other, all the other things you can build.
So yeah, I think some of them are great. Some are poorly handled as well. You find that in most RPGs where it's like, that was just kind of a thing to do to waste my time, right?
Yeah.
And someone in the comments had said something about a lot of reviews saying there's a lot of fetch quests, others saying they're not. I think fetch quest is just a general term people use, sometimes incorrectly.
Real quick, here's an example of just like, okay, here's 3
More
pieces
trash.
of trash to scan. Okay, go ahead, sorry.
But I think people use it incorrectly, right? Like as a generalization of just side quests, right? Or, you know, like I said, busy work quests. But there's a lot of variation in that, like you said, where some are big story beats, others are just kind of little things that you do that just take 10 minutes. So I think they did a decent job on variety in that sake.
Yeah.
Even if all of it is, as a whole, is not fantastic, you know, there's good stuff and bad in there.
Yeah. Well, and a lot of this is not to like sound like a total apologist for
What
it
the
too.
hell's going on over here? What? What?
It looks like a.
Nameplate says matriarch Ishara, the Pathfinder who died.
Oh, okay. I guess what I'd say is like, on some level, you can break down a game like if you strip away the narrative context, you can break down the quests in Witcher to just like, you know, you just go here, do a thing, and then go back to someone. You know, It's like, so the context around those things does matter, I feel like. I'm sorry, I'm just like not even going the right way.
But I think Witcher, on the other hand, really kind of innovated in that space of making a side quest that you just think like, okay, I'm going to go do this. I'm going to go out to this hut and do this. And it's like 5 hours later, like they redefined what that could be and just made them feel like their own little stories and stuff like that.
For sure.
Whereas you don't really get, even the loyalty missions in Mass Effect don't feel that grand. You know, like
It's
they're
true.
little narrative pieces, but they're not like Witcher level, which really took it to a different level. And especially with choice too. Like, wow. And that's a negative point I have about this game, is choice in general.
So I'm curious about that. How so?
I just didn't feel like I was shaping the narrative necessarily like I did in 1, 2, and 3, or KOTOR, or other games where it was like the choices would be like save this person or that person or have this or that, but they all kind of led to the same next narrative point, right? I didn't feel like anything was being changed necessarily.
I get that. For me, like, I think the difference would be is if the game like presented itself as these choices making a difference and they don't. You know, I mean, like, the reason it didn't bother me as much is like, even though people expected that from previous Mass Effect games, because there's an expectation of continuity, right? That your choices matter in the next game and the next game. This game doesn't really present choices like that.
Right.
Which I understand might be disappointing for fans who like really
more trash.
Yep. Who really like fans who really want that from a Mass Effect game are going to be let down. At the same time, I don't feel like the game is like making false promises about it.
Right.
The game
it is an expectation that they didn't add in the game, right? Like it was like something you were expecting, and it just ended up not being that prominent.
Right.
There's still choice. Don't get me wrong. There's interesting things that happen in that where you're like, no.
Yeah, there are.
I think this will go this way or that way. Something with the Krogan at one point.
Mm-hmm.
But it didn't feel like it was like, you know, like what was their comparison to 24? Where you're kind of the sheriff in space. You're the one dictating exactly what's going on. Yeah, I didn't feel like I was in command to that degree at any point in the game.
Yeah. I think that's fair.
It's like, do you want to, early in the game, do you want to build a research station or a military station? It's like, okay, I'll pick one, but it didn't really feel like it changed too much. It just opened up other character-based options for me, right?
Yeah. And, there's where that's coming from.
Question from the chat. I heard you can't customize the gear or skills of the companions. True?
That's true. You can't. No. Not totally true. You cannot customize the gear of the companions. You can. I mean, here we'll do this right now. You can customize skills. So it's like,
yeah, you can set them up how you want, but there's not a ton there.
Yeah, but I mean, this is very similar to the way Mass Effect 2 and 3 handled it, which is like, you invest points. I don't know that I can buy anything. Oh yeah, I can buy defensive training here.
Is she going cross-eyed on you right now?
Maybe. So it's like it's a cross between all of the Mass Effect games, sort of. Like the way companions work is a lot more like 2 and 3, where they have a small set of skills that you then go into, and then like Mass Effect, is it 3, they sort of branch partway along the way, so then you like choose, do I want, focus on health or shields there? Let's do that one just because. And then the way this stuff works is like, their 6th rank in each thing is locked until you finish their loyalty mission. So once you finish the loyalty mission, then you can invest in that like final skill. But yeah, you cannot assign them weapons or change their gear or that kind of stuff. I tend to prefer investing for party members in the like passive stuff, but that's just me. Because like that's unique to them,
right? Versus
the like ability, like a lot of them just have abilities that you also have.
And just for the stream, we're going to bounce around between. We're going to finish up this loyalty mission, then we're going to bounce between other things. We're also going to have Kimberly Wallace coming on, one of our RPG experts at Game Informer, if you want to call her that. So she'll be talking about. She has not played the game yet, so her hopes, desires, all that kind of stuff. That'll be at 12:30. We'll have someone else coming on after that for a bit. I'm not sure who it is yet. And then I think we're going to wrap up with Matt Miller and some multiplayer.
Yeah.
3:30 to 5-ish, somewhere around there. So that's kind of the plan. And if there's anything you want to see in particular, we have a lot of saves. We can look and see.
I can't make any promises, but I think I have a save from almost every hour of the game, so we should be able to get pretty close to a lot of it.
We have some people asking about the ending. Obviously, we don't want to spoil anything for anyone, but they definitely learned from the petition of Mass Effect 3. Yeah, they definitely wrap things up to a degree, but this is the first chapter in the game, and obviously I think they're looking at a trilogy again. Is kind of my takeaway from it, and where it kind of ends up and all that stuff.
If not, I don't know. I guess I disagree on that front. It's like I think they are definitely looking at continuing in Andromeda. I don't know that they're setting things up as a like first part, second part, third part arc. You know,
right? You're saying though, like you think there'll be an Andromeda 2, not
right?
Just concluding it all in DLC.
Right. Exactly. Yeah. I think that there will be another Mass Effect Andromeda game. Or at least there's the room for it, but I do not get the sense that they have like an arc planned for Ryder in the same way that they did for Shepard that will, cross a certain,
I'm guessing that will all be determined by the almighty sales.
Yeah, that's probably part of it.
You're all right. Here, this is what's draining the power. What is this thing?
Cool.
It looks like the cat attack sheared off some hull plating. Then someone rigged up this Mass Effect field device. The field's so strong it holds the hull together. It would help people evacuate the deck beyond.
Whoever built this was smart. Probably saved a lot of lives.
I pray she got out safe.
The deck's deserted now. We have to turn the device off.
I tried pulling the plug, but nothing. Can you scan it? Maybe your Sam can figure it out.
Yeah, this is another example for me anyway of like just make this thing like interact with it and then say Sam is checking it out. Don't make me like pull this up,
right?
Do that, and then
one disconnecting the cables and another at the device itself.
Yeah.
I'll handle the device.
Caution: once begun, the failsafe cycle must be completed, or the device will fuse.
And that was Sam.
All right, so you can bet everything's gonna go fine here as I disconnect each power cable.
Disconnecting the first cable now.
What?
We'll handle them.
Drac was really into that moment there. Oh crap.
All right.
You are a biotic master.
Yeah, I do. I really like that playstyle.
One person asking if we'll see romance. Yes, that's something we can show.
Yeah, we can show some of that. I don't want to. So like
space loving.
Some of that is actually a little spoilery in the sense that, like, I know a lot of people don't want to know how that turns out in advance, right? So
right.
I can show some of that without necessarily showing the entire arc and ruining it.
I was surprised how quickly that stuff is established, and maybe my memory of Mass Effect 1, 2, and 3 is a little hazy at this point, but it was like I would go talk to someone on my ship for the first time, ask like one question, and then be like, "Wanna hump?"
Yeah, for me, actually, that was something that frustrated me a little bit about the game. Because, like, one of the things I liked about the previous Mass Effect games is that you sort of have a few conversations with people, and then when you see that sort of, like, romance option pop up, you're like, oh, yeah, I like this person. Like, I'd flirt with them a little bit.
Second cable.
And it's a little weird to me that, like, your first time on the Tempest, you're going around meeting the crew for the first time, and it gives you, like, flirt options. And so you're just sort of like, I don't...
A total horn dog in space.
Yeah, it does feel... It feels like
you've been chained in cryo for 600 years or whatever.
Yeah. I mean, I understand the drive for it, but, like, to me, I guess it felt a little bit forced in a way that I didn't like.
Yeah.
But especially for me, especially because of like, I don't really like the character Liam very much, and just like I felt like I couldn't have I couldn't have a conversation with him without the game like trying to get me to flirt with him, and it's like, no, I'm just not interested in this guy. But every conversation is like there's always a like, hey, I'm interested in you option. It's like, no, I'm not.
I like Liam because right out of the gates, he's like, let's go get some drinks. It's like, all right, let's go, Liam. You seem like a fun dude.
Yeah.
But I ended up romancing in my playthrough. But Joe and I have both completed the game, by the way. I ended up romancing one of the pilots.
Oh, really?
Mm-hmm.
The religious one?
Yes.
Okay.
I'm guessing you told her, don't talk to me about religion.
Yeah,
that was it.
She was super into religion, and I basically said... You almost have an option to just be like, well, you're deluding yourself and that's stupid. So I tried that.
And by and large, I did like the writing in this game. I didn't think they did a good job with the villain. I think he's really ambiguous and confusing. Really confusing. Can we talk about his name yet, or should we leave that up?
No, we can. I mean, he's just called the Archon.
Right. Yeah, I think the Archon is poorly established, which is too bad. Like, I think they need to kind of take a good look at KOTOR again and those games, kind of what made those tick, and having a real viable threat right out of the gates.
Yeah. I mean, I think what's weird to me about that, too, is like, this is Mass Effect, the series that gave us, like, Saren. It gave us the Elusive Man. I mentioned this in my review. Like these are part of what makes villains compelling is when they, like, is when you as a player can tell that, like, or can, like, sympathize, right? You're like, this person thinks they are doing the right thing, and they are doing it for reasons that they believe are just. And, like, the Archon and the bad guys in this have just sort of like kind of just like cartoonish supervillainy goals that for me fell a little flat.
Yeah, and that kind of the whole buildup of like, this is a whole new quadrant of space. It's all a big mystery, and it's like, well, everybody that's here, I know all these species. There's not a lot of mystery there.
Yeah.
There they go.
And the new species, I think this is a complaint. I've seen this in other places too, but like the new species in Andromeda.
There's a hole in your arc.
Yeah.
I want that on a shirt.
The new species don't look like they.
We still go to FTL if there's, say, a.
Did you hear
was
that? There's
that?
like
Yeah.
an audio glitches and stuff. The new species don't look really that different, you know, like they look sort of like hybrids of species that we've kind of already seen before.
Right.
I was hoping for like some weird floating, you've seen the movie Arrival, right?
Yeah.
That movie did such a great job of making that, like, the aliens in that game seem like alien, like life that you just don't understand.
Yeah, and there's none of that here.
And everything's pretty understandable here in a way that was a little disappointing for me. But
Yeah, and man, they had it wide open. I know we're talking over this cutscene, but whatever. They had a blank slate to work with, and they just went back to square one of Mass Effect 1.
Can you access it?
Forget the data. I need you.
okay, no, so this is important. This isn't a recording that they're listening to.
Ishara, they'll tear the Ark apart. That data is the only thing that might buy us time.
CAD reinforcements approaching, Pathfinder Ashara.
Sarissa, my Samkel, Tiamna, please. I have to save them, even if I can't save. Forgive me.
Tiamna used to mean guardian of temples, a champion who stayed faithful even when all was lost. Sarissa left her to die.
What good is a guardian who doesn't defend her Pathfinder when it matters?
Attaboy.
After everything she wrote on duty, sacrifice. Damn it all, Ryder. What do I do?
First, we...
Look around.
Atandra here. The cat hunters blindsided us. They have a dropship headed for the breach on Deck 12.
How long until we have FTL?
Too long. Sarissa's coming to help. Push him back.
So, yeah,
Helmets on, people.
we basically learned that, like, the person who's Pathfinder now left the last Pathfinder to die when she should have been protecting her. Oh, I have it set, by the way, like in my settings, I have it set that the helmet is always off. But I mean, there are a few times in the game where they just make you wear it. But
Right. Yeah, because it's really jarring. This happened in other Mass Effects where on off for cutscenes.
Right. So
and
I have it set so it's just always off. So if there are times when you're like, hey, this is not a safe environment, she should be wearing a helmet, and I have it set so she's not.
Oh, this is a cool combat encounter.
Yeah. So
I
this
love
is
the imagery of space there.
This is one of the main reasons why I wanted to show this loyalty mission. Is I did really just like this setting You know, you've got space all going out there. The hull's broken. I don't know if it's coming through on the stream super well, but like
Audio.
the audio is muted. I think that's pretty cool. I think I might have just vented this when I didn't need to. Oh well. And so one of the things I like about combat in this game, or like not even just combat, but more just the encounters, is that the environments do have a little more dimension to them than they did before. It's not just like, it feels less like, nice.
What was that?
So Cora's like a vanguard.
I know, but she just got
Yeah.
teleported down on the ground.
So yeah, so I like the way that there's a little, you know, multiple levels. It gives you chances to sort of jump and dash a little more, which is cool.
In a universe where people are constantly like using biotics to levitate, you think one of your inventions would be like magnetic boots so you cannot be levitated. Although that might just like rip you off at the knees or something.
Oh yeah, that could be terrible. It could be way more trouble
There he goes.
than it helps. I love the guys who have no shielding at all.
Just run in.
Yeah.
Like, I got you.
Yeah, if someone has just a straight up red health bar, that means that they, oh, sorry, Drac. That means that they are vulnerable to whatever crap you want to throw at them. They can be levitated and blasted and whatever. Oh, I should point out too, the weapon that I'm using is like a particle rifle that has a charge instead of ammunition.
Which allows you to just lay into them.
Yeah,
which is awesome.
It still drains, but that just means that like it's a little more like if you remember Mass Effect 1, like the way that their system worked.
Like you're not going after ammo at all.
Exactly. I never need to get ammo, which for me is just like I'd just rather not hassle with that. What? Oh, it missed. Maybe I can singularity. Yeah. And now I'll blast him.
Oh, there you go.
So
That looks so cool.
One of the things that you'll see me doing a lot is throwing either pull or singularity like that, and then following up with throw, which is what I have on, you know, left to right down in the lower right. It's pull, singularity, which is recharging right now, and then throw.
Throw is just too much fun. Like you gotta have that.
It's good, but part of
these guys are the worst. By the way,
they're not great. So part of what makes like combat strategy in this game is using powers together as combos. So what they call like primers and detonators. So singularity and pull are primers. They sort of like make an enemy sort of float around, make them vulnerable. And then you detonate. This is how multiplayer worked in Mass Effect 3. You know, and then you detonate with throw, which causes a big explosion and does a bunch of extra damage. So that's how I like to play.
So these guys, the Valiant, whatever, they have that little shield with the balls circling it.
Yeah.
You have to take down that ball, but it's only exposed at certain times you can see.
Yeah, it sort of rotates, so then you need to like, and then what? Oh, sorry.
Oh, it's just annoying because then once you get that down, the dude has a lot of health. You got to whittle away at that, and then just repeat this process. It's annoying.
Yeah.
I did not like this enemy design.
These enemies, what it feels like to me, and I don't know for sure, but it feels like this was an enemy that was designed for multiplayer. You know, it's like, okay, you have 4 people working together to like take out this, you know, enemy in a sort of concerted way. That makes sense to me. Whoops. But
Come on, get some health.
in single player, it just doesn't.
Look, see how much you took off there?
Well, and like that was bad for me. That was bad because
I know, but it's still annoying.
I was far away, and I should have planned better and been closer when I when I took the orb out. But it's still, yeah. The fights against this enemy type are tedious.
Question from the chat. One of the things that makes Mass Effect stand out for me is the weight of decisions that have actual consequences.
Yeah.
Does this game have huge decisions to make or no?
Yeah. You must be joining the stream a little late. We talked about that
just like 10 minutes ago, but
or 20. I don't remember, but I'll let you answer it again, Joe. Real succinctly.
Yeah. So like the short version is that is not really a part of Andromeda, and not in a way. It's not like they tried and failed, and the way they failed to do it is disappointing, for me anyway. As much as it's just clearly like wasn't as big of a goal for them as they were putting this game together. So like they have you make some choices, but for the most part, this game isn't about making those choices.
I would have gone the other way. I would have totally gone like full on, like you can end this game with no one left, like Until Dawn or Mass Effect 2 Suicide Mission, just all the time.
I mean, I kind of wonder about that. I mean, I would have liked some more choice in this as a fan of this series, but I feel like a lot of the choices, the reason that you got excited about choices, dang it, was that like you wanted to see how they played out in the next game, right?
Right.
Because you knew that Shepard would be coming back and that there was that level of like consistency. Because that hasn't really been established here.
He phased out for a second.
Because that hasn't been established, I can understand why maybe they aren't doing it.
Nice.
I'm not saying that it's necessarily the right choice, but like I get it.
Another question: are the animations better or worse if you customize Ryder using customize Ryder versus going with the default look?
It's an interesting question.
Yeah, it is. So I went with the default male Ryder, and didn't really have any huge. Who's still left? Jeez, this guy's just been sitting over here. Sorry.
I'm stuck in the debris.
Okay.
Nice.
But I guess what I'd say is like I didn't have any issues with my created Ryder either. Like I know you can find those.
Right.
There are lots of those, images online and stuff. But like my Ryder is essentially one of the presets. So it's not the default one. But I went in and selected one of the preset ones and like changed her eye color and made her lips look a little less Botoxed, and then and that was it. That's what I did. So, but I have had no complaints with it. It like my Ryder seems is good for me. That's not. I mean, again, I don't want to minimize the problems with some of the animations and things like that.
Right.
Because like that does get to be distracting.
But again, how quickly we forget about Mass Effect 1, 2, and 3. Like those, remember when those games came out, there was a lot of the same stuff going on.
Yeah.
Obviously, the focus on 3 was the ending more than anything. But
Yeah.
there was a lot. You could go find a lot of jank in those games.
I still feel weird, and this is going to might turn people against you and I, Reiner, but like you and I both actually liked that ending when it first.
I loved
when
it,
it first
yeah.
came out, and I still do. So I know that that's not the correct opinion according to the internet, but like I liked that ending.
But I mean, seriously, if you don't like stuff in Andromeda, just start a petition. BioWare will just fix whatever you want. Just go nuts, go bonkers.
A skeleton crew, but enough to patch up the Ark. She'll make it to the Nexus. Whatever it cost.
You need to talk to Sarissa about Ashara's message.
I wanted to thank you both. That was exemplary work. I'm proud to...
Ma'am? Sarissa? We know about Ashara.
The log survived. Then her final moments won't be
Final?
lost.
You deserted your Pathfinder. You should be better than...
I chose protecting all these people over a single life. The choice they train us to make, Lieutenant.
But you didn't tell anyone.
Because then you wouldn't be their shining hero. And maybe that's how it should be.
Being a Pathfinder means giving them hope. Ryder, you know this, don't you?
They need to hear the truth. Let them handle it.
I should have paused there.
Ryder,
that is a choice.
Cora, don't do this.
So we had the option to basically expose her betrayal.
Sorry, but we need to prep for the Nexus approach.
And we chose
We've
to
got
expose
a hell of
it.
a story for them.
There's more. Sarissa chose retrieving the Ket data over saving Ashara's life. Our Sam found the succession log.
One of your harebrained ideas got Ashara
The
killed.
Ket killed her. I had to be sure the Ark could escape them.
And we did, again and again, while they hunted us down. It's only dumb luck that Ryder found us. Who's next in line?
They could just pull the camera back. That's an easy solution, right?
Yeah, that might help.
Bedaria. Maybe a Pathfinder with some humility.
Like that. That's fine.
could do better.
Great.
You can
Although,
look to
don't look at
Ryder
her hand.
for
Don't look at Cora's hand. Don't whatever you do, don't look at her hand.
So we already had the choice of like whether or not we expose Sarissa. Now we can say that she should be basically like, let's keep Sarissa even though she did some, maybe made a questionable call, or replace her with that, like the person who's only for a week been kind of, assistant Pathfinder.
Right.
When on my main playthrough, I kept Sarissa, so let's go with.
I worked out okay. Vidaria will find her feet.
I defended you against the Ket. Vidaria can't face them. She's not
A huntress without the trust of her team stands alone. She is a tree in the desert, bearing only defiance.
my own words, Lieutenant.
They're true, ma'am.
See ya.
Let's go. They're safe. That's all that matters now.
So one thing that's kind of cool is
Characters freaking out.
Yeah, that happens. One thing that's kind of cool is once you find Pathfinders like that, they just kind of hang out back at the Nexus, so you can go and like there's a place that's like Pathfinder HQ. It's just kind of like the club where Pathfinders hang out.
Yeah,
you can go see what's going on with them.
It's like Delta Airlines, the VIP
exactly.
lobby.
Exactly.
Well, you see that stuff pop in?
Yeah, that happens a lot too.
Nope.
Can I just
She's still popping.
do
She's
it
popping.
over again, and not have a Pathfinder stripped of everything she loves?
So for me, it's like more than the specific, like, oh, that that facial animation or that run animation is weird. It's the more like pervasive technical things, like all of that pop in, all of the like weird, like there are weird audio glitches that like the things that are just more frequent and distracting for me were bigger problems than an occasional like, hey, that's a funny bug or that's a weird animation.
Right, or just the lip sync animations or eyes. Like, I don't think it looks bad. I think it's average. You know, like it's not pulling me out of the narrative, anything like that.
Sure.
Yeah.
The old man was right to choose you as Pathfinder.
We've been playing games back since before mouths even moved at all.
That's true.
Always look for the
Man, Link still doesn't really talk.
I forget what it was. I was playing an old RPG where someone who just like basically just moves with blocky arms and like that's how they emote, you know.
And more so not just Link talking, that might never happen, and that's a staple of that series, but a lot of Zelda, it's just
She lied just to
okay,
stay
we got some
hero.
dialogue that's spoken,
Fight.
other stuff.
Yeah.
Just
Save lives.
frickin' read the
You don't need
text.
applause
Like,
for
that gets a
doing
free pass.
That isn't.
It is.
I mean,
true.
it always just boils down to like the need of the game too, though.
Yeah.
You know, like
Neither
what
of
the
us
game
chose
demands.
this.
There's no sort of industry standard.
we
Every
both
game
ended
needs
up
it
where we needed
to a
to
certain
be.
degree, but
Even if it was your father.
Randolph42 says, Reiner, if you had to review the game, what score would you give it?
Gotta use
yeah.
I think you gave it an 8.
Yep.
I'd be right there too.
said
I think
something.
I think it's a good game.
I need to think of it.
I think there's a lot of really interesting narrative beats and universe building that goes on. You know, universe as in Mass Effect universe, not just different quadrant of the galaxy or a different galaxy. But yeah, I think there's some really cool stuff going on. I want to see where it goes next. They had me hook, line, and sinker right from the outset. Like I was driven to see where this ended up going. I was disappointed with the villain, like you said. And how familiar it all feels. Like that was my big complaint with this game is just like we're in a new place, and it's just like we brought all of our baggage. You know, the same beef between the Krogans. You know, like we're going into the phage again, and it's like, come on, like just we did that to death in the last 3 games. Like we've learned about this so much. You don't need to remind me of this stuff. Let's do something new.
Yeah.
And I think they kind of missed that. But there's plenty of space in this galaxy for them to do new things. And I hope they do that next time. I hope they take that to heart of like, okay, yeah, maybe there was too much of the same going on here.
Yeah.
And I think Mass Effect 1, 2, and 3 as a whole feel more alien than this whole, the Milky Way feels more alien. Like there was more interesting creatures and stuff than anything in this game.
Yeah. So one thing I wanted to point out here, this is AVP. This is one of the ways that it's called Andromeda viability points.
Yeah.
So this is one of the ways that your sort of like macro progression works. So you have your own skills and your own, crafting and armor and stuff. And then in sort of a larger sense, the better the galaxy gets, or the more things you do, the better Andromeda gets, and the more points you get to spend on, you know, this kind of stuff, which is sort of like overall bonuses. Like both of these things have it so that every 45 minutes or so I can come in here and gather research data and minerals, you know, and then I can buy like, oh, when I craft, I'll get an extra augmentation slot. So we'll do that. So this is some of the stuff that you're working for. If you've played Dragon Age, it's a lot like your Inquisition points, except for me anyway. Like it's not like the system is a bad one, but I wasn't as excited to spend my points there as I was in Inquisition. Like what the carrots on a stick driving me forward just weren't. I very often had 2 or 3 points banked because I was just like, nah, I don't know, whatever. Yeah. But in concept, I it's a good idea. And then this is Strike Teams, which what I want to point out here is like this is how the multiplayer and single player interact with each other. So it's not like Mass Effect 3 where you basically need to do multiplayer to like unlock the best ending, or you did when it came out. But it's also not like Dragon Age Inquisition where it was multiplayer was just a completely separate beast. So in this case, you know, you have strike teams and mission funds that you can that are sort of applicable in both places. So there's some crossover there that's a nice little bonus, but not something that you feel like you're missing out if you're not playing multiplayer. So the missions that are marked with like Apex, the little orange thing, are things that you can like just go and play in multiplayer.
Right.
So that's kind of
cool.
Yeah.
And multiplayer is good still.
Yeah. Yeah. It's fun. Obviously, like because so much of the appeal of multiplayer is like the long-term progression and stuff. There's just no way. I mean, like that's something that we're going to know more about, you know, in the next week or two rather than, you know, at release. But I enjoyed what I played so far. And so this stuff, the way strike teams work is actually a lot like the way the Assassin's Creed series handles, like, you know, sending off little away teams and stuff. So it's like,
you get a percentage of success, failure, blah,
blah,
blah.
Yeah. So it's like, oh, my high level team here has an 88 chance. So
send the hotel.
Yeah.
What?
Let's see, how are these guys going to do? Oh, 84% chance. We'll send them. And then you can sort of see how easy or hard they're going to be based on that tag. So there's like bronze, silver, and gold. My low level team has there we go. So then this progresses in real time. So in like another hour and a half, 2 hours, you know, whatever. Then that'll be done and we can come back and look at it. And what I'm noticing now is it's consistent across all of your saves. So it's like that strike team like loadout that I was looking at wasn't specific to where I actually was at this point in the game.
Gotcha.
You know, so it's like that part is sort of always up to date and always progressing, even if you reload older saves.
Gotcha. So you can go back in time, but still have your strike team moving forward.
Yeah, that's what it seems like. And this is something I'm just learning about now. I actually didn't know that before. So,
question from the chat: if BioWare makes a sequel to Andromeda, what would you like them to tweak or change?
Boy, whew. There's a lot there. I think some of the stuff that Reiner and I have touched on already is like, I think you need a more compelling villain than the cat.
Yeah, I think, you know, if we were the writing team on the sequel, I think I wouldn't nuke everything that's here. I think I would keep the riders intact, that kind of stuff going forward, that whole dynamic of the Pathfinder, all that. Mm-hmm. But I would bring in a threat that just wipes out most of the arcs, most of like the species that you brought along. I would just get rid of that stuff. No, seriously, I would get rid of the Krogans. I would get rid of all that, and then I would have it be like end of days, like we are fighting for survival, like you said, Battlestar Galactica 33, where your back is against the wall, and you have to find out how to survive. So I would make it more of like not like you are just on your own in this, but a very small crew. There isn't like a whole initiative. It is just what is like Star Wars. Who is on your ship? I'd make it more of an ensemble story.
Yeah.
That eventually starts to grow as you play the game. Like you find a new species to help you along your way, but your back is always against the wall, and this threat is just wiping out planet after planet after planet. That's what I would do.
Huh. Okay, that is not what I would do.
Well, then we can't be a team. We can't write. You could do 3 or whatever.
We can't be a writing team. To me, that sounds too much like Mass Effect 3. That's too much like the Reapers are coming and destroying everything.
But I mean, it wouldn't just be coming and destroying. It would be they have destroyed stuff, and then you start the game as just like, oh hell, we're screwed.
I think you could do some high stakes stuff like, oh no, the Turian Ark is destroyed and Turians are just like basically extinct now. Like changing the dynamic like that, I think would be interesting. Doing it across the whole thing,
get rid of all of it. That's what I'm saying. Just leave the past behind. Well, like I said, we did Mass Effect 1, 2, and 3 again. I don't need to learn about
but like part
this
of what's
disease and all this stuff again. Like
part of what's cool about that is that you as a fan are familiar though. Like I don't want them to create a new universe. I still want the Mass Effect universe.
Put it in a codec entry and just let me experience new things. We're in a whole new damn galaxy, and it's like, let's talk about the technophage again.
Genophage.
Genophage.
Yeah.
Hey, did you know there was like this bad thing that happened? Yeah, 600 frickin' years ago, like over in the Milky Way.
Yeah.
Seriously,
I don't know. Like for me, I liked having the old touchstones of the Mass Effect series in there. I think for me, the disappointment was like just what we were seeing here that could have been new didn't feel super new.
It's like, hey, the Krogans like to fight. Yeah, no crap. We've seen that a billion times. Let's move on.
Yeah, but
blow it up. Boom.
I think
give us new.
If I were to do Mass Effect Andromeda 2, I think another big thing, like on a more positive note, is like I would keep a lot of what they've done combat-wise. I really like the idea of them sort of unifying the multiplayer control scheme and single player into one. They're not separate like they were in Mass Effect 3. It's basically one combat system that I think like it feels fast and fluid. I think it's entertaining. There are elements of it that bother me in terms of like the way your progression and ties into it and all that. But I mean, I'd say you definitely want to do that and like build on that versatility and that sort of fluidity going forward.
And I would have the whole game be a suicide mission, basically. The entire game, like you get an option. Hey, here's an airlock. Do you want to open it? You open it. Hey, guess what? You just lost 2 of your companions because you were a dumbass. You opened an airlock.
It sounds like it sounds like you're making a prank game.
No, it would be like Until Dawn, where the balance of the game changes at that point, where it's like, okay, now this mission can only be completed by your rider because you just stupidly opened an airlock with 2 of your companions there, and now we'll have less enemies as you go along. But you'll have to find new companions out there.
I'm glad you don't make games. I'm glad that you.
It'd be like George R. Martin making Mass Effect.
That would actually be really
No
good,
one
I
is
think.
safe.
Yeah, I would like that.
And you really got to think about things like if there is an airlock and your 2 people are next to it and it says open airlock, if you are dumb enough to open that, that is on you.
Okay.
That is on your rider.
All right.
I think it'd do well. I think it'd be a good game.
All right.
I love having the Tempest, even though the scale is way off. Where once you get inside, it's like
you think
clown
so?
car. Yeah, because I mean, look, when you're inside, it's huge. But you have just the hull is just like 10 feet across. That's it.
Yeah. Okay, it's a little off.
You could barely fit a car in there.
Yeah.
It's way off. But I like having it in the environment. It's cool looking. It's a cool ship.
One question from the chat. With the new Legend of Zelda lighting the world on fire, what could other open world games learn or change?
I haven't played it. I don't know. Actually, Rainer, I have to let you take control for a little bit.
Yeah.
I'll be back in a minute.
Okay. I will just
that's a good point.
Screw up your saves, delete everything.
I should have factored that in. You guys having played more of this game than probably Zelda, I imagine.
I'm a good ways into Zelda, and I think Zelda, it's just the freedom that they give you and the putting more weight on exploration than combat or story beats. I think that is really compelling, and we're going to kind of see that here a little bit in that I'm just going to kind of go out and drive, and this is one of the things I really like about this game is just kind of that little element of discovery and letting you kind of chart your own course. it doesn't have like the big benefits like Zelda. Like everything you're doing is funneling into like making Link better, right?
Yeah.
I think that's cool. Whereas this is like, okay, I got a little narrative thing that really doesn't mean anything. Or, you know, oh, there's this really tough boss fight out here, but I didn't really get any reward from it. It was just like a cool little moment. So it's all divided into different buckets in terms of what benefits come from it or what interest points come from it. Whereas I think Zelda does a really nice job of like making you, ooh, can I go down there? Making you feel like everything is kind of going to the same progress, which, like Ken Levine said, like they did their first open world game and they did it better than anyone. I think Rockstar might have some arguments about who does it better, and I agree. I think Rockstar does a phenomenal job with all their games, Red Dead and all that stuff. All that stuff's really interesting and fun. But yeah, Zelda did it different, right? Like I think my comparison point is like Ultima, the original Ultima series, like that I played on Amiga, which I think really kind of just let you experience it on your own and figure out what was going on your own.
DL Timmerman says, I agree with Reiner about on the airlock.
Right? Wouldn't that be fun? That kind of stuff's cool. Do it. Do it, Bioware. Have like hundreds of companions. Like, yeah, that's what I would do. It'd be like Suikoden, where you could get 108 characters, but by the end of the game, how you did it, how you played your cards, you could have no one left.
Yeah.
Or you could have all 108.
Okay.
That's what I want to do. Suikoden Mass Effect hybrid game.
I definitely
Which is
don't
awesome
want that.
choices.
I wouldn't mind that game. I don't want that Mass Effect game.
And the other thing, in combat, if you're playing terribly, if someone dies and you don't have a way to revive them, they're just done.
Okay.
So in that regard, it'd be like XCOM too. And then after that combat was done, I'd immediately have the game save on you.
Wow.
Look,
You
Cat set up camp.
have bad ideas.
And then they'd just be gone.
So, I'm curious what people want to see now. I mean, we're just sort of cruising around.
Yeah, I was just kind of cruising, showing off like how you can just kind of discover things. So those things that you saw along the way, those combat opportunities, those are just like little pockets of enemies where you can get experience or some gear. Usually there's like a chest,
Yeah.
a container there that you can get some stuff in.
Sometimes there are like quests tied to them, but not usually. Sometimes it's just like, oh, here's a little
Heads up.
place with
Looks
some
like a
cat. Let's go fight
construct.
them. So like, yeah, I mean, other stuff we have to do. We could like go to the desert planet and, well, the other desert planet, not the one at the beginning of the game. We could do some stuff there. If people want to see some aliens kissing each other, or rather, if they want to see Ryder kissing aliens, we can do that.
We could do that. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. What do you think? Speak up.
Let's finish this combat sequence.
Okay.
And by speak up, Joe's asking you in the
Oh
chat.
yeah, you in chat, not Reiner.
I've talked too much.
I don't never need to know what he has to say. Sorry, boss.
Are we going to be joining the Game Club? Ben Hansen on March 30th is kicking off Game Informer's Mass Effect Andromeda Game Club, which is we welcome all of you, the viewers, and Game Informer readers to play the game up to a certain point, and then we discuss that, and we discuss that with you, the community. I don't know if we will. We usually don't have the critic, because the critic's already gone through the game.
Yeah,
and that memory is not as fresh as other people that are just going up to that point.
Yeah, well, and part of the fun of it too is the surprise, right? So it's like Reiner and I have finished the game, so if we just talk about the first third of it, then
And
there's the like, well, I'm not going to say too much about what happens later.
Yeah, and
you
it's
know.
also we might accidentally tuck something into that first third or whatever that we think is actually after, before that, but we could screw that up. So yeah, I don't think we will be a part of it. But we will be watching and checking out what you have to say.
Maybe at the last episode, we might pop in for that.
Yeah, we could do that.
Brandon on YouTube asks, does it seem very hand-holdy, i.e. do you get a quest, immediately are told where to go, what to do, or do you have to figure stuff out for yourself?
Usually it tells you exactly where to go. And that's a big difference. Like Zelda, it's just kind of like every once in a while you get a waypoint, but a lot of it's just like you got to go find the shrines on your own.
Yeah.
Whereas this is like you want to know where something is, or you want to complete a quest, highlight it in your quest log, and go.
Speaking of which, maybe we can find a quest to do.
Yeah, so I hate how this stuff's organized.
Yeah, it's a real problem.
So you see, just to get to a quest, you got to go through 3 menus.
Yeah,
for
you have
this
to be
one.
like, okay, I want to do a quest here on the planet Vold. It's like, where is that? No. Okay, it's in Helios, down here on Vold, but
Yeah, I would.
but
blow
that's
up
but
all
that's
of
a real
Helios.
but that's a real quest, not just a normal task. Because things on Vold can also be here in tasks. You know, so it's a little bit. It's not ideal. It's confusing.
My game would begin with Helios blowing up.
Okay.
The whole, like, all getting pulled into a black hole.
So that
Because there is the black hole there.
that is an interesting point about this. Is even though it's called Mass Effect Andromeda, this game is set exclusively in what they're calling the Helios cluster.
Right.
So it is a small part of the entire Andromeda
That's what I'm
galaxy.
saying. Like,
So that does not close them off from like possibly in the future being like, oh, here's a different star cluster with a lot of weirder aliens that, you know, and more surprising things. That's still possible. They haven't totally written themselves into a corner that way.
But then I could probably live anywhere.
Right, so this is what I'm doing?
got some Dark Souls chat going on.
Oh yeah.
Yamasama. Hopefully another Dark Souls style game from Software will be announced soon. Man, yeah, they're due, I think. They pump out games. I think their studio's like 8 floors of a tall building they have in Japan. And
Cap, should we handle it?
yeah, I wonder if it will be Dark Souls 4, which I don't know if they'll do anything more with Namco. We haven't heard anything about that yet, right?
Right. We want Bloodborne too.
Yeah, that's what I'm guessing. It would be Bloodborne 2 on PS4. And by the way, we're playing Mass Effect on PS4 if you didn't know that already.
Yeah.
The first stream was on Xbox One. So if you want to compare and contrast, you can do that a little bit. But I think both are equally as jank-filled from what I'm
Yeah.
hearing.
So here, we'll just fast travel there.
Or a new IP. I'd like to see From
Just-
do a new IP.
But like Dark Souls Bloodborne, except they just call it
Yeah,
something
still
different.
missed doors and souls you're collecting. Something different. I'm excited for that game, The Surge, from Maximum Games, which is the guys that did... I can't remember the name of it. Lords of the Fallen, right?
Okay.
That was like kind of a Dark Souls-y game. I thought that was a fun game.
Isn't Maximum the publisher?
Yeah.
Okay.
But I can't remember the name of the dev that did it.
Okay.
Maybe I'm wrong. I don't know. But The Surge looks like a sci-fi kind of Dark Souls-y game. Look that up.
This is the Ket labor
Whoops.
camp yacht talking
Okay,
about.
well, things are fine here. No one, don't worry about this.
It's one way to get through a trench.
There we go. All right, I actually haven't done this thing yet.
There's a lot of content in this game. I think they did too much. I really do. Like, I think there was a lot of stuff they did, and it's all
Like too much content or too much ambition for what they were able to pull off?
Yeah, both, I think. And it's just all a little unpolished. You know, it just feels like the ground's unstable at all times. Like, hold together, like the Millennium Falcon. Like,
Yeah.
when it's really firing all cylinders, it's great. But at times, it's just like, oh boy, is this gonna end the way? Oh yeah, it's janked. You know, like.
Yeah. It definitely, like, at its best, like, it still feels like a Mass Effect game, and it still gives you some great, like, memorable moments, some cool, like, party member scenes.
You just shot through that. That's not great. See, it's crap like that.
There we go, yeah.
Not great. Oops.
But, yeah, I mean, the technical stuff just really gets in the way. That's too bad.
But, I mean, the scope is like, wow. There's a lot to do in this game. I appreciate that.
Get me out of here.
No.
Is he? Oh, can you do that?
No, it's not letting me. I mean, I'm not doing anything cool. There we go.
I'm gonna kill these cats.
A lot of people talking about Horizon in the chat. We are so spoiled this year. What a great start to the year.
Yeah.
I mean, it started with Res Evil, which was a cool new take on the series, and then we got Horizon. Ghost Recon was good fun for the people that played that. I don't know if many people have played that, especially watching a Mass Effect stream, but that game's kind of cool. Zelda, a whole new console with Switch, which is promising if it gets software.
I wonder how much that's affecting, like, coloring people's vision of Mass Effect also. The fact that, like, Horizon, Zelda just came out and we're like, you know, by all reports, pretty fantastic.
Yeah. And we have a good Mass Effect game on hand. Yes, I wish it was great like the other. Like, I loved the first 3. I really did.
Yeah.
But man, yeah. Holy hell.
See, that's why I like biotic combos a lot.
Yeah, but I mean, it was impressive how high he flew, but then he totally janked out.
Yeah, the further
The frame rate like went down to like 5 on him flying in the background.
Yeah, the further out people get, the like fewer frames of animation
that
they
was
get.
hilarious.
All right.
We haven't tried the PC version.
Correct.
And I have not heard any reports on that one yet, which is probably good.
Yeah, I mean, I guess if it were terrible, there'd probably be a lot of reports on that.
But it is out today, so maybe we'll hear stuff as the day goes on.
Yeah.
We'll see.
Go. Yeah.
Someone's asking, Ultimate Spaz, seriously, how much hassle is it to navigate from planet to planet? So, I guess that question is threefold.
So here's what I want to say about that, is that if it is a big hassle if you want to do concerted planet scanning efforts. So if you're like, oh man, here are like 5 systems where I haven't 100% scanned all the planets, I'm going to go do that. The transition from like one planet to another gets super annoying.
Oh god, yeah. And that's just the scanning for minerals and stuff like that, and maybe there's somewhere you can land or something. That takes forever.
Yeah. So if that's what you're talking about, that is a big problem because like on one hand, I like just grab the thing. I like the fact that they let that like space is more of a environment, you know, like I like looking at the stars and sort of like rotating around them and things like that. I think that gives it a little more personality. I don't love every time that you need to move. It's like zoom in, fly,
right,
zoom in, zoom out, and then you want to go to another one, and it's like it's like 40 seconds of process for like 10 seconds of activity.
Right. Yeah, that's annoying. But then, so that's one aspect of travel or universe scanning, all that. 2 is actually being on the planet itself and using the Nomad to get around. I think that works pretty well. I do like the Nomad and changing to 6-wheel, all that stuff. You could quickly hit, when you're in the Nomad, hit the Y button, hold it down, or triangle button on PlayStation 4 to just go back up into space.
Yep, that's handy.
Which is handy. There's also fast travel locations on the map, so you can kind of bounce around if you do have a mission you're taking that's all the way across the map.
Also like Dragon Age Inquisition, in that like they're sort of camps. Like you get there, you plant this thing down, and then that's just a personal or a permanent fast travel point you can use.
And then on some of the planets, you even have like missions that will expand the size of the open world, which I know sounds weird, but there will be things you're doing to make the atmosphere more hospitable for your species, and then that will open up new quadrants on the map. So EOS, what you saw in the early live stream that we did, was basically 60% of that, and then you add like another 40% of that after.
Yeah,
and that's over time. It's kind of cool because the radiation is going down, kind of like the strike missions over time. When you come back,
I don't know. I'm still not 100% sure whether that's like just a factor of real time or whether that's story.
It could be story driven, yeah. Or it could be that plot thread driven where you have to accomplish something else and then come back. But they won't let you just sit on that planet, from what I'm understanding, and then just wait till it opens up, right?
Yeah.
So yeah, I think there is something that triggers that allows it, but it is kind of a passage of time. Whether that's narratively over actual time, we're not quite certain on it. But that is cool to see that kind of stuff where it's like, hey, I'm on a different planet, but they're like, hey, there's new stuff to do on EOS. Mm-hmm. And that just makes the game seem so much larger than other Mass Effect games.
Yeah, yeah.
And look here, I mean, wow.
Yeah, so
a lot to do.
This is just one planet. It's called Vold. It's like the ice planet. The other thing about going from planet to planet that I wanted to bring up is that it is not a hassle at all in the main story, just because like in general, you're not doing a lot of back and forth. I mean, like if you're smart about the way that you're like consolidating your quests, right, is like, well,
I'm reading a normal temperature.
I'm not going to
Pathfinder.
fly to Kadara every time I have one thing to do on Kadara. I'm
Right.
like, if I'm on Vold, I'm going to do a bunch of stuff that I want to do on Vold, and then after that, I'll be like, oh, there are like 6 things I can do on Kadara. I'm going to go there, you know? And then, so then it's just like one trip, and then you have things to do there for a while. So,
Why don't we show off? There was a lot of questions early on about the fetch quests, or the additional quests outside of the main beats.
Okay.
Maybe we could show a little of that. I know we're kind of in that now, but let's really give people a good example of picking a quest, going and doing it, and showing kind of what happens after.
Yeah, okay. Let's see what we can do. Do you want to do it here? Should we go someplace else?
Well, we could.
Let's go someplace else.
Yeah, let's do a different one. So we'll just show how we can travel quickly.
Yeah, so we'll get out of here.
Hold down triangle, away we go. Back into space. I always love their transition animations. I never get sick of them.
Oh,
They're super cool.
So on this save, we actually haven't been to Eladin yet. Or Aladdin, or what?
Aladdin?
I don't remember the right way to pronounce it, but we haven't been there yet. So we can sort of show the first, like, hey, this is when you first land on a planet, and let's do a thing there.
Can you put guns on the Nomad, someone asks?
You cannot.
No.
It is not a combat.
You can upgrade it, change the colors, give it better boost and traction, all that kind of stuff, right?
I want to see. So this is where we did.
Oh, funny thing, by the way.
Okay.
When you get out of here. So I romanced her, Suvi.
Pathfinder.
She's super cool. Oh, you're going to do this.
When did you start believing in a god? My parents.
Maybe it'll let me yell at her.
But you're.
Hold on.
God to me is an
No,
artist.
No.
An inventor.
So,
But anyway, we
Sounds good.
started flirting. And then as soon as I got done talking to her, the terminal behind you, if you look over,
yeah.
had like that was highlighted. I went in there and there was an email from Suvi, like this elaborate thing, like, thanks for coming to talk to me. And I was just like, holy hell, you type fast. Like that was like in a matter of 5 seconds. They didn't really think that one through.
Yeah. I mean, that's how it works with, like, you know, you finish a certain conversation trigger with someone and then you have an email from them.
But in the past, it would be like in your quarters or whatever, right?
Yeah,
would just
it
be
wouldn't
like-
necessarily just be immediately behind you, for sure. There we go.
And in my version of Mass Effect,
Oh, boy.
space cell phones. People would be able to get emails on their person. I know this is science fiction for you, but they wouldn't have to go to a terminal to get an email from someone. They would just have it on their body, on their device.
Especially since she's, like, connected to the most advanced, like, networked AI ever made.
Shh, don't go there.
Huh.
Yeah, right? Okay, so new solar system here.
Yeah, so this is one of the main, I mean, like, there are basically, I think it's 5 worlds that you can explore. I mean, there are other locations, but in terms of the places that you're going to like, you know, try and make more habitable, there are 5 of them, and this is one. This is actually one that we talked about in our cover story back in, November.
Look at all the planets aligned here. I think that's a bad omen. Pink Skull Film says, I know this sounds cheesy, but I have been reading your magazine since I was 12. You guys are a big part of my childhood. This is a treat. Yay. Welcome. That's awesome. Thanks for reading and tolerating our crappy writing.
What?
My crappy writing.
Okay. So let's see. Wait a minute. What's going on here? Okay. We've been using these guys for a while, so let's get someone else in here.
Yeah.
Let's get
Oh, Liam. He's
PB.
a
No,
Dreamboat.
I'm not bringing him. Bringing these guys.
Jaw's awesome.
I really like Joel.
His whole arc is
Sam,
cool too.
send Callow the nav point provided
So
by
one
our
of the
Krogan
this is a
contact.
weird like a weird thing to like try to articulate, but
Drac,
you
we're
remember
landing on
how
Eldon to
in the
rendezvous with
original
Rogue's
Mass
Drops.
Effect when they're introducing characters, it's like you get Rex, you meet Rex and get him in your party because there's like an important thing that's happening in the story that you need to do. Same thing with like Tally and Garrus. There's like important stuff happening that they are sort of wrapped up in, and that's how you meet them. And I feel like the fact that they played a role
Where is
in the
this
main
meeting place
story
exactly?
let you like learn a little about them without necessarily having to like pursue loyalty style missions with them or anything like that.
Different for a Krogan.
And that is one of my complaints about Andromeda is that like pretty much your only window into these like characters' personalities is if you choose to pursue loyalty missions.
Right.
So it's like that. It's not like they're bad characters, but at the same time, it's also a little frustrating that like they don't have a big role in the main story. I feel like except for Jal as one of the new Andromeda species, there are times when it's just like he feels like he's a part of what's happening.
Right. And he's, the new species and one of the few new species in the game.
Yeah.
All that stuff's really interesting. I really liked that whole story, especially with the planet you go to and what you're trying to discover and all that. I thought that was very well done.
Yeah.
That was maybe the highlight for me in the main arc, right? All right, here we go.
So this is the planet that has the Krogan colony. So lots of those guys sitting around.
God, again, just
yeah, and so for
black hole, the Krogans just gone.
For all of the crap this game has gotten, like on the sort of visual and animation front, whatever, things like this look really good to me.
Yeah.
You know, like I think they do a great job with the sort of backdrops, with the environments.
Who lives here besides the Krogan?
I just love I also like just I don't know what you'd call it, just like the straight up art direction. I like the visual style of it.
Gonna be interesting.
I do too. A lot of times it looks like concept art or like a poster. They really do those dramatic shots.
Yeah.
Yeah, that looks great.
So this planet, the last planet we were on, Vold, has like ice that's bad. Like, so if you're out in the cold too long, your life support starts to dwindle. And in this one, it's hot. I don't know what I think about this, because like every planet has something like, I don't know if everyone does, but several of them have things like, okay, this planet's hot. All right, that's bad. And
it's
then
not like they're not going to the degree of like Interstellar, where it's like you spend a minute on here and like everyone's going to be dead that because
so
it's
like,
in their time 100 years.
This planet's hot, so my little meter there in the lower left is like slowly draining, and then on the planet that's cold, it's slowly draining, and on the planet where there's radiation, it's slowly draining.
Right.
So it's just like slightly different takes to justify just this like meter dripping down, which I don't totally love. So here we are. We're on Aladdin. Let's track a quest. Let's do a thing here. We're supposed to visit the paradise, tame the desert. We'll do this. Notice how many menus I had to back out of there after I did a quest.
Just do it like Witcher. Just patch it. Easy fix.
Welcome.
Hey.
Come this way. Follow me.
What?
Do you get a choice in armor? Question from Twitch.
Yeah. Yep. So
Yeah, there's a lot of armor.
yeah, there's a lot of different types, right?
N7 armor, you can get all that stuff.
Yeah, I want to see what I have. So I can't actually equip it here,
They need to fix that too.
but this is what I've got there. So yeah, I have these two things right now. Different chess pieces, but like I said, you can only equip weapons and armor at the like disembarkation for a mission. So it's like when you're on the Tempest, getting ready to go on a planet, then you can change. So
I get the whole concept.
Yeah.
Like I get like they're trying to be realistic in that, like you get your loadout on your ship and you go. But at the same time, then they have like a finite amount of inventory space for that stuff. So if I find a new armor on a planet, it says I have too much armor, right? Like, and I have to get rid of one.
Yeah.
It makes no sense to me. Like, let me equip it or not have it be like on my physical body at any time.
Yeah. The fact that they limit you when you can't access it is weird to me.
Pathfinder for the initiative.
And my time on the stream is over.
Oh, good.
We're going to turn it over to our dear friend Kimberly Wallace, who is way into JRPGs and RPGs in general. Also, talk to her about Overwatch. She has an Overwatch addiction. Similar to mine, I would say. I play it every night. I think she does too. But yeah, feel free to ask her a bunch of questions. And thanks for the entertaining chat. And hopefully the stream goes well for you, Joe. And I'll see you guys all in the Sonic 06 Super Replay, which you get to hear me swear a lot.
Morta's
Oh boy.
See everyone.
Did she kick you out?
Haven't come to that yet, so we're laying low. I want to keep my eye on her. She's planning a strike against the Nexus. That much we know.
Drac trusts Morta. And I
Hey.
trust Drac.
It's Kim.
I'm
me.
there. Drac isn't. Morta is going to rip this colony apart.
Oh, okay.
And then we're all
So,
going to
Kim,
die.
have you started Mass Effect yet?
No, so I'm going in completely blind, which I thought this would be interesting. I've seen a lot of talk about this game, especially in recent days, but
Yeah.
I plan to start tonight and just
We all came here with
devote
our
the
past
whole
and our
night to it.
baggage. With such
Yeah.
deep
So this is
conflict, peace may be
this might look
impossible.
familiar to you. We saw a little bit of this when we went to BioWare for the cover story trip last
Oh
year.
yeah, that's right.
It
Yep,
was
looks
me,
familiar.
Kim, and Ben Hansen went out there for that last year.
He's one of us on the inside.
If the safety of the Nexus is really on the line, I'll go. Better hope she doesn't shoot me on sight.
So each of the planets sort of have like a story thread that's going on. Like there's a story or a problem to solve in addition to just needing to the planet is generally not livable and you need to like go around and make things less radioactive or
Makes
things
sense.
like that. Or in this case, you have to sort out what's going on with the Krogan colony. So let's do that.
Wow.
Question about how far in we are. We're about an hour and a half into the stream. How far into the game is this, would you say, Joe?
Kind of far.
Someone just asked if I have any shirts that don't have the Blackhawks logo on them. Understand, I have a very strict policy about when I wear my Blackhawks gear. It has to be on game day, because if you don't wear it on game day, then it's bad luck. And it always has to be worn on game day. So every time the Blackhawks have a game is when I wear Blackhawks attire. So,
Okay.
yeah, I'm a little superstitious like that.
I think a little is underselling it.
I also will not wear, if my
Kim
team
is-
loses repeatedly in a certain shirt that I wear, I will not wear it for a while.
Kim is convinced that her choice of clothing has a significant impact on the Chicago Blackhawks performance.
Hey, it could, I mean, they've won some Stanley Cups. I would say I contributed to that quite a bit.
Nice work. It's really a team effort for sure.
For sure. But yeah, I'm a big Mass Effect fan and looking
So,
forward to this
Elodie,
game.
Charming so far.
I think you sit
do
in
you
a
got
similar place as me.
Besides the sand.
Yeah. The difference is I've played a bit and I'm a little... I still think it's a good game.
Mm-hmm. But you're having like the after effect,
Yeah.
really examining like, oh, I've been away from it for a few days or,
Yeah. To answer the question from before, I guess I don't know for sure how far into the game this save is. I feel like it's maybe at about the 30-hour mark or so, but it's also hard to judge because there's so much. One thing that I actually like about this game quite a bit is the fact that, like, think about Mass Effect 3. You had all this, like, side content you could go off and do. But, every minute that you spend doing something else, the Reapers are just, like, destroying civilization, right?
Yeah.
So there's this sense of, like, the world is burning,
But you're doing
but
all
you're
of-
doing things that aren't that important.
Yeah.
And so part of what I think works well with Andromeda is the idea that, like, part of your mission here is exploring, is just like going around and checking out planets and like helping out the other Milky Way races and things like that.
Yeah.
As Pathfinder, that's kind of your job. So even though there is a threat to take care of, it's not this thing that you feel like the clock is really ticking on and you're wasting time. So with that whole preamble, part of what I like about this is that with that much, it just gives you a lot of freedom to do things the way you want to. So when I say that we're about 30 hours into the game, maybe I mean, if I had chosen to just like beeline through the story, maybe it could have been a 20-hour game for me. I don't know exactly.
How
I mean,
long
I
did the
didn't
game
do it.
end up taking you?
I've put about 60 hours into it.
And you did do a lot of side stuff, right?
Yeah, and that's to see like pretty much everything that I was really interested in. minus maybe like a loyalty mission and some stuff.
I have
like
to
that,
ask, was it fun to drive?
I like it, but
Yeah.
the other sort of warning I have to give people on that is like I liked the Mako.
You're one of those.
I liked
huh?
the Mako in Mass Effect 1, so it's
There's
like
a few. There's a few
I'm
out
not
there.
I'm not going to jump on the hate train there, but
I had a very
whoa.
strong hate reaction to the Mako, so I was like, I liked the idea of them bringing a vehicle back. I just was hoping it handled a little bit better than
Yeah,
the
I mean,
Mako,
I-
which it looks like it does.
It
but
definitely handles better, and I think
Normal temperature range, Pathfinder.
the fact that it's actually an open world that is something that you want to explore is different. As opposed, like when you drove around in Mass Effect 1, you were just driving around between like different prefabricated
Yeah.
structures that like there was so much empty space between them. And in this one, it's like there's actually stuff to do, so that makes driving around and exploration for me anyway made it fun. So
Don't make me headbutt.
I feel like
you.
Reiner's so
absolutely
tall, and
will.
now I've been trying to like adjust this mic to like Kim height since I've been in.
Sorry, Kim, I can help
Oh,
you.
thanks. I just feel like I'm sitting very awkwardly.
all right, Wade'll take care of it.
He's got a few inches on me, I would say. There we go. Wow, I feel so little now. No, that's perfect. That's perfect. Now I feel like I can have like a good eye level at the computer and what's going on screen. Thanks, Wade.
So what you need to know about the Krogan colony here is that the Krogan are they did not have their own arc
Oh.
to get to Andromeda. It was only the council races that got arcs. So the reason they're here is they were basically brought along as like labor and security to help build the Nexus, which is the like the Citadel in Andromeda. You know, it's like the sort of hub. So they were all there, but there was like prior to your ship arriving in Andromeda, there was basically like an uprising, and the Krogan have since sort of left that area and just started their own sort of rebel colony here on this planet.
The Ultimate Spaz on Twitch. I read your review, and given so many negatives, what made Andromeda get
You
it
revving
that
a break?
8?
Struck sent me.
Yeah, I mean, I tried to articulate in there, like, no review is just like a list of pros and cons, and then hey, more pros than cons, 8. So this game does have problems that I feel like people needed to know about in terms of like things about the progression that frustrated me, things about the technical stuff that frustrated me, stuff about the story that frustrated me. And all those I especially wanted to talk about because those are points that I think there are certain expectations set for based on previous Mass Effect games. With all of that being said, ultimately to me, as I mentioned a little earlier on the stream, like this still feels like Mass Effect, and it does Mass Effect stuff pretty well for the most part. Not as good as the previous one, but like when taken as its own thing, like I think the combat in this game is really fun. I think the characters are interesting. Are they as good as the Normandy's crew? No. But
I feel like we had that built up with the characters through those games too. Like we're at fresh ground, like new starting point. It's hard to have that opening with characters that are going to completely match up, to like what we had in the third game. Or even like, I feel like comparing to Mass Effect 1, Mass Effect 1 didn't have great characters either yet. And then 2, when it got started, was when it started to kind of amp it up a little bit.
See, yeah, and I disagree on that point in that like I was just getting all long-winded with Reiner about the fact that I feel like the characters in Mass Effect 1 were actually better partially because they were worked into the story more. Mass Effect 1 didn't really have loyalty missions, right?
Yeah.
So you had to get to know the characters throughout the main arc of the story,
Talk to Brank before we freak out.
which made them have more personality just throughout rather than only really getting to know them by pursuing a particular like mission for them.
I'm being honest with you. We know I am very much into characters.
Uh-huh.
Who are the ones that you felt were most interesting?
The ones that I liked the best were Jal, who's one of the new like species, and Drac, who's the old man Krogan. But I like Drac for the same reason that I like Rex and I like Grunt, is that they're just sort of like like these sort of battle hardened. How do I get out of here?
Don't get lost.
Yeah, well, it's just like
It's like the story of my life in every game.
but like, even though those I like those characters, seriously, I forgot how I got here. Even though like I like having those characters around the best, there are still like interesting things to do or interesting threads to follow with each character. So like, even if I don't think Cora is like great as a character or Liam, I still liked learning about them, and ultimately, I'm glad that I know more about them in a squad, even though I don't think that they're like as cool as Garrus, Yeah, so that's sort of the.
I think it's
going
to be very hard to match Garrus. It's something I worried about, though. I was like, you created some really cool. I remember even on the cover story trips, you were like, you guys created some really cool, memorable characters that we are attached to going into this game. This is something I'm worried about, but I feel like if they have interesting backstories and they're just cool to have as part. Well, that's what I was going to ask you too. Party bonding. You still have those moments on your ship, right, where you go and you talk to them and.
Yep.
How is that?
Uh-oh. I guess for me, that sort of boils down to some of like the. I just wasn't as invested in them, And again, it's hard to not compare them to the previous crew, because like part of me wants to just take them as their own thing. Yeah. Which seems like what you should be doing, but at the same time, like there's just this precedent set with previous games that it's like
they reached a high bar.
Yeah.
And you want to see them kind of expand on that, or at least kind of measure up to it.
Yeah. So on one hand, though, it's hard to criticize them for like not meeting a ridiculously high bar that they've previously set. But on the other hand, like it's also disappointing to like talk to Cora and hear all about her story and just have it be like, oh, meh, okay. And a lot of it just feels a little familiar, like Jal, for instance, who is his species is called Angaran. Even though I like Jal, there's really a sense of, from talking to him, there's the same sense of talking to like Javik from Mass Effect 3, the Prothean, in that like, he's very alien, in terms of what he's familiar with. So there's this whole like, oh, this is how you do it. Okay. And like it's kind of an element of education, right? Where it's like he explains things to you about. So it's similar sort of.
Yeah, I'd rather them come up with new things than kind of do kind of a little bit of a variation of what's been done before.
Yeah, though I mean, like characters like PB, I think are different.
I think people are worried that she was going to be annoying. So can I ask you if she's annoying?
She's a little annoying, but she's not. What I was more worried of is like so many Asari felt so similar to me in this game. Like I was worried that she was just going to feel like another Liara, and like she's definitely not. She's very
that's
different.
Cool to hear.
So yeah, I mean that's. And one thing I think you'll like, Kim, is the fact that the loyalty missions aren't just like missions anymore. It's not just like, oh, I had this conversation with you and now you want me to go do something. For the most part, it's like a series of things that you're doing with them that culminate in what is essentially like a loyalty mission. I wish that the things you were doing leading up to it were a little more varied and like interesting. But the stories around, I mean, like
the loyalty missions themselves are interesting, though.
Yeah, and it feels like, and like I said in my review, it feels more like you're actually building a relationship with the character in that sense, then, rather than just like, oh, you did one mission for me, now
I'm your friend. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I like that kind of sense of progression.
Yeah. So, story-wise, right now, we're gonna go check out there's a derelict remnant ship. Remnant being the sort of, this is another thing that they kind of borrow again from previous Mass Effect games. It's like, they're not Protheans, they're remnants, but it's still like, a long forgotten ancient civilization that was here before you. And you have to figure out what their secrets are, which is not just a Mass Effect thing, but a sort of well-worn sci-fi trope in general.
I don't like how she runs.
Okay. Yeah, there's definitely, as many people have talked about, there's some animation things that can be a little distracting.
Welcome. You don't welcome an alien into our colony. Shut up, old man.
They want to know if do you think this game is worth the full price purchase? I guess we never really judge a game on price point, but like,
well, I mean,
is it a day one purchase? I think is what they want to.
Yeah, that's a fair question. Yeah, I mean, we generally at GI don't figure in like value as part of the score because like prices change. So suddenly, if a game does a game score higher if the price drops? And it's like, that's like,
weird.
That introduces some weird stuff.
Yeah.
So like, but at the same time, I mean, I get the question.
Yeah.
You know, you don't want to buy a game that you know isn't worth it. I think the answer to that question depends on how big of a Mass Effect fan you are. If you have not played Mass Effect before, but have played a lot of other open world games, specifically recently, if you've played like Zelda or Horizon and you want another sort of like open world style thing, you might be surprised by some of like the lack of polish here and some things like that.
I feel like this came out in a year just where there are so many great games as well that it's kind of like, I don't know, compared to everything else that's out that you could point, you know, and be like, this one, you know?
Yeah. I mean, ultimately, I have to say, like I gave this game an 8. I think this is a good game.
Mm-hmm.
I had fun with it, and I generally would recommend Mass Effect Andromeda. With that being said, it has some problems that, you know, depending on what you specifically like or don't like in games, might be deal breakers. So, yeah, that's the long answer to that question. I pretty much only give long answers.
Ooh,
I'm not good at short answers.
No, I mean, it's a complicated question. I always feel that too when people ask me, here's how I felt about it. And then it's like, I knew I was going to buy Mass Effect no matter what because I love the series. And for me, there's not anything really out like it either. You know, you can't just go and be like, I'm going to have this, you know, space opera and, you know, all this other stuff. And I like what it does. So I'm going to play it. I'm hoping it keeps my attention. I really like Dragon Age Inquisition and as well. Like, I like BioWare's games in general. So I'm always going to be like a day one purchaser. So it's hard for me to be like, oh, it would be this or that. I haven't touched the game. And so for me, what I have been kind of in this lead up thinking about a lot in the last few days is just like, I think about the timing of this release. I think about also how RPGs have just evolved in recent years. Even from when Inquisition released, like the scale and just stakes have kind of just raised with stuff like The Witcher that have come out. And so for me, I had this feeling that like, they're trying to figure out Mass Effect after that trilogy, and I didn't expect it to be. I expected it to have some hiccups and some growing pains, and I think this is like their first step at trying to see what would work for them in this new landscape without Shepard.
Yeah, and I mean, I think that's the sense, and I guess tell me if you disagree, but like when we visited the studio, that seemed like one of their goals talking to the team was like wanting to, while at the same time sort of giving fans something that they can recognize and enjoy, finding a path forward and sort of a new identity for Mass Effect 2.
Exactly.
Detecting deep seismic activity in this area.
What?
That thing is massive. I wonder what brought it down.
I can't wait to get inside.
And to the person who said I want a donut, yes, I always want a donut. So,
So I'm going on a donut run.
Oh, hey-o.
Oh man, that would be good.
Let's order some pizza while we're at it. Let's just make it a food party.
Does Chipotle have donuts, Wade?
Ooh, like a.
They must be
How,
trying to get
what?
salvage for
No, that wouldn't taste good.
I love how just the idea, first in your head, there's burrito plus donut.
Right away for me, it's like I want something sweet, but I also want something greasy.
Yeah, Joe. Sorry, I could put some metal cubes in there to make it taste real good.
That's a Sonic Super Replay joke right there for people.
I can't believe that thing's still going on. By the way, are you guys almost done with that?
You
for
and me
real?
both. Well, you'll have to tune in and find out.
Every time I see a new episode go up, I'm like, whoa, it's still there.
Yeah, every time Wade's like, guys, we have to record another episode, I'm like, that's my life going down the toilet.
I have a good time.
Oh. Yeah, so you said you like the combat better. What do you think it does?
I don't know what's shooting me here. Sorry, hold on.
Yeah.
There's some sort of...
There was something.
Turret,
As soon as you mentioned it, though, it was gone.
There it is.
Story of my life.
Is there some sort of, like, defenses? That must be it. Maybe not. Maybe I'm just screwed. Get out of here. I'm sorry, Kim. What was your question?
I was asking, like, what about you said you like the combat a lot better. What do you feel has been really improved on it?
Yeah, so I think you played Mass Effect 1 or 3 multiplayer, right?
Yeah, loved it.
So it feels a lot more like that, which comes with good things and bad things. So there's this focus. There's more of a focus on mobility here. You can see me like dashing around, jumping. The focus on like biotic combo or like combos, using things like overload and incinerate together, using things like wow, my party members are totally smoked.
Did they all die?
Yeah.
Can you revive them if you go up by them? Kind of like.
I have to go track them down. I really should have been paying closer attention because.
Uh-oh. Oh no!
I'm sure I'm supposed to be doing something different.
You're going into the fray now.
Okay, get out of here. Go, go,
no,
go.
That's such a bad place to go.
I'm fine.
No.
I'm not fine. All right. Well, we'll see. We'll see what happens when we reload here. So I like the mobility of combat, and on one hand, I like the fact that they give you 3 powers, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because when they only give you 3 powers, that means that these are the, I have pull, singularity, and throw. Those are the things that you're really focused on using, and using a loadout that works well together. You can also change that. So like I have a Vanguard set up here too.
Oh, nice.
So I have charge, singularity, and nova. So the way that would be different is that I would like throw singularity, charge into it to set off a detonation, and then use nova to like do a sort of like area clearing thing to the people in there. Part of the problem with this though is the fact that when I switch, you'll see like I'll switch now. Look at the cooldowns. Suddenly everything is on cooldown.
Oh.
Even though actually in my last build, which had singularity in it, I switch and suddenly singularity is on cooldown.
Oh, that is weird.
So why that's a problem is that there's this sort of sense of versatility in that you think that it's like, oh, I have all of these different options for creating character builds and different profiles and things like that, except in combat it's not really useful because let's say an enemy is charging at you who has shields. You can't just quick be like, all right, I'm going to switch to one of my builds that like takes down shields. Won't they withstand? Okay, get up. I'm sure they just want me to get down here. Probably. I don't know what I'm supposed to do.
You're supposed to kill things.
Yeah, you can't really kill the turret. I mean, you can kill the turrets, but.
Oh no, Joe!
This seems like a bad idea.
Fly into the wall.
Locate the entrance. Get out of there.
Is the AI good, by the way?
It's not bad. But it's not super noticeable. Like a lot of times I just didn't feel like I felt like my teammates were sometimes just going off and doing whatever they were going to do, and because it's less tactical than previous Mass Effect games, so you aren't really like you aren't commanding them to go do something that will help you out, you know?
Mm-hmm.
I can give them orders like, hey, go here, do a thing here. Like, well, and in this case, that's not even really happening. Get down there.
Joe, quick question for you.
Yeah.
Kyle is going to go to a sandwich place and wants to know if you want a sandwich because you're going to be here all day.
Kyle's such a nice guy.
That's very nice.
That's why I love Kyle.
I will be okay, but
Very
thank you,
considerate.
Oh, he's okay. Well, all right then.
Thanks, Kyle.
Nice guy, Kyle. He just said it was Miller's idea. Nice guy Miller, too.
I always
Two
knew-
of the nicest people in the office.
I always knew Miller was nicer than Kyle.
There was a question that I missed a minute ago. Is there enough side missions or activities to keep you busy enough after the main story is done?
Yeah, there is. So I would say it took me, I mean, like in the 60 hours I put into this game, that 60 hours was basically like exploring most of the planets, doing most of the loyalty missions. These things. Okay.
Uh-oh. I don't like what that looks
Looks like
like.
it isn't
What the
filled
heck?
in yet.
Yeah, we'll get to that in a minute.
Wonder if I'd get anything on the scanner.
So, yes, we talked about this a little earlier on the stream, but to reiterate, in the sort of short version is that, like, there are a lot of sort of side missions that there are side missions that you may not be as interested in, that feel a little more like busy work. But
Blah.
the game gives you plenty of things that you would be interested in, like finding out what happened to the Arks and the other Pathfinders, and like doing loyalty missions for your party members and stuff. That the things that I would call the sort of like top, the best side content still takes a lot of, took me about 60 hours. So there's a lot to do.
What side content do you recommend? Obviously, loyalty missions.
You want to do the loyalty missions. You want to find out what happened to the other species, other arcs. And you also want to do get the you want to get the other habitable planets up to sort of like the up to a high enough viability that you can establish outposts there.
Gotcha.
That's the big stuff you're going to want to do. This I just don't like. It's basically you're playing Sudoku with fake symbols here.
Yeah.
Right?
I don't like it already. I'm just I already know I'm not going to want to do any of this.
No, and I don't like it.
It just doesn't even look like it's anything fun. Ugh.
Yeah.
Blah.
So it's not. So okay, so I have to look at this and I have weird names for each one. So okay, the J's go there. So no one little section of the grid can have the same symbols, and then they can't be the same in rows or columns either.
Oh my god, this just seems like a nightmare for me.
So in this one, we know it can't be J, it can't be G, and it can't be the little guy. This is the little guy. So that, and it also can't be that weird square. So if it can't be square, it can't be little guy, it can't be J or G, it has to be, that one has to be slashes. And then if that one slashes, then this one needs to be that. And I'm sorry, I mean, this is not great streaming, watching me figure my way through this.
Shit. Oh, sorry.
But
this is stuff I don't even want to figure out. Sorry. I mean, when I'm playing a game, I want to keep going.
Yeah.
There are some stuff. If a puzzle is interesting, I'm fine for doing it, but this just doesn't seem very interesting.
No. I don't love these things. But you need to do them if you want to sort of get through. And they do give you, by the way, I have a remnant decryption key. You can use them to override these things, but they are rare and expensive.
Oh, lovely.
So it's just not.
Is it easy to get money in the game?
I never found myself really short on money, but I also didn't go crazy with purchases. If you're someone who if you don't want to collect minerals and instead want to buy minerals for the stuff that you need, that's going to cost you money, and that's going to be a problem. Okay. So I think this is coming together. Okay, and by all means, if you see me in chat making a huge mistake with this thing, let me know. But I
think everyone's like me, like this is really a thing that we're gonna have to do. Gear up some brain power and tedium.
Okay, so I think this one can be. This one can be the
like this is hard enough with actual numbers. Let alone
I know that's why I'm sitting here like,
alien
oh my
glyphs.
god.
Okay, so what's missing
this
in this
looks like
one?
my worst nightmare.
The guy and the circle are missing in this one. So this could be either guy or circle. Oh, except that one is circle, so this one has to be guy.
Oh my god, I'm just gonna play to get the
That
damn
one has to
money
be
to pay to
circle.
get out of all of these. I don't even care if it's.
Yeah, it's just not. They're just not. They're not fun.
Oh.
Okay, this looks correct.
I am very impressed with you doing that while talking and trying to answer questions from a stream.
Well,
done.
I've had to do several of them in this playthrough, so I've kind of got a little bit of a system down.
I would have totally blown it. Even if I had done it through a playthrough and then went to do it on the stream, I'd be like, it's gonna take a while.
I mean, so what's a little disappointing about that is like, so you remember in like Mass Effect 1, every time you had to hack a door, this is in Mass Effect 2 also, it's like they had these dumb little hacking mini games that just weren't fun. They just kind of got in your way. And it's in Andromeda, it's good that usually they're not there. Like during the normal course of your exploration, Sam does all of your hacking for you. That's your like onboard AI.
Never mind the water mafia.
So you don't need to you really don't need to worry about it for the most part. But it's just when you're accessing these like old remnant technology, suddenly it puts this dumb mini game in front of you that I just don't like.
Raw materials from remnant architecture.
It reminds me of the whole like.
There's a lot of damage in here.
A while ago, I put a post on the website about like the top 10 fun lockpicking mini games, and the joke was that there were none of them because no one likes getting to a door or a chest that they want to open and then just having a mini game. Like those mini games are never good. No one plays one of those and is like, wow, that was fun. I actually liked that. It's always just like degrees of tolerability for lockpicking mini games. And like the same thing here is like if you get to a thing you want to open, like a hacking thing, a locked door thing, the fact that it's tolerable is always just the highest praise you can give them. It's never fun. No one ever likes doing them. So yeah, that's just a personal beef I have with it.
Oh.
Heads up.
Whoop. That was a mistake.
Don't fall off.
Okay.
Can you fall off, by the way?
Oh, absolutely you can.
Okay, well, that's going to be a problem for me.
But it'll give you the, like, restart you at the nearest sort of safe location thing. Yeah, this game, there's some light platforming elements. I would not say that it is, heavy on them.
Why, yes, Ryder, I think you're right.
Why does the voice actress sound so familiar? Or is it just
The drive core's
she
not
has...
here.
Let's see.
Someone's been here, but they didn't come in the way we just
Man, when I wrote a story, I wrote like a news story on our site about who the voice actors were and cited some of their previous work.
Next time, let's not
But the voice actress, I think it's Frida Wolf, is the female writer.
Yep, that's correct.
And I know she was in, was it? Wait, can you look that up? What people might know her from?
She was in Civilization Beyond Earth. I'm seeing Killer Instinct.
Was she an Octodad also? I know the guy, the male writer was in Octodad. But anyway, I like both of the performances. I think both of those actors do a good job. What I was telling Reiner, I like the character.
She was an Octodad.
Okay, I like the character of female writer better than I like the character of male writer. I think there's just a degree of like taking things more seriously and being a little less jokey that comes through in her performance. And I think being a more jokey character like feels a little younger and feels a little more inexperienced, which might be what you're looking for with Ryder. You know, it's like maybe you don't want the sort of experienced veteran vibe that comes through with, like with Shepard,
Yeah, that's true.
So it's not necessarily bad. I think the performances are good. but it's just
The
in terms of how the
Imperial
character
was entered
comes
for
through. I
misdirection.
personally preferred the female rider. So what we're exploring here, by the way, is a spaceship that's part of that like ancient civilization that they're calling the Remnant, and that technology plays a big part in the main story of the game. When you land on this planet
Seems like the right direction.
at the very beginning, I'm sure
Kind of
everyone
these thieves to leave us a clear
you've
trail.
probably seen the intro at this point if you're interested in this game, like the Habitat 7 stuff.
Yeah, oh yeah.
And sorry. So basically what you find there are sort of these like what they call vaults, ancient pieces of technology that sort of seem to make planets sort of more welcoming to, life from the Milky Way. So figuring out exactly what these things are, how they work, that's an important part of what you're doing in the story. And Ryder is sort of uniquely able to interface with them because she has this AI implant. She has Sam. But normally you're going into these vaults that are sort of like, environment control devices and stuff. This appears to be more of like a warship or something. I actually have not done this quest yet, so this is new.
How is like the variety between the vaults and?
The vaults are all basically the same.
Yeah, I was already kind of getting that vibe.
Which isn't necessarily bad.
Yeah.
It's kind of like some of them offer different. What's the way to say it? Not necessarily platforming challenges. Like their layouts are different, so they feel a little different as you're going around in them. But like visually, they're basically the same, and the activities you're doing in them are more or less like, following a power line to get to the center to turn on the thing that like activates the vault and makes it, make the environment more friendly. So.
Well, I actually can't believe I waited this long to bring this up. But
Okay.
Romance. Who did you romance? Did you romance anyone first off?
So I pursued a few different romance threads, and we can actually we can, if we want to pull up some alien kissing, we can do that after this mission.
Just kissing, Joe?
Well,
Look, I come in here and we get alien kissing. This is what I come here for.
But so for me personally, and it's going to be different for different players, I was not interested in the romance options in this game. I pursued them because like that's something people want to know about. So like for the review, I pursued a romance with Jal, who's the Angaran, and
This is how they got in.
I got a little bit down the path with Vetra, the Turian, and with PB, and
Wow, damn.
with so like PB's different because she's more of a no strings attached kind of thing, so you can pursue other more serious romances while kind of having a thing on the side with
Finally, back out into the bright.
Did anyone
bright,
get super mad because you were
working light
talking
day.
to other people?
PB. No, so for me what
I want
happened,
the drama, man.
In such heat.
I was kind of expecting it because I had sort of Jal and Vetra on like parallel paths, but then once I committed to Jal,
Sam's uploaded a
it just
signature
sort
for
of,
the
it's not like
red
Vetra
passing.
came to,
Can you
it's not
bring
like
this
he was like, hey, I
to
need to
our
talk to you about who else you're seeing.
Mm-hmm.
And it's not like she came to me hurt once I committed to
need to
him.
find out who stole
It just sort of cut off that path with Vetra,
Ah.
just sort of
Yeah.
as is.
Did the bad guys get it? Or the
So,
really bad guys?
Okay, think I've got something.
anyway,
I've updated your nav
all of that's to say, I didn't find the options super compelling in this
Mm-hmm.
one. It's not like for me with,
So no one's bringing me wine.
maybe. For me, it was more of just like, it's not like, I would say like for Liara in the first game, I was like, oh, I'm glad that she's a romance option. Like, I'm kind of interested in that character.
Yeah.
I know your opinion on Liara. We don't need to get
I'm
into it.
not getting into it.
But,
It's actually going to be good for once.
but I mean, all that's to say, in previous games, or even with like Garrus in previous games too,
Yeah.
it's like, there's a relationship that's been established there, or with Tally, that you're sort of like, oh, good, I get to pursue this.
Yeah, like I'm excited to do that. And like, and afterwards, you're like, oh, that came out like, You know, shooting bottles off the Citadel of Garros was a very big moment for people.
Right.
And going down the path of it, kind of extending that romance from there was nice.
And these relationships have those moments, and I can show off a couple of them. But I guess all of that's, at the end of the day, those moments are in service to relationships that I personally did not feel super invested in from a like romantic,
yeah, like you were
from
just
a romantic
doing it
standpoint.
to do it rather than like, oh, I really am into the. Yeah, I hear you.
Yeah. So
That's
that's
disappointing.
that's my 2 cents there.
I'm very curious who I'm gonna end up liking. I haven't like made some people have already made decisions on that. I'm like, I'm just gonna play the game and see how I feel and see who I think is cool and make the decision when it comes time to make that decision. But
Yeah. So here's a good example of like, so we were doing a quest that was like investigating this ship, and then it told us that we needed the drive core. So, and I'm sure something came up that told me that I could like press start to track that mission if I wanted to. I wasn't paying attention and I didn't, or press options rather. So now, but that means that I completed that quest that we were on that was like find the remnant or ship, except there's more to do there, right? I need to find that drive core, except it didn't track it for me automatically. So now I need to go in here and like find that mission. So it's like, I know because I just saw it, it's there, but other times you'd be like, okay, so is that like under tasks? Is that something I need to find here? Is that, okay, it's not a priority thing. It's not an ally thing. So it's like, it's here. So then I have to go here and then find it there. And I know I'm kind of playing it up like, does this ever happen to you? And not everyone's that incompetent when it comes to it, but I do it just to point out like the menus are often just sort of unnecessarily like deep or complicated in a way that I just wish I didn't have to. I wish they weren't
Jump
as much
through
of
so
a
many
hassle
hoops,
as they
yeah.
are. Yeah. So we'll go keep doing that quest over here.
I detect above normal temperatures.
Unless we want to do some romance stuff. Maybe we'll come
I
back
mean,
to
I
this.
kind of promised the people. We promised them some alien kissing. I
Okay,
think
tell you
maybe
what.
we should do it. We should do it.
We'll create a new save slot here, and then load up.
Joe, how many save slots can you keep?
Boy, I don't know, a ton.
That's
maybe,
cool. I like that.
Maybe 50, maybe 100. Like I did get to a point where it told me that it couldn't create any more save data, and I had to go back and like I had to go through and delete some, but you will not feel like you are restricted by the save. Let's see. So, Kim, do you want?
Oh boy, do I making a big decision? This
Do
is
you
exciting.
want to see a sort of romantic scene with Jal the Angaran or with Vetra the Turian?
I've been really interested in Vetra, honestly, and
All
I
right.
feel like you are more Jal, but I haven't. Like,
Let's do Vetra. That's a
Okay.
good that's a good scene. That's a good scene anyway.
okay.
So we'll figure it out. So Vetra's story, she is a smuggler who has like her arc, loyalty arc revolves around her sister.
Okay.
So her sister came to Andromeda also and is sort of like working on the Nexus, the sort of like Citadel-like place. And I don't need to spoil all that, but this is basically after you complete someone's loyalty mission proper, if you've sort of pursued a romantic angle with them, there's more to it. It's not just loyalty mission, the end. They will usually give you a sort of option for a follow-up, right? So it's like, oh, I did Vetra's thing, and now she's like, hey, come and meet me, and we'll do some rock climbing.
We'll do some rock climbing.
So yeah, I don't think that's a euphemism. It is straight up rock climbing.
I mean, it just sounded funny.
So, but while we're here, before
Oh, this is a pretty place.
yeah, before we leave, we'll walk around this place a little bit. This is a good contrast to Aladdin, where we were. You don't actually get to use your nomad on this planet. This is one where it's like a sort of dense jungle. This is where some of the Angaran live. It's not like they're...
Okay.
I don't think this is... Is this their homeworld? This maybe is where their homeworld actually is, but... so it's, all these like bioluminescent things. It also has remnant technology. That's what that thing is up there. So yeah, you do a lot of stuff. You do a lot of stuff here. Also, this is one of the planets that you can sort of bring up to habitability.
Okay.
But you don't live here. Like you don't live here yourself because it's an Angaran world. You help them out more out of a like diplomatic action.
Gotcha.
You know, it's like I'm going to help your planet.
Well, it's pretty though. I want to live there.
Yeah, it is nice.
I like this one.
So here, I'm going to do something I was talking about before. So I'm going to switch over to... Let's switch over to my... So now it's like, this thing is armored. Maybe I want to take it out. But then I still had to wait for all my powers to cool down. There we go. And if you played Vanguard in Mass Effect 3's multiplayer, which was one of my favorite classes there, this is similar to that, you know, where it's you do the charge in, and then once that gets you in close melee range, then you do this like Nova attack. It's kind of hard to see because the camera's being a bit of a mess right now. Or then you can also, it's like, oh, here I have a profile that's more tech related. So there's my little tech drone and stuff, except, again, let's wait for all the powers to cool down there in the corner before you can really do anything with it.
Is there a way to speed up the cooldowns, like upgrade them so they don't take as long, or?
Yeah, yes and no. Okay. Not specifically related to like profile switching, but individually the different profiles have like faster cooldown rates for various powers and stuff like that. So, what was I doing here? Oh yeah, let's get out of this place. I realize that I think we need to go back to this forward station and extract ourselves. But yeah, lots of cool quests you can do here. This is, if you're interested, I think there may be multiple ways that will steer you towards it, but this is where I found my lead on the Turian Ark is on Havarl. So if you want to know what's going on with the Turians, this is a good place to start. And this is basically the second world you visit in the game.
Oh, okay.
Eos is the stuff that everyone sort of saw in, you know, the first 10 hours or so, is where it's like you're doing quests there, you're settling that planet. This is the next beat in terms of your exploration.
We're gonna rock climb.
Yeah, let's get out of here. How do I extract? Go. There we go. Do you want a little tour of the ship? As long as we're here?
Might as well.
And the Tempest, because we're gonna have to. This is a little nitpicky thing, but it doesn't let you just like, oh, I'm gonna quick hop on the Tempest and like change my loadout. Every time it's like, you have to leave, get on the Tempest and leave, and then you can explore the ship. And if you want to go back, you have to land again and whatever. But
Gil's been asking if you can come by.
So.
Ooh, someone wants to see you.
Yeah, here's the bridge. This is where PB hangs out. This is your sort of... No one hangs out here. That's an escape pod.
Well, unless they want to get the heck off.
So earlier in the stream, Ryan and I sent out a couple strike teams, which is sort of like Assassin's Creed. It's a little bit like, you know, you send out missions and they do things in real time, and then they come back.
They get you items and stuff?
Yeah, you come back and you get rewards. So I think we should have at least one of those back. Yeah. So this low-level team went out to try and do something. Let's see how they did. Hey, they did it. So they leveled up. Good for them. These guys, what, 9 minutes, hour, okay. So when they come back, then you go over here and you can get a bunch of different rewards. So this is just straight up research data that you use when buying blueprints for crafting. Here's an item, a silver level item.
Oh, nice.
A cart, well, okay, whatever. Just some basic credits.
I'll take the money so I can pay to get out of all those puzzles.
Yeah.
Look, I'm already plotting not to do any of those.
That does make me want to play Sudoku, though. I kind of feel like I want to take the Sunday newspaper and...
Ready for deployment.
Okay, so this is the area where, you know, you have access to sort of administrative stuff. Jal usually is hanging out here or around here. Cora is sometimes hanging around here, but also sometimes
So they move their places sometimes on the ship.
Yeah, they're not always, which I get. It's not like it's not like Garrus, who's just always standing in the exact same spot that you go talk to him. But like, if you're looking for someone specifically, you can always do this and just see where see where they
that's
are.
nice.
So you're not just like wandering around.
Yeah, and like, where the heck are they?
Yeah. So there's this. Whoop.
So what's next for you guys? What's the next big adventure?
Anyway.
Maybe stick with Ryder. Gotta keep working or I'll die.
This is where Liam hangs out. He's got a nasty old couch.
Looks like he's got just what he needs. Big TV. Probably
Yep.
sets up his game console, you know.
So that's the basic run through of the Tempest. There's like the med bay is there, the kitchen, the bunks, and here's the Pathfinder quarters. This is like your
And you can
your
upgrade
base.
this, right, with stuff. Or
I didn't actually see many options
okay.
other than these sort of like models that are on the wall.
Oh, gotcha.
And this little pet that I got. There's like a little mouse thing. That
Well, hey, you got a
catch.
pet.
But
It's
like,
no Franklin, though. I understand.
Yeah. Man, when I was reviewing this game, I played it from home a lot, and my dog was super happy to just like. Turns out a Mass Effect game is long and takes a lot of time, and he was really happy to spend a lot of that time, cuddled in some blankets, sleeping on my lap. So that was not bad. All right, so we're gonna go do that mission with Vetra, which means we need to go to Kadara. Nothing like hanging out at Sulphur Springs.
Ooh, here comes the romance.
And what we could do actually is reload this save, because like this save is basically at a branching point, right? Where it's like if I go with Vetra, I'm committed to Vetra, and if I go with Jal, I'm committed to Jal.
How long before you make that like final commitment of like before it kind of closes off certain paths?
I don't know. I mean, it feels like I think I've done most of their loyalty missions at that point, so I know that I have Jal's and Vetra's loyalty missions.
And they make it very clear that like you are making the big commitment.
No,
and
they don't.
Okay. Well, that's a problem. That's what I'm worried about.
I mean, like yes and no, in the sense that like if you try and pursue something with PB, she is clear that like I can be discreet. If you have something going on something else going on, that's totally fine. So with PB, it's like, oh, no problem. Well, I mean, we'll see. Both Jal and Vetra don't explicitly say like you're choosing me now, and this will close off other options. Which kind of would have been nice, but I figured it out by some experimentation here. Because basically, I did the Jal stuff first, and then did the scene with Vetra, and I was like, that really seemed like there should have been a romantic angle there that just was missing, which I knew that I had been following that thread. So I was like, I wonder if the Jal thing just closed that off. And I reloaded, and that's exactly what happened.
Oh, interesting.
So, again, not that that's bad, but
I will be careful then.
Yeah, I feel like you'll know. Like if you get to this scene with Vetra, I mean, you'll see in a few minutes when we get there. It's pretty obvious that like, not that you're choosing her exclusively, but like this is the next phase of this like romantic thing. And I just realized I may have to reload out because I don't think I have Vetra with me.
Oh no. No, I just laughed because I remember one of my first BioWare games. I can't even remember now. It's been so long. But the romance option came up, and I was like, that's too forward. I'm not saying that to them. And I didn't realize that, like, that would lock me out completely of doing it. But just because I was just naive and just like, no one just goes up to somebody and is just like, hey, baby, let's do this. Yeah. Like, it was something very, like, obvious and whatever. And so I laugh now when I think back of, like, the games and playing them. I'm much more in tune with, like, hey, you've got to make it pretty clear, and they do make it clear when you're going into that. But I was just at the time like, no one would say that. I'm not saying that.
Yeah. Oh, and that's something you will notice when you first get on board the Tempest and you walk around and like talk to your crew members. Pretty much everyone has like a heart option, has like a flirting, a straight up like I am flirting with you option, which to me felt really weird in that first, go through of like I'm just meeting you and already I'm given this like romantic angle, which like I wasn't sure if I wanted to pursue that. So for a long time, I never chose any romantic options with anyone. See what's going on with the screen, by the way. Things like this happen a lot.
Yeah.
Where it's just weird.
Oh, I thought that
weird-
was done purposely.
Nope. It's just like weird glitchy things that happen in menus and things like that.
That was like for effect.
Yeah, it gets a little frustrating, but
Hey yo, Vetra looks cool.
yeah, she's a lot like. I mean, she's not exactly like Garrus, but it's clear that they sort of wanted a Garrus-like character there a little bit.
Well, that's understandable because Garrus is the best.
Yeah. At the same time, I just did not get that. Oh, okay, so here's the trick: is like Garrus, you get the sense that like, oh, this is the guy that's got your back. Partially because he's been with you for so much of the game, and like he actually sort of like suffers for the cause and things like that. That by the end, you're like, Garrus, you're my bro. I don't know if I felt that way about him in that first game right off the bat, but I really don't have that sense from any of the characters in this game of like, oh yeah, you're like my go-to, you got my back buddy. Maybe Drac.
Everybody needs a buddy like that, though.
Drac's like a crusty old dude.
I don't know if I want to hang out with a crusty old dude.
I like that.
The water's on fire. What? That's not natural, right?
Yeah, so some of the planets you visit, so like this is Kadara.
Water in the atmosphere.
The idea is that like all of these planets, when the Andromeda Initiative left, all of these planets were supposed to be like good homes for humanity. And then you get here and things like the water's on fire or the environment is radioactive or things like that stop you. So that's like one of the main missions you're doing here is to like reactivate those vaults and get the environment, so it can accommodate you. So long, suckers.
Whoa. Shouldn't shoot that ran over them?
It did run over him. Maybe it didn't.
Oh no, not on the rock.
I'm not the best driver either. Sorry about that.
You're probably better than I am at anything. I'm the worst driver in any game, and in real life as well.
Do you have a driver's license?
Yes.
Oh, okay. But you just don't drive.
Yes, exactly. I hate it. I feel like I'm awful at it. I like have nightmares about like getting into accidents all the time. I don't like it.
Heads up. Those exiles won't be on our side.
All right. I don't know. You can blow through a lot of combat if you want to. Like the little camps and stuff in the world, you can generally skip if you're not looking
Looks like outlaws are camping this site.
to engage with them. But we're almost to the sulfur springs here. Whoops. I don't know what I was
You
thinking.
really
there.
like going up on rocks, huh?
So like what's weird is that the Nomad has two different modes. One of them, the one I'm in now, is slower but more stable, so you're less likely to fly around on rocks. The other one,
Nice work.
hold on. The other one is a little like controls a little looser, but it goes faster.
Get any closer and I'll hit you with a corrosive bomb.
But that just means that
You ready?
You want to test me?
I land on rocks sometimes.
Whoa, hey, we're no outlaws. We're friendly.
Then come prove it. Slowly.
Okay, someone's talking to me. That's not what I'm here for. All right. So after finishing Vetra's loyalty mission, this is the scene that's available. We won't talk over it.
Rock climbing.
You were right. The view is great from up here.
We're not even to the top yet. Come on, I'll race you. And no jump jets. We're doing it the old-fashioned way.
What do I get if I win?
What would you like?
The bad guy defeated, a magic sword, and the girl.
Good thing you're losing then. I don't have a magic sword.
Hey!
Having fun? You look like you're having fun. Sarah, is this real?
Yeah, I think the sky's real.
No. This. How you are towards me. It's like you care more than a friend. I don't mind if it's no. I just want to be sure it gets messy otherwise.
It's real. No, that's so mean. Sorry, just playing.
All right, we got a kiss coming up here.
I do care about you. More than a friend.
Really? I didn't want to assume. Seems so unlikely. Me, you.
Oh, kiss option. Oh.
It's gotta be like kissing a rock.
Yeah, that's what I was just thinking.
I'm convinced.
Oh.
There we go. So that's the scene that sort of solidifies Vetra. Let's do it.
What did I just walk into? Someone in the Yeah.
Sorry about that.
Let's see the other one now.
So let's see, what
That
one
was-
was it? 8:56:41.
Oh man.
There we go. So if we do a different romance first, that scene is basically like you still race to the top.
But she doesn't ask that question.
You don't have any of the like romantic stuff there. It's just like you race to the top and like you and your buddy Vetra look out at the sunset once you get to the summit.
Sorry, just playing.
Yeah, I was really just a tease.
Oh man.
A lot of good reactions to that in the chat.
Yep, that's why I was like, we have to do the other one now.
Yeah, we sure will.
It's not. It has to be a little cheesy, right? Or it's not like a BioWare romance.
I mean, so here's the other thing: is like, I'm not saying that these scenes are like super emotionally affecting or anything like that, but they are. You are missing some context in terms of the lead up to them too.
For sure.
So in this case, we already have Jal with us, so we'll do what we're going to do. Our mission with Jal is, after we've completed his loyalty mission and sort of pursued romantic conversations with him, is he wants to introduce us to his mom.
Oh, whoa. That's
So
a big step. Okay, I am all for this. I like that. That's very cute.
We're going to go meet Jal's family.
I like that's super cute.
And again, we'll let it all sink in for you. We won't talk over it.
Jarl! Jarl! Wait. Is that bad news?
No, the Pathfinder is interested in where I grew up. Ryder, this is my true mother, Sahuna Amadarov.
Nice to meet you. I know Angara
So
like
weird,
the
huh?
hugging.
Giles told me how much he admires you.
Really?
He's my favorite. Smart, loyal, kind. A great shot. Writes poetry, sews.
Mother.
I'm late for a resistance meeting. Stay clear.
She's proud of her boy.
Your mother's in the Resistance?
Yes. And every child is her favorite. Everyone, this is Sarah.
Hi.
Look who the Karkin dragged in. Welcome back. This is where I spent most of my days growing up. Me, my sister, Koana, our cousin, Etta, and brother, Finn. Then Bavzil, Rolu.
So wonderful to
Hey,
have
Jal.
you back.
Hey, human.
Jal, you bringing someone special to meet us.
Wow. Cozy.
We like to live like this.
Gonna give your friends some real food?
Good to see you. And here's my room. My tiny sanctuary.
We have a saying that I like. Home is where the heart is.
I like that. Oh, no. Put this here.
Schematics of...
When I was 7, my aunt stole a cat weapon for me. So I took it apart to learn.
And that was a Karkin.
Pet Karkin. Alfit. He died. So I also took him apart.
To learn?
Why not? I don't show people these things. You make my heart sing. I want us to be together.
Gross.
Gotta do it.
Yeah, I'd like that.
Yeah, man.
Yes.
Oh, it looks like he's blushing a little bit.
I adore you.
Well, looks a little weird.
Yeah, just a little.
Let me show you one more thing you might like.
Oh.
Lie down.
Okay, sure.
What are we gonna watch here?
Lie down. Oh, okay.
Okay, this is like a player move, like very baller. Let's
Very
look. Let's look.
Very baller himself.
Long ago. It's not accurate. More of a
This is some
dream,
good
really.
moves.
Just one more thing I want to take apart and figure out.
Wait, does that mean he wants to take her apart and figure it out? Because that's kind of creepy.
And now I have someone to do it with.
Oh, someone to do it. Okay.
Did they smooch?
My
Yes.
mother is going to love you. I'm sorry.
I like Joel a lot, actually. So that's sort of that's his romance business.
Oh gosh, these just make my day.
Well, let's see. I wonder what else. I wonder if we can get to PB right now. I don't remember where I am with her romance at this point. Let's check it out. So beyond that, other stuff like other plans for the live stream anyway is just to like, I mean, we're going to play some multiplayer later, but it's just sort of, I think we're going to check out some of those planets and just do some like what the basic loop of the game is going to be, you know, like, hey, let's do some side missions, let's get some vaults activated. We'll do that. We'll load that up in a minute.
Terminal, Pathfinder.
First, I want to talk to PB here.
Yeah.
Hi there. Just checking in. What's up?
Sometimes there's an option here to, you know, do spend
Thanks
some
for
time
chatting.
together.
We'll talk again later.
But that's not
You
an
know
option
it.
right now.
What do you have to do to make that an option?
Well, it's basically a part of her normal like conversation. If you flirt with her enough or whatever, you basically have some 0G makeout session, and then later on you can come back to her and like do it again. But it's only happened. I've only had the option to do it again once.
Have AVP outstanding, Pathfinder.
So anyway, let's go check out that other strike team and see if we can't see how they succeeded or didn't succeed. Wow, everyone's another lucky. I like these guys. Okay, we'll get our business from them. So now I have these two teams that are just sort of waiting around to.
Strike team ready for
Whoops,
deployment.
they're waiting around to do something, so I'm going to assign them on.
Master Cade asks, can you flirt with Drac?
No, I don't think so. I couldn't. Though he's a little, yeah, you get the sense that he's not so into romance these days. He's maybe at a different phase of his life.
He's past his party phase.
Yeah.
Hey, the Golden Girls still have plenty of love that they get in their old age. He could. There might be another
He
character.
just seems.
maybe.
I mean, well, I mean, the same thing with like Rex never seemed super. Like.
Yeah.
That's just maybe Krogan romance might just be a little different. Here's my pet monkey thing.
You always look hungry.
You have a pet monkey, huh?
Yeah. So I think what I'm gonna do is load up a post-game save that it shouldn't have any like major story spoilers or anything, but it's just it'll be like fresh stuff that I haven't seen before. Let's see where that is. 8:45, 37. So if the characters start to sound like they're saying spoilery things, I'll do what I can to nix it. But I really,
abort.
That's one of the things. Again, I don't want to spoil too much about the game, but like, this isn't a sort of. I wouldn't worry too much about it.
I don't feel like anything I've seen so far has made me think I know anything going on about the story.
It's sort of okay. So it's kind of a double-edged sword in the sense that like, because I wasn't super invested in like the main story or the villains, nothing that really happened there felt super significant to me.
Okay.
So like story-wise, it's more interesting on a more personal level with Ryder and the characters, and less on the sort of like quest you're on. But let's find a place to go. Let's see. Well, so we were here. There's missions that I need to do, but we kind of just did one of them. So let's do something else. Let's go to Kadara. Where is that? Okay. So this is the planet that we were just on for Vetra's thing, except we're going to actually do some quests there and see what there is to figure out.
Someone asked earlier, Kim, are you excited for this game?
Me? Yeah, absolutely. I mean, as a Mass Effect fan, I'm excited to see what's going on. And I'm going to play it tonight, obviously, and start it up. Like I said, I have some concerns. I'm not expecting them to completely knock it out of the park. What I hope they did, but, some growing pains I expect. So
yeah,
we'll see what goes on. Oh, it looks like my replacement is here. Dun, dun, dun.
Oh, great.
With the hat backwards, none other than the DT coming into the street. Yeah, so I am going to head out, but Dan Tack should be here, and I'm sure he's going to give you all the hot takes, and he's going to have lots to say about this, because I can already just tell he's sitting there with his arms crossed.
Man,
here it comes.
I feel like opinions in this room just got a lot wronger.
Oh, man, here we go. Bye, everyone. It was great hanging out.
No, Dan Tack's good people. It'll be good to have him here.
He's got his backwards hat ready to go.
Dan back. Words. Yikes.
Wow. That was a strong intro.
So one thing I was just saw in chat that I wanted to point out, saw some mention of Paragon and Renegade, which isn't really a part of this game anymore. The team at BioWare, I remember saying something like, they see that as a lot more of like integral to Shepard's story, and they didn't want to sort of like paint the world in that sort of like good choice, bad choice thing anymore. So what we have instead, and what you saw, well, Dan, you didn't see this, but
yeah, I'm completely blind.
We did some missions before that were basically like some romance stuff that gave us the option to like pull the right trigger to do things like hug someone or kiss someone.
Oh, that's cool.
Or things like that.
Can you give them presents?
Yeah. But regardless of whether or not you're hugging or kissing, that kind of prompt is what replaces those sort of like Paragon Renegade like choices.
Sure.
That you do in a flash is just sort of like, hey, it's just more of a different kind of action, but not necessarily labeled good or bad or whatever. So hey,
Hey,
You're
it's
here.
good to be here. I'll try not to do any hot takes of wrong opinions.
No.
while I'm here.
I mean, it's what else are we going to argue about then?
Oh, well, we have no problem usually finding things to do there. I'm super curious, as you've already probably been talking about with the audience all day, like how this thing turned out. And, I have not dived in myself. I am eager to do so, but certainly the internet has some opinions on that, and it's been impossible to avoid them.
Yeah. So have you been, what's your thought on it coming into it right now?
Well, I'm trying not to let any of those thoughts taint my experience with the game, but it seems pretty universal. That's so those are. I'm trying to lower my expectations, if anything.
Okay. So one of the things about this is like, I am not. Some of the animations and stuff are just real. Like they get weird, they get buggy.
Yes. So it's like a Bethesda game.
But and I won't even say that they're like rare. They are not rare.
Okay.
But it's a little different when you're playing through the game and see one weird thing every hour or something.
Okay.
Versus when you're in a thread online that you just see GIF after GIF after GIF of things.
I've seen some hilarious stuff, like just people teleporting and people standing in nowhere, like just some really insane stuff.
Yeah,
and obviously,
it's there, but your experience with that game obviously is not that consolidated.
Yes, obviously, I got that. It's not all like that, clearly. But,
but no, I mean it's there, and it is one of the biggest. I mean, the technical things are one of the biggest problems that you'll run into here.
And that seems to be one of the more boggling things. Like I just don't. How did that happen with Frostbite? It doesn't make sense to me. I'm sure it'll be a fascinating postmortem someday.
Yeah. So another thing that makes me wonder about it though is like, Dragon Age Inquisition was also on Frostbite.
Yes.
So it seemed like that game had some like goofy stuff going on occasionally also, but like it seemed like they had a pretty good handle on how to make an RPG in Frostbite.
Right. Which is, again, why my questions go there.
Yeah,
it's just like, that doesn't really make any sense, right?
Yeah, so another thing about that, though, that makes me, I guess, not less disappointed, but maybe a little more optimistic about it, is the fact that...
Pathfinder, you've got missed calls on the Tempest. Check back when you've got a minute.
You'd think maybe they could, like, if it's mainly technical things that are a problem.
Right.
You think maybe that's something that over time they could polish and work on, and like you look at a game like Assassin's Creed Unity, which when it came out was
of course the
kind of disastrous on
sort
that
of the
front.
benchmark for the no-faced men.
Yeah, and now, but like when I went back and played Unity a year after it came out, like Ubisoft was, pretty focused on fixing what the complaints about that were technically, and so when I played it. It was perfectly fine on that front. So maybe that'll happen here. BioWare has, in the past, been responsive to fan criticism.
Sure.
Is one way to put it.
That is one way to... let's not even go down that road.
So, anyway, this is...
So we're tooling around.
Yeah, so here's what we're looking at. This is the planet Kadara. We have already... activated the vault here. So you basically turn on these 3 spires. It turns on a vault that then makes the planet viability go up.
Gotcha.
Your goal is to make as many planets as viable as you can, or one of your goals.
Sure. I understand that. I get that. Okay.
Yeah. So then other things we have, you can see on the map, we have these other things that are, we're supposed to do some other quests. So let's...
All right. Yeah,
let's check that out.
Let's walk me through that. I've been hearing that the side quests are not exactly inspired. Would you say that is like, like even more so than just like the general, go get me a dinosaur tooth, or go get me a bag of coins?
I would say not more so than that.
Okay, but along those lines.
But a lot of the things you're doing boil down to like, go here, kill some things, scan some things, get a thing.
Okay.
Bring it back. What I'd say...
That all seems pretty standard.
Yeah, and what I was telling Reiner earlier...
See, that was cool. I enjoyed that.
What I was telling Reiner earlier is that, like, when you're that reductive with what you're doing in a quest, a lot, like every RPG has quests that boil down to go here, do a thing,
They
go
do.
back. You know,
They do.
That's not to like make excuses here because like the story stuff can be interesting, but we're not talking like Witcher level interesting in
Right.
terms of the narrative that's surrounding it,
And
right?
that is surprising for a Mass Effect title, right? When the story is typically very engaging, big narrative hooks.
Yeah, but another thing about it is that, like, I guess I've always sort of felt like that was a problem with Mass Effect.
That's fair.
You know, like, I don't think, like, think of all those quests you were doing on the Citadel in Mass Effect 1, running
Yes.
back and forth, and, like, you know.
It's true.
I don't know that.
Do you think that gets a little bit more of a pass since it is the older game and this wasn't so, like, now this is the standard? Was
Yeah.
it still the standard then?
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't think so.
I absolutely think that, I mean, like, I don't think it's a new problem for Mass Effect,
Sure.
I guess. You know, like, I don't think it's a thing to point to Andromeda specifically at and saying, like, well, this is where they dropped the ball that they previously had.
Right. Okay.
I think where Andromeda continues to be strong on the side quest front is where Mass Effect games have always been strong, and that's more on the ally quests.
Okay.
You know, like doing loyalty quests, which are now like threads and not just like a single quest that you're doing with them, and
All right.
learning more about your characters and, you know, things like that. I think that's still where this game is the strongest on the side quest front.
That's
But
good to hear.
it definitely has, I mean, like, I'm going to pull up the map here for a second. It definitely has crap like hitting rocks for science.
Yes, we all. Oh, man, that's
You
what
just-
I do every day. You know,
Just
I
go
out and hit
around to
rocks.
various points on the map and scan a mineral, and then you're done. You know, it's like that's not great, but there's, I guess the way to think about it is that there are tiers of importance to the stuff you're doing, right? Is like not every quest that you're doing is just go
Sure,
here.
not everything has to be an amazing, narrative, advance the story. I get it.
By the
Just-
way, did you see that big thing just pop in?
I did.
Yeah, that happens frequently.
Frequently.
Well, not on that scale, but like
Gotcha.
that's
Yeah,
an
just-
example of just like,
Just
whoa, that's a little weird. Yeah.
Yeah. okay.
Question in YouTube chat: what score did this get?
Gave this an 8. It's a balance of like a lot of conspicuous problems,
Only once we're in, Sam.
but ultimately, I think it does what Mass Effect needs to do. And I won't even say it doesn't excel. It's not like, oh wow, that's great. But it gets the foundation decent. You know,
And
it gets the foundation pretty well, and it's fun. I had a good time playing this game. You know,
It's just you think some of it, perhaps some of the disappointment stems from the series is incredibly highly regarded. For this seems to be a step back.
Yeah, I mean,
regardless of it scoring well or being good.
Yeah, for sure. And you can't necessarily. I mean, like, context is important. You can't just look at a game in a like Mass Effect Andromeda in a vacuum and pretend like the Mass Effect trilogy doesn't exist. I
Right.
mean, like that's a part of this legacy. You know.
But it's crazy. Yeah, I've seen several comments like you need to judge it as its own thing. You can't do that. You cannot extract it from the Mass Effect series when it uses that label so.
At the
it's
same
out there,
the
right?
same time, you can't go down a checklist and be like, "This is what I love about Mass Effect." It's not here.
Sure.
-1, -1, -1, -1. You know, so it's a tricky balance that, I mean, whatever we as critics need to work through. But as players, I mean, play it, and is it fun or not?
That's always the big question.
Yeah. So here's what's going on with this quest. This is a second phase of a quest where, as Pathfinder, I am sort of like integrated with an AI named Sam.
Okay.
And these hackers tried to sever my link to Sam.
Gotcha. All right.
I'm letting them think they succeeded.
Gotcha.
Because I want to figure out what they're doing. So assuming going into this, what I'm playing around with is like, oh, I'm not connected to Sam anymore, but I am. And
Gotcha.
I want to see where this is going.
So here's a question.
Mhm.
So does this quest have a different ending depending on your choices, or is it really just you're changing a dialogue string here and there?
This quest specifically, or like the game
Well,
as a whole?
okay, let's talk about it in broader sense. Are you able to affect things in meaningful ways?
Hold on. I want to actually figure out what's
That's
going
fine.
on here. Okay. So the answer to your question is choice is not a big part of this.
Gotcha.
We've touched on this a little in the stream already, but
Then I don't want to.
Well, no. I mean, but like it's obviously a big question, and so like ultimately, the thing to say with it is like, that it's not like they're trying to do choice, like Mass Effect, the trilogy did choice and failing at it. It's not like, oh no, we're like trying so hard for this, but the choices don't feel good. It's that it just feels like focus-wise they've shifted. So there are some choices in there that you make that have minor repercussions, but there are not those moments like save the Rachni Queen or don't save the Rachni Queen that have this like implication of consequence later down the line. There are choices that you make and you do see some results from those, but it's not like it's not the same impact, and they're not presented like they would have the same impact.
All right. I got you. It makes sense to me.
All right.
That can happen? I've never heard of Overlord.
I guess your father hadn't either.
Oh, Overlord.
Excuse me.
That's a DLC for, is it Mass Effect 2?
I certainly don't recall.
I think so. That's a cool tie-in. Yeah, Project Overlord, I think, was a Mass Effect 2 DLC about AI. So that would make sense. Huh.
What more can you tell me about Project Overlord?
A Black Ops experiment by mad scientists to merge a human mind with synthetic intelligence. Their creation was a horror. I paid a heavy price to get my son out.
There you go.
If you're afraid of AI, why join an organization that uses it?
We needed an escape. I thought the initiative was using shackled AI for research. When I understood it... Well, a firefighter doesn't run away from a fire.
That's true, they don't.
Overcome by their AI?
Worse. If the initiative thinks the human AI merge works, they might roll... Imagine Sam's power in the hands of people who weren't ready for it.
Okay, bye.
I shouldn't keep you.
Thank you. Don't worry about Sam reconnecting. Our AI detector is always watching.
That's good to know.
The virus was a beginning. I'm about to make sure the initiative never repeats its mistake.
All right.
No, okay.
Okay.
This may not be true for your scanner.
Knight's planning something big. That's not good.
All right, so let's do some scanning.
Find out what's up.
All right, so tell me about the scanning. Is this what is this? Is this like Witcher sense?
So a
Or
little bit.
Batman sense?
It's actually
Scanner tripped the AI detector.
so for me it's a little frustrating because it slows you down. So it's like you have to walk through and scan the environment to look for things like, oh, okay, that's glowing. So beep. Okay, and that's like an EMP thing.
Yeah.
You scan a lot of the same things like debris and heat lamps and stuff. So it's not like it's you're really not learning interesting things about the environment. It just gives you, and for me,
Let's wait until
it
we know what
removes me from exploration because like instead of me looking around the environment for interesting things, I'm just like brrr, and doing things. Oh, okay, there's a thing. Beep. Okay, and then I'm done.
Okay, that makes sense.
It's a schematic.
So yeah, I don't think scanning adds much. Like gameplay wise.
I mean, the way you're putting it, it sounds like it just not only doesn't add much, but it's a detractor.
Yeah, you don't need to do it is the thing, but they tie it to progression. So it's like the way you get research points to like do crafting is by. Oh, whoops! I don't know what happened.
It's okay. Your squad mates have it.
There we go. So it's like if you want to progress and like get, the cool items,
You have to do it.
you basically need to do it.
Fair enough.
All right. Well, let's say that was a win.
Well, we'll count it as one.
Unless does it still think she's alive?
It certainly doesn't look alive.
Well, no, but she's normally
That is a very dead thing.
normally they don't have life bars still. Like
Is it possible that the unit fell through the world and is in the wall there, and it's just displaying the corpse. I certainly don't know.
Yeah. Okay. That's okay. That's a bug.
All right. Wow. So, just in a few seconds here, we found some interesting stuff going on.
Unless, okay, maybe
we just go here.
Maybe I can still interact with
I
the
mean, it looks like
terminal.
that thing was dead.
Security.
Okay, it's letting me do it.
All
At
right.
least. I can still continue.
Cross-reference for blue boxes or quantum computers, EMP, and the Nexus.
Files found. Mercury. A strike to prevent any future AI by destroying all quantum computers on the Nexus.
Damn it. You could use those computers to create AI, but right now they run half the station. A lot of people could die. We need to stop Knight now.
All right. So, Dan, what is your favorite Mass Effect game?
I'll go with 2.
Okay.
Yeah.
That seems to be basically everyone's answer.
Do you go with a different title?
No. I mean, I think 2 is... It's tricky. I think 2 is probably the best Mass Effect game. Though, because I did not have the complaints about the ending of 3 that most people had, I really liked that one and the way it wrapped up that story and, you know, all that stuff. So
Sure.
3 might be my personal favorite, like from a story perspective, but in terms of like just the way that the mechanics and all that work. I feel like combat in 3 is better too, though.
Yeah, I think that's fair. I think that's completely fair. And, you know, the ending is very polarizing.
Yeah. But like the structure of 2, the whole like doing loyalty missions and the sort of, you know, Magnificent 7 feel of like, I'm going to go recruit a bunch of people
That's
and we're
always
going to
the
go
cool
do a
part,
thing.
right?
Like,
Yeah, I'm into that.
Yeah, that's pretty awesome. So, yeah, no two ways around that.
So how long did this, I don't know if you covered this already, how long did it take you to do your playthrough? Which I assume included some side content, but not all side content.
Yeah, I did so it's the much side content approach took me about 40 hours.
Okay.
The most side content approach has me at about 60.
Gotcha.
I think I probably have another, maybe we're looking at 70 if I do like some stuff that I was like, nah, okay.
That's fair.
So, I mean,
okay.
it's,
So there's plenty of meat on the bones, right?
yeah, but I was telling Kim earlier, I think you probably could do, I mean, I bet you could.
If you really want to do everything, you could probably spend a long time, right? Because there's...
Yeah, but I think that if you wanted, if you just wanted to like blow through the main story, I think you could probably do it in like 20 hours.
Okay. So you don't need the side quest to like, you know, gear or skill up or anything like that?
I don't think so.
All right.
I don't know. The game isn't super transparent in the way it's like how and whether or not it scales difficulty.
Gotcha.
But
What are the odds they'll surrender peacefully?
Less than 1%.
I never ran into a part that I was like, oh, these enemies are too hard, I need to level up. You know, it's not like a traditional RPG in that sense.
Sure.
I think that generally in the main story they kind of always want to keep things doable no matter where you are.
All right.
Especially in like how open this is in its structure, you know? It's like, well, you can do more stuff if you want to, but
I gotcha. All right.
Anyway.
That's interesting.
Okay, so it looks like I need to go back to the Nexus to finish this. So let's do it. We'll see what some of the Nexus is like.
All right. Yeah, sounds cool. Let's do that.
So the Nexus is like this game's version
Your
of
hub?
the Citadel.
Yeah. Okay.
Someone asked earlier, I missed that question with respect to Dan Tack.
Oh,
Dan's,
yeah. Hey, what's up?
Not a huge story guy, so what do you like about Mass Effect?
The
That's
combat.
a good question.
And you're right. I am not a huge story guy, but there are exceptions. See, I don't think everyone takes that really way too much to heart when I say that. It means there are a few video game experiences that I consider to be, you know, excellent story experiences. Like there are certainly story-focused games I like BioShock is definitely one of my favorites. Like I absolutely love the story in that game. And that's not, you know, I do gravitate toward gameplay systems over story for sure, but that doesn't mean I don't appreciate a good story. It just means that's a side thing for me. You don't need a good story if you have good gameplay with me.
That makes sense.
Yeah. So that's why I like the Persona games. Like, I know a lot of people approach the Persona games, as like very narrative driven. They want to get all the social links up and all that kind of stuff. And I'm just like, I'm just gonna start mixing and matching these demonic Pokemon and put them together and see what I can get, right, to make the coolest monsters.
Yeah.
I think there's stuff to enjoy in a lot of games that are more seen often as story centric. Like, but Fire Emblem is another good example. Like, people like the story in that game. I don't care.
Yeah.
I'm just all about the tactical gameplay, right?
Yeah, I can see that. For sure. Yeah, Persona's another good example of just like that those games are just so systems rich.
They are. Even above, yes, you do have to do a lot of talking, lots of interacting, but often those systems are tied as well to actual gameplay mechanics at some point. So that's why I find it cool, because even if I'm like, oh, I got to work up this social link with this person, there are tangible gameplay effects in relate to that as we work through the story. So.
Yeah. And next Persona game is coming April 4th?
It is, and I'm super stoked for that.
All right. Let's go check this out.
It's been a long time since we had one of those.
Yeah. Was it 09, I think, was when the PS2 version of 4 came out? And then Golden a few years later?
Yes, yeah. That's probably, sounds about right. I just know it's been a long time. I noticed someone said Martian Gothic had a ton of combat. Yeah, that's a definite combat-centric game. That's the gameplay experience where you just want to, jump off a cliff instead of play. Okay. So yeah, if you have any questions for us, just throw them in there, because we're checking out the
we got the chat.
Nexus now. Yeah, we got the chat up here, so I won't leave it to wait. If you say something cool, I'll throw it up here.
All right. So
okay, here's a good question. Now that I'm seeing this, does the world feel alive?
That is.
Well, there's people porting in and out of here, so it's really alive.
I've decrypted the scrambler you found. Sending you the no, I guess is the short answer. I mean, like,
sure,
it's a lot like this. When you're talking about the world, it's like, people, like I'd say it's a very sort of last gen.
Yep.
Not necessarily not that that's terrible, but like.
I really wasn't trying to knock it, actually. I was just trying to get a sense of where, the locations and the people you interact with are like.
I mean, it's mostly like this, where there are people standing around doing the same thing, kind of waiting for you to interact with them, which, again, doesn't feel...
It's not a deal breaker.
Doesn't feel great, but is not a deal breaker.
Gotcha.
Okay, there's our buddy Jal. You haven't met him yet.
I haven't.
Ryder, I just read the most fascinating histories about the conflict between the Geth.
He's our party member.
Okay.
He's in Angaran.
Really?
This is boring.
I don't doubt that. I have not gotten a Switch yet to answer that question. I do really want to play Zelda, and I am going to play Zelda.
That's the same boat I'm in. I actually had made the decision, like, you know what? I'm not going to buy a system for one game. Right. No Switch for me. And now I'm like, I'm regretting that and wished I had gotten one, because I don't, like, I can't find one now.
Right. Although they're coming. They're coming. I hear Nintendo's making more, right?
Uh-huh.
I think more will be available very soon.
Yeah, they always are.
Going through some harsh realities here.
Okay, so I'm supposed to be picking something up over here. I don't know.
To address your question real quick, DL Timmerman, how the original trilogy is referenced, we already saw one, so I have no doubt there's more than that one reference, right?
Oh,
we just saw a little callback. So I'd say probably a pretty significant amount based on just what I've seen here in 10 minutes or so.
So actually not that much.
Not that much.
An explicit callback to the previous game, like Project Overlord there, is pretty rare.
Okay.
There are some... Again, I guess I don't want to say too much about it.
Don't ever tread into that territory.
It's some spoilery stuff, but like there are references that serve more as, I mean, like, you saw my reaction. It's like, oh, Project Overlord. That's cool that they mentioned that, but it's not like it's some big like. It's never some story critical thing.
Gotcha.
If you did not play the first 3 Mass Effect games, you can jump in here no problem.
That's good.
They also, and as a fan, I'm not sure how I feel about this, but like, they also limited the number of species that are here because like, it could be overwhelming, I think, to like jump into a sci-fi universe that has all kinds of stuff. So it's mainly like Krogans, Solarians, Turians, Asari, and humans.
Yeah, I've heard some of the criticism has been laid at that area where it's just like there's like what 2 new alien races and that's it or something like that.
Yeah, so that's the other problem. Is like I think it's good that they limited the number of old Milky Way races that they're bringing. So it's like I didn't see any Quarians. I didn't see any like Volus or who else are there? Vorcha, Drell. They're Batarians. There are all of these like established races that just aren't here. Though they do have, there is an open door for them to like be here in future installments if there are any. But they don't counterbalance that with a bunch of new things to see.
Want to see this?
So yeah, there are 2 new races that are a little underwhelming.
Gotcha. All right.
I actually like their design. I'm more disappointed by the fact that they don't seem very fresh. They seem like they could have been.
They're playing it really safe with. Is that? I mean, is the
that's basically it. They look like they could have been Milky Way races.
Sure.
You know.
Okay.
So it's like, I was hoping for something a little more surprising.
Yeah, you think go into like this whole new place. You know, you really blow the doors off with some crazy new alien races, right?
Yeah, exactly, and that is one of this game's missed opportunities. And sure. I think it's hard to chalk it up as a terrible thing, but it is an opportunity that the game could have been really impressive and isn't.
Sure. Okay.
Okay, so want to talk about side quest content that may not be fantastic. This is me searching around for various devices that are hidden.
Yeah, with the scanner, right?
But she's carrying the last of those devices.
And this whole thing is part of this firefighter side quest that we've been doing, yeah? Or is that a main quest?
Yeah, nope. This is part of the firefighters, which is that group that was all about AI.
Yes. Okay.
As long as we're here, though, I want to pop in and take a look at Pathfinder HQ.
Okay.
So this is where the other Pathfinders hang out.
Okay.
And Korra. And you have some say, actually, in who Pathfinders are in some cases.
All right.
So what we saw earlier, without spoiling everything across the board, is
sure,
like
let's not do that.
we did a loyalty mission for Korra there, who's here, right?
Yep.
She's we ran into like the Asari Pathfinder, and something had happened to the previous Pathfinder. We basically had an opportunity to say, okay, should this new Pathfinder continue, or should someone else take over
so
her
you can
role?
get some control over that. Okay.
Yeah. So you have some influence in that regard. And that's an example if you're talking about choice and consequence.
Right.
Like,
so there are at least some things you have.
Yeah. So it's like
over.
you have a choice over that, but it's not like there's not save the Rachni Queen with the promise that this is going to pay big dividends at some point in the future. It's just more like,
I got you.
What do you want to do? So
it's more like subtle influences.
Yeah.
I got you.
Yeah.
Do I like Milky Way candy bars? Yes. Okay. Let's answer that one real quick.
Are there candy bars you dislike?
Oh, that's a good question. Oh, disliked candy bar. Yeah, anything with almonds. So Almond Joy's out.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Because I hate almonds.
What about mounds? Like coconut? Is that okay?
Nope. See, that's another one.
Well, so Almond Joy is out for 2 reasons.
You've correctly assessed that. You know, coconut's out. Almonds are out.
Oh boy, look at this.
Look at that.
She's looking a little weird.
To be honest, a lot of these a little questionable.
Yeah, well, I mean, like she looks like she's doing the Michael Jackson.
the Smooth Criminal.
Yeah, the Smooth Criminal.
Yeah.
Joe, have you lost your body yet on this stream?
No, I have not.
I have faith that we can make it happen.
That did happen to me. I loaded a game at one point and I was a floating head.
There. Wow.
My colleagues. God only knows
Like,
what
oh.
happened to my son. Nothing in you is human now.
What's my favorite game this year? Right now, it's probably Neo, but I haven't played Zelda yet, for the record.
I dream, I bleed, I feel like you. I just have a little extra.
Until Sam decides otherwise. I'm sorry. It won't let you see. But you're the beginning of the end.
How about you, Joe? What's your favorite game this year so far? We've had a lot of killer stuff hit.
What?
Ugh.
Ella, I'm sorry.
Boy. Yeah, that's tough.
Isn't it? I mean, it's been a really crazy year. And I have to wonder, like, contextually, how this game, has been received. It is really among amazing titles for just even the start of this year.
Yeah.
It's strange.
Huh. That's always tricky. And, like, I haven't had a chance. I've been playing, like, this and other review stuff, so it's like I haven't had a chance. I haven't had a chance to play Zelda. I haven't had a chance to play Horizon yet.
Yep.
I played some Yakuza, and I really enjoyed what I played of that. I'm trying to think what else was even this year. Oh, I want to play Torment. I haven't played Torment yet.
Sure. That's like...
So there's
I feel already that Torment is going to be one of those that I'm like, I really want to play it this year, and then it just fades away.
Yeah, well, okay, that guy's got something going on.
Yeah, he does.
Okay.
To answer the question, if I played Horizon, yes, I enjoyed it. I just didn't like it. Neo is more my style of game, but I really did like Horizon for what it was. That's probably my second favorite that I've played this year so far.
So these are paint jobs for the
for your rover then.
Nomad. Yeah. Sorry, I've been playing this game for several hours straight now.
It gets
spacing out a little bit.
Wait till you get to the end, man. It's the worst. That last hour is just all.
So I actually my current Nomad paint job, it doesn't let me compare them, is called Archangel, which was Garrus's code name in Mass Effect 2. So it's got a very Garrus sort of like black and blue look to it.
So a lot of the callbacks are just these like subtle, like they're not story based, just like, oh yeah, I remember that thing, I remember that person.
It's mostly things like that, or like recordings from character or. Recordings that may mention characters that you know or something like that, but nothing that's like, hi, I'm Garrus. Turns out I'm on the Andromeda initiative.
Gotcha.
Because that would not make sense. So I just got some skill points, and I figured this might be a time to dive into how this works a little bit.
That sounds cool. Let's take a look at this.
So right now, I am specialized in biotics.
Okay.
You have, these are all options. So it's not like any of these, well, some of them unlock the more points you spend in a particular tree, but not a ton.
Okay.
So it's like, for instance, Singularity, I think you need to have 9 points invested in biotics before you can start investing in Singularity.
Sure. Okay. So there's some element of treeing up.
Yeah, but not much. So you just have all of these options here for things that are like, that you can do, which, again, in theory, I think sets up some potentially interesting combos, right? It's like, oh, I've always wanted to combine, like some tech stuff like Overload or Incinerate with just straight up like Concussive Shot or Singularity or something like that, So it's like the idea that you can sort of mix and match all of these skills is interesting.
Okay. So it works. You can actually do it. It's not just,
Yeah, so like here, I'll do a quick change here. So let's back out.
I suppose that there's that sort of weird enemy scaling thing going on that really makes it so it doesn't really matter how you build though, right?
Well, it's not that it doesn't matter as much as like there's what would be the way to describe like it's that there is a path to victory through every encounter. It feels like no matter how you're spec'd, you could do it. So it's a question of just what's the most fun for you on the way.
That's fair. Okay.
So let's say that I am doing that, and I don't have any. I only have passives there. So let's have Overload and Pull and Singularity. How about?
Oh, it's got little videos that show what they do. That's cool.
Yeah. Well, it is and it's not.
It isn't. It's not for this one.
Well, take a look here.
Okay.
It's like, I want to look at Paul.
Okay.
So what they show is actually not how this power works.
Okay, so that's bad. Okay.
So like that video, it's like, yeah, you shoot a thing and then
you
then
grab
the
a
people,
guy.
but then it functions more like the old power lift, where they just sort of like kind of float there.
Okay.
So this part of them like zipping towards you, does not happen.
It doesn't happen even at the higher ranks.
No,
it's
no.
just a thing that doesn't happen. Okay, that's super weird.
So it's like they grabbed an older version of the power for this video.
Right.
Anyway, I mean that's again one of those minor things that's like, oh, that's a little weird.
That is a little weird.
Well, especially since you would presumably be using these videos to decide whether or not this is a power I want. I mean, like here, let's look at Lance. What does Lance do? Oh, that looks like something I might like.
Yeah, you throw a thing and you blow up a guy. I get it.
But at the same time, so let's look at what Lance does. All right, let's throw it and explode. And now let's look at what throw does. Okay, I throw it and
they seem very similar.
Yeah,
in
so
the
it's
video. Yeah.
So part of what the my dilemma with combat ends up being is when they give you all of these different options without a class structure to sort of like guide you towards which ones might work well together. It's not that it's overwhelming isn't quite the right word. It's just more like things seem superfluous or redundant. And so you're just sort of left like, okay, so like, should I invest in throw or lance or like concussive shot? It says that that detonates, but like this one, like incinerate also. No, that one primed. It's overload detonates. So yeah, like, and I would say that I was able to make sense of it pretty quickly, mainly because I had so much experience in Mass Effect in the past and with Mass Effect 3 multiplayer, knowing like which powers pair together well.
Sure.
That if you're coming into that without that layer of like expertise, it like I don't know how you parse some of this stuff, but even as like, let's just say that I'm not giving anyone enough credit and everyone just like gets this automatically.
Okay.
And you still want to experiment with it. The problem you run into with that is that you can only equip those 3 powers at once. So if I want to be a tech specialist, I can't have overload, incinerate, turret, cryo beam, and energy drain all mapped at once. So then it's like you just feel a little bit restricted in terms of creating a build that like really uses everything that you want it to.
Fair enough.
Anyway, with all that being said, I feel like I should probably invest in some tech because that's been a while.
Got a question in chat. Do enemies respawn?
Yes. So I'd like, if the short answer is yes. Like there are various camps and stuff that you'll run into that just like basically have a pretty steady presence of enemies. You can't just like go around and like clear out a whole planet and then there are no more bad guys there. But there's also a degree of like, I know for a fact that like I went into, there was a remnant vault that I went into that I had cleared out. And when I went back in there, like 15 hours later in the story, it was still cleared out.
Okay.
So I think the answer is yes and no. Like depending on the situation, what they may or may not, where they respawn. Let's throw that one in there. All right.
Okay.
So then, so I mentioned before that there are not class systems.
Right.
You just have this big array. There are incentives to making you spend points particular ways, though, and that's where this comes in, which is the profile system.
Okay.
So you see that this is my soldier profile. It's currently at rank 2 because I have however many points that you need to spend in combat skills to do that. So if I have the soldier profile equipped, I get all of those bonuses in green there. Like more damage, more accuracy, all those are good things. So like basically if you decide that you want to play like a more traditional like soldier class, you're rewarded for that.
So I mean, even though there's not real classes, there kind of are, right? Like if you spend your points in such a manner that you want to get these nice bonuses.
Yeah, the way to think about it is like rather than a class determining which abilities you can invest in, you invest in the abilities that you want, and then you get passive bonuses based on your particular play style. So I have Adept up to, I think this is my highest rank on, like this is the one I use the most. So it's like the bonuses there are pretty good. I mean,
yeah,
like
biotic combos can set off additional explosions. That's pretty nice.
Yeah, the echoes are good. The additional like radius is good. So I tend to stick to Adept. I also like Vanguard, which is a mixture of sort of biotics and soldiery stuff. So yeah.
Okay.
But each one of these are familiar. I mean, with the exception of Explorer, which wasn't in previous games. That's just a mixture, sort of hodgepodge of all of them.
Okay.
All of these are classes. Like these 6 are the 6 classes from previous games that represent a mixture of different disciplines. And you can map different ones here. So like this I have the tech profile with those 3 like tech powers, but then this is my Vanguard build, so that's anyway.
I got you. Makes sense.
So that's how that all works. I'm going to load my preferred one that I've been using, which is that. Unfortunately, as I demonstrated earlier, swapping between those in combat is really not
sure.
It's possible, but not really viable to the point that like I wish you could swap those profiles easier and have that additional flexibility in combat, and you can't.
Okay.
So anyway,
all right,
that's that. All right, and what kind of quest do we want to do? We were doing stuff on Kadara. We can see what there is to do there.
Let's go kill a giant boss thing. Can we do that? Is that an option?
I don't think that's an option.
Reading our mail, that does sound interesting.
Well, you think this is reading mail. This is quest navigation. This is how you set.
Yes, I get it.
This is how you set what
quest system.
You're doing. Let's do. So this is a little more of like a social thing.
Okay.
That I've been wanting.
Night
to
of the
check
town.
out.
All right.
So there's this guy that you've been working with on the planet Kadar. His name's Reyes.
Oh, Lieutenant Reyes. Yeah, he was in Call of Duty.
Okay. Probably a different one.
Oh, okay. So this isn't the same universe. Got it.
It might be.
Could be.
It's space related.
Could be. That's right. It is.
Anyway, so he is an example of a character that he's not on your crew. He's not one of your party members, but he still seems to be a romance option.
Okay.
And there are a few of those that are sort of maybe more casual or less important romance options.
So not main character, but you can romance them.
Yeah, so I'm going to try that.
All right.
I mean,
Let's do it.
I'm currently romancing Jawl, so let's see if I get in trouble for it.
This will be interesting.
I might not. Drawl doesn't seem like he would really, put up a fight for it. It seems like he'd be more the type to like not show up and confront you about it, but the kind of like peer in, see you kissing another guy, and then going and like crying in his room for a while.
Oh, you're gonna hurt his feelings, Joe. You don't do that.
No, I mean he's just the Angaran are more of a feelings-oriented race.
Okay.
He's not super assertive.
Gotcha.
Okay. And someone was asking earlier in the stream about how like traveling from planet to planet is, and so again, you can see in a case like this when it's like, oh, I'm going to do a quick run from the Nexus to Kadara. It isn't that. It isn't super annoying.
Okay, that's important.
Like, where it is super annoying is when because like, see how it's not like this is super slow. I mean, it's like okay,
but these are a good number of load screens to get to from point A to point B.
Right, and in one sense, I can see how the goal might be to put you in the universe, but like from a very practical standpoint, you're just sort of left. I can't even count the number of times it's like, well, I need to go someplace, so it's like gonna check my email quick on my phone,
right.
or it's just like it really kind of puts the brakes on whatever momentum you might have going.
Okay. Yeah, that's not good.
Which again, if you're just doing it to go from point A to point B, is something that's not a huge problem. But if you're doing stuff that requires a lot of travel between planets, that gets frustrating.
And as you said, there are plenty of missions that make you do that, right? So
there are, but it's not usually. I mean, you know how this works, where it's like
yeah,
you have a
go talk to one guy, he tells you to talk to another guy.
Well, yeah, like in an MMO in WoW, if
Yes.
if you're supposed to do something at one outpost and then you get one quest for another outpost,
Yep.
you don't immediately go to the next outpost. You like clean up what you're going to do here.
Right.
You accrue some different tasks and then you move on. And
That
that's
is
sort
usually how it goes. Yeah.
That's how this works also. Oh shoot! I came here without realizing. Okay.
Oh boy. Oh boy. So
here's an example.
Yes.
Of.
So now we're gonna have to go back somewhere.
Of me blowing it, where. So in order to do this thing with this guy, I need to actually call him on the video monitor from the Tempest. Not
okay.
I can't actually.
You can't actually go to him. We have to call him on the phone.
It's not that he's in a physical place. It's that I think you initiate the mission just through the telephone.
All right.
What?
I got it. I mean, we're all about texting these days. I completely understand.
Is this game any good? I think it is.
I like it how some people are just straight to the point with their questions. It's appreciated honesty.
Yeah, I mean, I scored this game an 8. I think it is fun.
Pathfinder, you've got missed calls on the Tempest. Check back when you've got a minute.
It is not perfect. And it's disappointing in some ways, but like I had a generally feel positive about it.
Okay. There's another question here. You may have answered before. If you have, we'll probably skip it. But does the new galaxy feel unique? Do the planets have any unique features that we have not seen before?
That's a good question. I mean, part of what makes it feel different is that focus on exploration, right?
Okay.
So it's like previous Mass Effect games, you look at the planets that you visited, and they were generally very corridors isn't total. I mean, because like there were more than just hallways, but
I mean, if we're looking at it from
in terms of their design, you were sort of funneled through specific places, and with the exception of the Citadel, there wasn't really like, hey, go explore this area.
Right.
So being able to do that here makes exploration feel different. The planets, I think look cool. On the other hand, there are here's 2 desert planets. And here's a forest planet. Here's an ice planet.
And a lava planet. You gotta hit all the.
So they do sort of connect familiar dots in that regard also. But I still think visually, I think it looks cool.
Gotcha.
Let's see if PB's down for some action.
From what I hear, PB's always down for action.
Hey,
Oh, she's not now.
Thanks for
I may have tapped her out. Okay.
Is it as good as Phantasy Star 2?
Oh, why don't you answer that, Dan?
Well, I unfortunately have played a lot of Phantasy Star 2, but I haven't played a lot of this. But just on the surface, I'd say Phantasy Star 2 is better because it's Phantasy Star 2, and that's an excellent RPG, and you should play it today. I think you can play it on Steam now if you haven't played it before.
I was going to say you should play it today on that system in your parents' attic.
That would be the best. If you really want to play it and get the real feeling, you got to go to a basement somewhere, a nice, cool basement, and just set up with that Sega Master System and enjoy.
Well, hey, let's see how Reyes feels about this. I want to do this.
We're working Reyes right now.
Suvi said you called about something important.
Thought you could use a night off. Sloan's holding a get-together for the locals. I managed to snag an invite. Care to be my +1?
Ooh, there's the old +1 move.
Yeah.
That's a good one.
Sloan doesn't seem like
This guy knows what he's doing.
She sees these events as a necessary evil to keep the people happy.
Are you asking me out?
I promise to be a perfect gentleman.
Oh, yeah. This is going to go down nice.
And if I don't want you to be a gentleman?
That can be arranged.
Oh, wow. Man, Joe, you are working this right here, right?
Especially from Sloan's Reserve. I'll meet you outside Outcast HQ.
Okay.
All right. So we're going to a party?
Yeah. Let's do a night on the town.
All right.
Let's meet Reyes.
Is it as good as Dark Souls? LOL. That's
I
Joe would probably like it more
I
than Dark
think
Souls,
this
right?
game is
Yeah.
better than Dark Souls. Yep.
And this game could, given that Joe's gave it an 8, knowing me, probably, from my perspective, it won't be as good as Dark Souls. But
yeah, I'm not as into Dark Souls.
Which is fine.
I did like Bloodborne.
Bloodborne is the best Souls game. No doubt about that.
So do you think, Reiner and I were talking about this earlier, do you think From Software is working on Bloodborne 2 next? Or is there...
If Sony made it worth their while, I'm absolutely sure of it.
Would they make a new IP that is like Bloodborne, basically the same thing with just a different motif?
So like pirates?
I don't know. I mean, what?
I do think the thing is, Bloodborne's a tough one for me to talk about because I do think it is a complete game. It doesn't need a sequel.
Mhm.
I really like what they did with it though. So you'd be saying take it outside of Lovecraftian lore and focus on something else.
I mean, let's say that instead of Dark Souls and Bloodborne, they unveil. I mean, let's take your pirate example. Let's say that it's Pirates of Doom by From Software.
Yeah.
and
Working title.
And Pirates of Doom is you are the last swashbuckler. And you're going out there and fighting a bunch of pirate bosses. And
Right.
I mean, you know what I mean?
I do.
It feels exactly like Dark Souls and Bloodborne, except it's just piratey.
I think that would, obviously, we're just using that as because obviously pirates would be ridiculous because you'd just be fighting like a giant pirate and a giant crow.
Oh yeah, that'd be ridiculous. But
Giant Captain Hook.
Yeah, but these Lovecraftian monsters. That makes total
honestly,
sense.
they do actually make a lot of sense in Lovecraftian
yeah,
lore, right? Like they look disgusting and they're huge. Those make sense canonically. I think.
Okay. Point being, do you think From Software would make that game?
I have no doubt that From Software is making another Souls-like game without the title Dark Souls right now. There's zero question about that. Whether it's going to be Bloodborne 2, I mean, I would hope, above all hope, that that's the thing.
Okay,
But let's temper expectations a bit. I don't know if we'll see that.
So if you are watching this right now, which you are, if you are considering this game for yourself, like you want to play it, I want to point you directly to this mods merchant. The game does not communicate super well the fact that like mods are things you really want for your guns, but not things that you can make yourself.
Okay.
You can make certain augmentations for when you craft guns, but you are often just at the mercy of what you find for the mods for your guns.
And how does that feel?
Which is
You
not
feel
great.
Okay with it? Oh, not great. Okay.
Okay, yeah. Partially because it's like some mods are kind of crap. So like let's say
Okay.
like this is the main way that you customize your weapon,
Yes.
right? Where it's like, okay, I want more damage. That's
Sure,
good.
that's pretty
Like,
self-explanatory.
I want that. Except like, what about things like this? Where it's like, okay, so some of that stuff's good, but it's got that red.
Yep.
It's like, okay, so all of a sudden it's a minus. So there are a lot of the
So you
mods
have to weigh
that have
positives and
minuses.
negatives.
So if you find heavy stocks and you're not interested, and if you're like me playing a biotic class, that extra weight can be a problem with your cooldowns. So you don't want that. Anyway,
Okay.
all that being said, you want to get to Kadara and find this mods merchant because this is where you're going to be able to actually get the stuff that is what you this is what gives you the widest array of options for picking and choosing. Like, yep, I want that, I want that, I want that, and not.
I got you.
This is what I happen to have picked up.
All right. Fair enough. Makes sense.
Let's see what's going on here. Let's go to a party.
That's always on my radar.
Party man Dantac.
That's right.
Hold up. This is a private event.
Name's Ryder. Human Pathfinder.
This reminds me
Kind
of
of a big
Saturday
deal.
night, man.
There's no line down the list. She's with me. Reyes Vidal. Go on in.
This does not seem like a hot party.
No, I've been to these before. Usually, you say you get one drink and then you leave.
Remember what I said about fashionably late?
Introduce me to your companion.
Pathfinder, meet Kima Dorgan, the Angaran representative to Sloan and a friend.
A pleasure, Kima. Call me Ryder.
Reyes mentioned your professionalism. I was hoping he'd bring you, Pathfinder. You're all he talks about lately.
Is that so?
Sorry to cut this short, but I need to take care of something.
Abandoning me already?
It won't take long.
I hear that, and I like that. Just sounds like I have to go take a dump euphemism. You know,
It really, man. I don't feel the emotion in these dialogue chains at all.
Yeah, it's
like even when they're trying to be, a little bit suggestive, it's not there. It's just like they're talking.
Do you treat all your dates this way, or am I special?
I'll make it up to you.
I
Promise.
And there he goes.
Any idea what he's up to?
It's better not to worry about what Reyes does. Enjoy the party.
And we got a super cool party to enjoy here. Yeah. There's like 5 people.
Tack, you just don't know what parties are like in. What year is this? 2700.
They've really declined.
Yeah.
That'd be a cool way to enter a party. Just like start scanning everyone immediately.
Maybe that's what they do in whatever universe this takes place.
Also, it's like you think you would get kicked. I mean, like what an ass move to just like walk up. What's your deal? Oh, I see. There actually is a part in the game where it's like you're walking by and someone scans you, and you can go and kind of get up in their face. Like, what are you scanning me for?
Good. That's good.
But no one seems to have the same problem when you do it. Okay.
This is definitely like the most animated party I've ever seen.
Like, are these? Look at that.
I mean, what are they doing? Are they?
I mean, like,
they're just looking at a box.
It's not that they're doing anything particularly ridiculous, except
they're not.
This guy is just like.
It just seems more out of place in this environment than it does, you know, out on the deck of the ship or whatever.
But yeah, I mean, like this. Is he leaning against that box?
He's checking it out extremely intently.
So this is the kind of thing to know about when you hear about the technical problems in the game. I mean, again, one little weird, like kind of glitchy position that someone's leaning in. That's not a make or break thing. But
certainly not.
In aggregate, when there are a lot of them, it gives a sense that that things are just sort of a little bit.
Something just doesn't feel right.
It's unsteady.
Yeah.
You know, you're a little worried. Like, is this game gonna like fall apart on me? Do I need to save? Actually, I should probably save.
It's always a good idea.
I can't right now. But yeah, there's just that general sort of like sense of danger on the technical front that makes me a little uneasy.
Good to see you again, Pathfinder.
What's up?
Yeah, I don't know how to articulate it, but something has just felt off. It feels just a little. Something's not like you're like completely wrong or completely. It's just like a little bit weird. It's off-putting.
I wonder. So I'd mentioned before, it's like some of these things were problems before with Mass Effect, and people didn't mind.
Right.
But that was also the last generation of consoles, right? So it could just be that like Mass Effect hasn't like even though let's say this game is exceeding the bar technically from previous Mass Effect.
Yes.
I don't know if that's necessarily true in all ways, but like even then, I don't know that it's advanced far enough to keep pace with its peers.
Sure.
You know, it's hard to.
That makes a lot of sense.
It's hard to look at next gen open world games and this one and not sort of see that this is
right. I mean,
not up to.
You don't want to compare it to other games, but you sort of like these two things do not exist in a vacuum.
Yeah, they're part of a landscape.
Skills are very valuable in Kadara Port.
Are you part of the Resistance?
No. Ephra and I share information, but Kadara's problems come first. If war breaks out between
Okay, we got a couple questions here in chat.
Yeah,
is there weapon degradation in the game?
There is not.
So the answer is that one. Would you say this feels more like an MMORPG?
I hope these pirates haven't given you a bad view of my people.
Don't worry, Ryder. I judge individuals, not groups. You, for example, I like. Not sure about who you work
I guess
for,
there's a certain amount of similarity that any open world game shares with
Yes,
an MMO.
of course.
Right. But like there are also elements of MMOs in terms of just like.
There's been so much back and forth borrowing
Yeah.
from MMOs since they, became a major thing.
I don't think Sloan would appreciate that
Like
mindset.
I've said this before, but like this feels like a Mass Effect game.
Okay.
It's more open, a little more like exploration driven, but like the vibe, like the storytelling, the characters, the combat, it feels Mass Effect. It does not feel that this is like, even though the bar for quality on some of those fronts in terms of like, I would say the characters, the technical stuff, even though that bar doesn't quite meet expectations, it still doesn't feel like a drastic departure. It still feels like it's Mass Effect. It's
Gotcha.
just maybe not as good as you'd been hoping, but it's
Sure.
still fun.
Have you seen Reyes?
Yeah.
No, but I'm sure he'll be back soon.
So to the comment, they are trying so hard not to talk smack. I'm not actually trying. I haven't played the game yet, so I'm trying not to judge it. And Joe liked it, so.
Yeah, I mean.
And I think we've actually been pretty clear at every time we see something that's been questionable, we've called it out. So at least I have.
Yeah, and I feel like I've been doing that through the stream also. For me, part of it is like, it's not hard to go out there and find negativity
Absolutely.
about this game right now.
No,
and
no, it's not.
and it's not like I want to try to spin this in any way. I mean, like read my review. There are problems with combat. I've talked about problems with progression, technical problems. Like, I have issues with it.
There is, yeah. Definitely check out that review. He does go into great detail on some of the issues, which I really appreciated from a review standpoint, actually.
It has problems, but I feel like some of the problems that this game has are overshadowing the things that it
Sure.
does well, and the things that I as a Mass Effect fan, and I think other people who've been excited for this game, will enjoy and will want to see.
So the negative points are basically taking the spotlight
Yeah.
over all else, which is certainly, that can happen.
And I absolutely will not, I do not want to downplay the negative points.
Yes.
But
they're just not the only thing.
Exactly.
Yes.
Yep. That's exactly what it is.
I got a couple people asking about how the multiplayer is.
We're gonna check that out in a little bit here, but for me, it's hard to judge something like today is launch day for
Yes.
multiplayer. So
Okay.
I played a bit on pre-release servers, but honestly,
yeah, that doesn't mean you know how that goes.
yeah,
It's like,
and I got in some groups that really weren't that great. So it's like the way you want to play this is with people that you can coordinate your attacks, and and you also want to see long term how the progression pays off and things like that. So I mean, the short version is I've enjoyed what I played so far. And it feels like, just from a mechanical standpoint, it feels good. But so much of that multiplayer is a post-release thing rather than an at-release thing.
Sure.
But
so difficulty level, we are streaming it. We are not getting any ad revenue from the stream. We're not a Twitch partner, so we can knock it. We're under no obligation not to knock it. In fact, if you've been watching the stream, we have knocked a lot of things about this game.
Yeah.
So we're not holding anything back. We're just giving, the opinion. We're just telling you what we think.
Hey, I do not think this game has a good villain. Ryan and I were talking about that before. This series gave us the Elusive Man, gave us Saren, gave us interesting
Sure.
villains. This game has a pretty one-dimensional villain with a straightforward evil overlord thing that is, and the ending. Again, this is in my review, but and the ending just really didn't do it for me.
Gotcha.
For a Mass Effect game, that's a problem, and that is one of the reasons why this game falls short of previous Mass Effect games. That's a bit. There's a big issue right there. Okay.
I just see, I see more than one sentiment in chat saying, we're trying to dance around issues, which I don't think we are. There are other aspects to the game outside of the negative aspects which have been covered intensely, including by us.
Yeah, yeah.
That's all. There's more to it than that.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I feel like we are in chat or on the stream and in our other discussions. I mean, like we're not going to shy away from the problems, but I really don't want to focus on them exclusively because like so much of the narrative of this game in the last week has been like, oh my God, this is such a disaster. And like I played this game and enjoyed it.
Yes.
So like I wanna try and convey
that's
some of the
reality.
reason for that.
And I think you've been doing a good job of it so far.
Thank you, Dan.
I just wanted to make sure that we addressed the comments.
Yeah. That's a good point.
Here's an interesting one. I'm pretty sure you've stated this explicitly in your review and elsewhere, but what is the best part of the game?
Oh.
Since now they're curious, since we...
Mm-hmm. I think the best part of the game is the combat. I have some issues with like the progression and how that feeds into combat, which I've talked about, but
yeah.
The mechanics, like just the controls are responsive. It's fast and it's fluid. I like the way that the encounters are sort of have like the arenas that you fight in are usually like kind of multi-tiered, so it gives you the opportunity to like jump around, dash around. I like the focus on like biotic, or not just biotics, but of like using your powers together in concert. So like priming a combo, detonating a combo, and things like that. So that's my, like in my mind, combat in Andromeda is the best it has been in the Mass Effect series.
There you go. Excellent. Concise. There it is. There's.
All right. Well, it looks like I have to talk to her now. I've had a meeting with her before, but it didn't go super well.
Oh yeah, she starts out pretty nasty, throwing it at you.
Yeah.
Well, that would only raise questions.
I mean, she doesn't really look like she's having a good time at this party anyway.
No, it's like her party. And also, if you had to throw him, why would you make it that like uncomfortable?
It does seem really uncomfortable.
Let's see what he's up to.
Okay, so Reyes took me on a date, but ditched me
and then left.
Okay. I'm starting to think
something's going on here.
He may not be a great date.
Maybe he had something to do, man. You know,
he's had something to do for a little while.
Maybe he's got IBS. You know, when you gotta go, you gotta go.
Damn it! Why can't the serial numbers be in the same spot?
Oh, you're right. He is up to no good.
Whatever you're doing, it stops now.
Ryder, it's not what it looks like.
So you didn't use me as a distraction to go through Sloane's stuff?
Okay, yes, but it's for both our benefit. I promise.
You've been making a lot.
Well, now you just can't trust him for good. Now.
Shit! Someone's coming. We need a distraction.
I'll smooch you. How about that?
Oh. Sorry.
Yeah, you're just.
I think we're in the clear.
Oh, go for it.
Maybe another kiss, just to be sure.
Now you're just teasing me. Finally, here it is.
That's what this was all about? Whiskey?
The good stuff was left outside the party. I gotcha.
I like the idea of a secret whiskey mission.
Andromeda.
Triple distilled.
Triple distilled and 645 years old. This isn't whiskey. It's treasure.
As long as I get some.
I hope you're planning on sharing.
Whiskey.
Of course. Oh, we're going for both here. There was some innuendo. It was just what? Come, it's really okay. I can't. It is really. It's unnerving.
The
it's
hand
like,
in
they're
hand
weird.
stuff.
They're
is,
weird, man.
Yeah. Yeah.
Like it's just like there was nothing wrong with the scene. The scene was kind of cool, right? You party distraction. You get the whiskey.
But there's something that's a little like animatronic
they're
about
doing
it.
some, yeah, it's really. It's almost creepy.
Yeah. Yeah. It's true.
Every day's an adventure.
And it's not like it's like, you know, blatant. It's just like, oh, that's bizarre. That's not how things work.
Yeah,
It shouldn't look like that.
It's just off enough to really make you be like, what? Why?
It's just enough.
To be someone.
Aw.
He doesn't need the ego boost, man.
Yeah, he does.
All right.
He looks so sad. Look at him.
He does. Get the 1,000-yard stare. With the whiskey.
And new friends.
Wow.
Yeah.
Games just can't do drinking.
They can't.
They're universally bad at drinking.
God. And yeah, I wonder if here it's even worse because now you're like start looking for it, right?
Yeah.
Because
Yeah, it's too bad.
It is. But you know what? I liked the scene outside of this bizarre.
Yeah, I mean, but things like on paper, the idea of like, all right, you're gonna go to a party, you're gonna find this guy, like rummage
You do
around
the
in
old-
some
you
stuff.
get caught, you do the
a
kiss scene,
You go,
yep.
you have some whiskey. Look, as the sun rises, like that. Like premise wise, that sounds fine.
Yeah,
But then there's just
I'm
the
okay with
like
that.
the sort of Chuck E. Cheese robot
That's
approach
really
to it.
It's like some Five Nights at Freddy's.
Yeah, yeah. There you go. Just ends like, and it's not that bad in every
Right.
scene, but like it's like that in enough scenes to make you just sort of like.
And I think when you are a game that is so like, you know, we're telling a little snippet of a story here, something is happening, like you're gonna pay attention to these things because you can't not.
Yeah.
It's way beyond quirky. It's like its own weird aberration thing, and it's just like it's kind of creeping me out at this point.
Yeah, well, and you know what? It's also the sort of like part of what throws me off. I think it's the inconsistency of it because sometimes it's okay,
right?
Sometimes it's not. I'd almost prefer it to be a game like so. Like I really like Deadly Premonition. You know that
Yep.
old that sort
That's
of
a
like
cult classic, yeah.
which has super weird animations and facial expressions and stuff
But
like
that
that.
game sort of like revels in it, right?
Yeah,
Like,
it is so consistent in its weirdness that it's almost like well, this is just how it is. It's hard to look at that. It's hard to look at a conversation in that and be like, wow, that looks so weird because it always looks so weird.
Yes.
But then in this game, when it looks so weird, it looks like a mistake.
It does. It does.
Yeah.
It-
Anyway.
Yeah.
Okay. Healy's assignments, Kadara. This is what we need to do. This is like
Okay.
our next phase here. But
Okay, let's do something with combat before I get kicked out of here.
Oh, you haven't seen any
I mean,
combat?
I've seen very little parts. but-
Okay, well, I think this will probably set us down the path to some fighting.
Okay.
So what we need to do, like part of our mission on Kadara, is like settling it, right? Like we want to establish an outpost, but we can't establish an outpost because this planet is terrible and has drug problems and gang problems and all this other stuff.
Okay.
So what we need to do, it's sort of like a multi-pronged quest. And this is part of it here, which is like, or the last part is like getting along with this group.
Okay. Gotcha.
It's nothing
Uh-huh.
but a boat. Some of my crew saw you head into the Badlands. I hope you weren't real estate hunting.
Compared to some of the other planets in Helios, Kadara is almost habitable.
I know. That's why I chose it.
If we work together?
No. I will never work with the Initiative. Try to settle here, and I'll consider it an act of war.
It's pretty harsh.
So an interesting thing about this attitude of hers
Yeah.
is that, like, I don't know if this was a bug or not, but when I was doing the final mission of this game,
Okay.
like I'd had one meeting with her and she basically just told me to bugger off. And
Okay.
then in the final mission, when you're doing your final push against the bad guy, like she and her crew showed up and helped me and started like shooting guys and stuff. And
That
I'm just
doesn't
like,
seem to make
I
more
don't-
sense, right?
Yeah, it seems like a mistake.
Okay.
Helios isn't exactly hospitable. How did he survive after the Nexus?
We didn't leave empty-handed, but when supplies ran low, we were forced to get creative. I ordered hits on Ket convoys.
Does she have
traded
different
with
colored
Angar
eyes, or am I just seeing that?
I think it's just the lighting.
Okay.
Or maybe maybe she's got different. It's tough to say.
I can never remember the name of that, what that's called. I was going to say condition, but that makes it sound like it's...
No, it's
I mean,
there is a name for it. It's
Yeah.
it's a real thing.
I always just call it Yuna eyes. Because Yuna and...
I'm pretty sure that's not the name for it, but
No,
I like
it's,
it.
it's probably not, yeah. But no, Yuna and
I looked you
FF10
up.
had different colored
Head of
eyes.
Nexus Security, Alliance train. Record shows a temper, but otherwise paints the picture of a loyal soldier. Why'd you switch sides?
Because I'm sick of serving assholes. I could have handled the situation on the Nexus, but Tam wanted a bloodbath. He brought in the Krogan without even asking me. New galaxy, same old bullshit.
You could have quit.
They would have died without my help. Not all exiles are criminals. Some of us just had enough.
You became a pirate by trying to protect people from a massacre?
The irony isn't lost on me. You know, Pathfinder, when I joined the initiative, I thought we could build a new society. A better one. But the initiative was just another empty promise. The only person I can count on to change things is me.
I don't know. She was just sitting around partying. I mean, she's not doing it.
She's really not changing anything. Maybe slightly shifting her position.
How did a human come to lead an Angaran port?
When I got to Kadara, the Ket were rounding up Angara like animals. It was a slaughter. My people put an end to it. Naturally, the locals were grateful.
And the heads decorating the spaceport? What's that about?
A warning.
Sometimes you get really weird framing like that too, where it's just like a head is.
I mean, these are noticeable things.
Yeah.
And
What does the collective have against the outcasts?
do we know anything about the DLC plans?
The charlatans thugs.
I don't
Been
know.
asked.
I don't know that they've been explicit about that.
Okay.
My guess, a group of people.
Yeah, that's a good.
It'd take more than one person.
I
to run the
honestly
You're
would
not
not
worried
be
they're moving into
surprised
outcast territory?
if
they
what,
make a play,
even if they've announced them, if we didn't see those sort of
the
like
outcasts.
put on
You mean
hold
the
as they
selfish?
sort of work to address some of these, you know, like
Wow. No hesitation.
I don't know. I mean, I don't know if this has changed today. I've been in the stream all day, but like, but I wonder. I wouldn't be surprised if there was some sort of like statement from them that was like, hey, you know, we've heard your concerns and we're gonna work to like, you know.
I almost expect that at this point. Just after, you know, I haven't seen a ton of this game, but like,
Only curious.
just being here for as long as I have, you know.
To some degree, you don't even need to see the game. You just need to see the response to know that like fans aren't, you know, that fans aren't super happy with the
some of the
sort
aspects,
of technical angles, or because like it's just out today. Not a lot of people have played through it, but the people that were playing it over like the
early
access and stuff, like there are definitely issues there. So okay.
Would you want Pathfinder?
Oblivion. You heard of it?
Of course. It's my product. What of it?
Here's a great one, Joe. You're gonna like this one. How does the game compare to Sonic 06?
Yeah. Sonic 06.
Safe to say we're what leagues above there, right?
Oh yeah. I mean, I think, man, I don't even know. Scoring Sonic 06 would be really hard because that game is. So it's like technically, I don't know if we've ever given a 0.
Has there been? No, I think it's like 0.25. Is that the lowest? Like, there's been some point.
You're abusing.
It's really. I don't recall the lowest.
But like, yeah, it's Sonic 06 is just barely a game. It is so bad.
Not that I have to explain myself.
And if you're curious, if you somehow haven't heard that before and you're curious about it, we have 20 plus episodes of us sitting there suffering through it.
That's
it is trash.
I'm going to assume that's why he brought it up. So yeah, there's a playthrough of Sonic 06 going on at the Game Informer office currently.
Yeah.
If you really want to see people hurt and in agony, you go watch that.
Actually, speaking of Game Informer and playthroughs, I also wanted to mention again, we have a game club for Mass Effect.
That's right.
Coming up. I believe. Wow, I forget when it starts out. But
later this month, I think by the 30th, something like that. I think it's the ballpark date.
Right.
31st is the first one.
I shouldn't. I should have checked this first. But we're well, by we I mean Ben Hansen and crew. I probably won't be there, but it's playing through parts of the game and just discussing it. And I think that there's interesting stuff, good and bad, to talk about with this game. So
I am actually going to be. I'm very curious to see those discussions, like what comes up. Yeah.
Yeah. So if you want to participate, all you need to do is play this game up through. I think we're calling it Havarl, like the main quest through Havarl, the second sort of large planet you visit. And you can tune into our podcast and send in questions and be part of the discussion that way.
Yeah, those game clubs are always super cool. I was in the Pokemon one last time. It was a long play.
I was in the Final Fantasy
What
VII
exactly
one.
are the rumors about the cat?
And that was fun. I was in the first episode of the original of the Deus Ex Human Revolution.
Yeah, Joe, I think I took your place.
Yeah,
in that game club.
I just, man, I did not like that game.
Really?
No, I really didn't like it. So I bailed out.
Listen, this is how
Sorry,
it is.
everyone.
Everyone knows Sloan destroyed the Ket presence here.
Would you want a card game spin-off of the Mass Effect series?
Weakness.
To put that plainly, no. No. I mean, every big IP has to have a card game now. Sure. If they did it right and it was a great game, fine. But we all know that that is not the case because
Said Sloan
it's,
killed the cat
you know,
here.
I can't wait to see it. It's inevitable now, right? Like, I can't. Only on iOS and Android. Mass
Whatever.
Effect battle cards.
I don't buy it. They release Mass Effect battle cards, and you will be all over it and talk about how, oh, this actually does some unique and interesting things for a CCG.
Will I? I can see that future. I don't like it.
Excellent.
I am a little skeptical of the card games. So.
And you should be. It's just the fact of the matter is, you know, they're one of the frontiers that it's really easy to make a side product with a strong IP with. So you'll forgive me for being a little skeptical about that.
Gotcha. All right, so now we're looking for the cat on this planet. The cat are bad guys, so we should all. I mean, this has got to be a fight.
Okay.
There's got to be a fight.
Battles
coming.
are cool. I mean, I'm not, especially with Mass Effect, I don't care if it's just all fights, but I haven't seen any yet, which is my only.
Yeah, yeah. Okay. Is it not going to let me go? I can't fast travel. All right, well.
D.L. Timmerman's comment, nothing compares to MTG, Magic the Gathering. I would say that's probably correct, but there's no reasonable digital way to play it, so.
What happened to their online thing?
They have it. It's just, it's not. They have continually made it. I believe that they are, you know, worried about cannibalizing their paper product if they make an online component that does everything that they can do with the paper version. That to me is my interpretation of that situation.
Because yeah, it seems like a no-brainer, but I guess.
Right. Yeah.
Oh, hey, you want to see how crafting works? No, you don't. You want to see combat. Let's do combat.
I would like to see crafting would be good too. We haven't seen that.
So this is I crafted this weapon. This is a pretty awesome weapon.
The paw.
Yeah. I think it's like what, particle assault
that sounds
weapon
right.
or something like that. We won't do crafting now though. That's just more menus to wade through.
Okay.
We want to fight some stuff.
Let's stop with the menus for a moment.
Because man, the menus in this game can be a pain to get through. They're just like not super intuitively organized. I mean, they are functional.
I mean, you know,
but there are often times when you're going through them and being like, why is that the way it is?
Okay. I mean, menus are tricky, man. Like a lot of great games have bad like Zelda. Even in Zelda, right? You've got to fight those menus to get durability and apples and.
I was talking to Reiner about this earlier too. That like, Witcher 3.
Witcher 3 is a great example.
When that game came out, that interface was just awful.
The inventory, not a fun excursion.
Yeah. Oh no, it was Jeff Cork I was talking to about it. Yeah, like everything interface-wise in The Witcher 3 was a huge issue when it first came out. But like over time they patched it, and it's. I still don't think it's perfect, but it's definitely better. All right.
Okay.
Okay, so let's check out our map, find out where we're going. Fast travel there.
Okay.
I bet we're going to fight some dudes here, Dan.
I'm ready to see some combat.
I can't believe you've been sitting. I'm so sorry that we haven't been fighting.
We got wrapped up in quests.
I didn't realize this was so boring sometimes.
It wasn't, you know, I liked the party, sort of.
I mean, that's one of the things I do. I kind of like in Mass Effect the balance of like, okay, I'm going to go and do, you know, fight some aliens and do some quests. And then I'm going to spend an hour walking around my ship, talking to my companions and, you know. And generally, I like that balance, but yeah, you haven't been around for much exciting stuff. Sorry about that.
I thought the 625-year-old whiskey was pretty exciting myself.
Would you drink 625-year-old whiskey?
Without a thought. Are we gonna find some? That'd be pretty great. That'd be like what, 1400s? That'd be amazing.
Aftermath of an
have to be like 300 proof.
Would that still be good at that point? Because like
maybe.
Oh, I'm sure it would. It's super expensive, isn't it?
From the 1400s, I don't think that
600. Because like at some point, I know like wine gets better with age or whatever they say, but like at some point, that's just like straight up vinegar in that bottle, right?
Yeah, I wonder if there's got to be some expiration date, right? Wait, can you find us how much it costs? A bottle of whiskey from 1425 would cost?
Yeah, what is the oldest bottle of whiskey available? Go just check it out on Amazon.
Yeah, so we're looking at Guinness World Records here. And oldest bottle of whiskey is Glenavon Special Liqueur Whiskey, bottled in 1851 in Scotland.
See, that's like modern compared to what we're talking about here.
Yeah, 18. Okay, so like.
So.
Geez, not even.
It was
200.
recent. It was last sold for almost 15,000 pounds.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
So a little pricey. That's okay. I'd rather do that than like get a house or something.
Like only 160 years old. We're not even talking about
625.
It would cost as much as a house to buy that.
What did the Ket take from you?
I guess they probably have a bottle in a museum somewhere we could steal.
Wait, cost as much as a house?
Well, if you're talking about 16 or 600 years
right, we're
old.
talking 625 years.
Gotcha. I thought Wade, you're talking about buying a $15,000 house, and I'm like, man,
you're getting
that is a fixer-upper.
It's a definite fixer-upper. Here's a question.
Hold on, I'm going to shoot this body as soon as he dies.
Titus, this Ryder. Your Ket rumors have weight. Just found a
Oh,
caravan.
never mind.
they
Okay, what's the
attacked.
question?
Which you won't be able to answer, but do you think they'll make a sequel to Andromeda?
Said they headed for the hills.
Yeah, I do.
I'm going to
Okay.
check it out.
It's again without spoiling. I don't want to spoil anything.
Right, no
about the
spoilers.
ending.
No spoilers. It's going right through him.
Yeah, that's how it works. Without spoiling anything about the ending, what I'll say is like it's not like Mass Effect 1 where it's clear like there is a huge threat on the horizon that we have barely touched kind of thing. But they set it up in such a way as like, okay, so now here we are in Andromeda and there are challenges that we face and things we can explore. Like they definitely set it up as like potential for future stories to be told without making it feel incomplete in case it does end here. But I feel like they definitely made this with an eye toward making more Andromeda games.
Okay.
Oh, do I have to get out and do this every time? Okay. Okay, so there's some Ket tracks.
Ket tracks. They're leading up into those hills.
God, it's getting tracks again.
Yeah, I'm not a big fan of this game.
I'm getting tired of it. I was okay with it in Witcher and Batman and all that stuff. And it's like,
well, but in those games too, another thing is that like you just press it and it's a mode. It's just like an overlay, right? So it's like
in Horizon you kind of have to hit the track first and then you can keep it. Yeah,
but
you
like
gotta find it first.
I guess part of what bugs me about it here is that like here I am running around, I'm moving pretty quick, but then if I want to scan, it's
right. You gotta find it again. Okay.
There's got to be someone's going to attack me up here. There we go. There's a red.
Yeah, there's
dot.
a thing.
Might be worth a look.
All right.
There we
It's
go.
vicious.
Whoops. I blew it.
Nah.
That's all right. This will work.
There you go. Biotic combo.
So my singularity lasts long enough that I can usually get a couple biotic combos out of it, which is kind of cool at this point. Whoop.
Oh.
That's a problem. So yeah, compared to say like previous Mass Effect games that were a lot more like hunker down behind the same piece of cover and just like pop and shoot. There are more encounters that are sort of, like this that are a little.
You're
more,
definitely moving around.
Yeah.
It's a little frisky.
Check. I can hover.
All right.
So yeah, I mean it's not. I would say like by general third-person action standpoint, it's not like top of its class or anything, but it is for Mass Effect combat for sure.
Correct. Okay. Okay.
Okay, so I'm supposed to scan for more tracks. Oh, I blew it.
They tell you where they are. And you still have to scan for them.
There are not many times that this game does not give you a pretty straightforward like objective.
Okay.
Ket tracks. We're going the right way.
I mean, like, I don't want to get in my car and just like drive it each little bit. But this is also going to leave me with a pain in the ass trek back to the Nomad at the end.
They won't let you walk through the drive-through, Joe. You gotta bring your car through.
Yeah. So because I'm an adept, this is called it's like a biotic jump instead of a jetpack jump.
Okay. Sort of hopping your way along.
Yeah, it's functionally the same. It's just the idea of visually it's.
I get it.
A biotic
That's cool,
thing.
right?
Yeah.
Like, it's a little flavorful.
More tracks. Can't be far now.
All right. Come on, red dots.
Oh, I see some. There's a bunch of them.
All right. So one thing I want to bring up real quick.
Yes.
So here's the tactical wheel.
Tac wheel.
In previous games, you would use this to like tell your party members which weapons they should equip, and to tell them there's a different one to like tell them which powers to use. So you could be like, all right, Liara, prep that guy with singularity so I can, throw this thing at him or whatever.
Right.
You can't do that in this game.
Okay. You
can't decide what weapons they use, and you cannot tell them to use specific powers.
Okay. So what can you tell them?
That takes away a little bit of the personality. What you can tell them is generally just like, where's someone with shields? Focus on this guy.
Okay.
So that means that they generally go over there and try to attack that guy to the best of their ability.
All right.
My issue with that is that from like a personality standpoint, you kind of get to know your party members and how they function based on, like the powers they use in combat. So if you're not really seeing much of that, I feel like it takes a little bit away from your connection to them.
That's very fair.
At the same time, I also see why you wouldn't want to have that tactical wheel, because like combat is so much like faster paced that it would it'd be a pain in the ass to have to like stop and command your party members all the time. Mass Effect 1 combat, Mass Effect Trilogy combat was kind of built around that, and this one is built around like you just having pretty straightforward control of your character. So a little bit of a mixed bag there.
Okay.
I don't know what this thing is. Oh.
It's coming right for you. Be careful.
Danger.
Oh, man, it didn't stand a chance.
Okay, that thing got murdered. All right.
See that cave? Good spot for a hideout.
That's probably where they are.
Inside.
I'm getting a feeling.
Think I found something. Sending the nav point.
Ooh. Pick up some iridium.
All right.
Looks like a hideout to me.
Does look like that.
Impatient, are we?
Sloan.
Oh, she does have different eyes.
Wasn't expecting
She
you.
does.
She wouldn't take no for an answer.
I'm not about to let
Maybe
someone
one's just a
else fight my
contact.
battles.
Who knows?
Especially an initiative lapdog.
You don't want me here? Take it up with Kaitis.
Oh, I will.
Enough. Let's get this over with.
You're such a grump when you're worried.
Every second you're gone from the port is an opportunity for the collective. The Pathfinder and I can have...
What was that?
They know we're here. Get ready.
Okay, this is it. This is the big one.
We're gonna fight.
It is time to fight. They said that just in case you weren't sure.
Right. No, that's not gonna do anything.
There you go. Just smashing that guy. Oh yeah, there we go.
Nice. Okay, so one of the things, instead of, in previous games, you'd have like disruptor ammo or incendiary ammo that you could just like set. they're consumable. Wait, oh crap! I used the wrong thing.
That's right. You used shield though.
They're consumable items in this one, so
Right.
it's like.
So you get fire ammo for a while.
Yeah, so it just gives me a few clips worth of fire ammo.
That's a big one.
There we go.
Nice.
I want to punch him. Punch him.
Ooh. You get him.
It's not happening. Well, I think Drac killed him.
There you go.
There we go. There's a trophy for punching people who are floating, so I'm going for that.
It's got to. Of course there is.
All right. We beat some dudes.
You got some viability points.
Mm-hmm. All right. Okay.
Oh, this is all good stuff, right?
Yeah, so another thing about the systems in this game that don't totally line up. Wait for trouble to come calling.
Mm-hmm. It's on hold.
Okay. Another thing that's weird about the systems is that you find guns and stuff laying around, but they are just objectively inferior to things that you would be able to make.
Of course.
I mean, you need to buy the blueprints and stuff, but why would I use this crappy version of a gun that I could make twice as good with the right augmentations and stuff?
So can you break them down for?
So, yeah, I mean you can
materials?
get materials and stuff for them, but
all right.
Anyway,
all right.
I very rarely ever used anything I found. It was always just well, I guess I need to make something better then. What's the?
I think that's the last of them.
Let's get rid of the bodies.
Wouldn't want anyone to know you had Ket hiding under your noses.
She's got that gun trained on her,
Yeah.
man.
Appreciated.
I'll have your payment sent to the Tempest.
All right, I want to see if there's anything worth it in here.
Yeah. After that, we should probably do some multiplayer. Yeah.
Yeah, we can check.
Because we got. When are we? We're an hour and a half left. Sound about right?
Yep. So Matt Miller's going to join us in a bit for some multiplayer action.
Yeah. Hey, Wade.
Yeah.
Do you have access to Matt Miller right now?
I'll go grab him.
There is going to be multiplayer. In fact, it's coming out right now. Apparently.
Oh no.
No, wait, don't go.
We can keep. Is Wade gone?
He's not gone yet.
Okay. No, we don't need to go get him yet. I was just saying when he comes down, I have a water bottle on my desk that I would like him to bring.
Well, he's doing 5 minutes anyway.
Oh,
okay.
Man, perfect timing. So I'm gonna bail, and Miller's gonna come in for the cool stuff that I'm gonna miss. So.
Hey, you can both stick around.
I don't know if Wade's set up for that. Well, I guess I'll ask, but if you have any last-minute questions for me before I bail, now's the time. And they're gonna do cool multiplayer stuff.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, I'm gonna go check out this cave full of cat. All right, IRL.
All right. Okay, Dan. So now you've seen a little bit of this game in action.
I have.
What's your takeaway? You're gonna play it, right?
I am gonna play it, but I am hesitant to give a takeaway based on what? How long was I down here for? A couple hours?
Yeah.
I gotta tell you, I'm.
No,
you didn't sell me on it in those 2 hours.
Okay. Okay.
It felt like I've been doing sort of the same activities in other games already this year, in a more enjoyable format without the jankiness. Man, I still want to. I want to give it a fair shake. My initial impressions are not positive.
Gotcha.
Okay. So yeah, actually, I had some people asking about that. My first impressions are not great. It's sort of like a death by 1,000 cuts from my angle, from what I've just seen, based on my 2-hour watching Joe play impressions. Like, there's just so many little things that go into it that make it. I don't know. It's not doing it for me.
I think that's a fair way to put it. Is that like no one of those things is
right
a problem, but in aggregate, it really does become a problem.
Easy to ignore like one thing, but like there's just seems like everything we do has some little quirk to it.
Yeah, and what you're not getting in terms of, I mean, this isn't me. What's the way, like you're not getting the main pillars of,
Sure.
and like seeing how everything loops together, which for me is what made it fun.
And I do
You know,
realize
it's
that,
like-
which is why I'm always hesitant to give.
Yeah, no, and
first
this is-
impressions,
this
but that's
is-
what they are.
This is no fault on you. I mean, you've seen what we've shown you, and there are weirdness in the other stuff that goes on too. But like, for me, the core of what made this game like ultimately fun was the loop of like, okay, I'm gonna go explore, I'm gonna do some quests, gonna like level up a little bit, gonna go talk to my squad mates, do some quests for them, gonna like the sort of back and forth of all those things. But yeah, no one of those things is so great as to like really stand a cut above.
Sure.
And especially when taken with all of the, all the warnings you have to give about, like right there, just like general technical functionality.
Like it's weird because they're not like game breaking things. They're not terrible things like, oh gosh, don't play this because of that. It's just like they're all little things that in summation, I don't know, they're making me very wary.
Yeah. Yep, and that's fair. And especially when some of them are tied to things like that people love about Mass Effect. The idea that like, okay, I really like the party members, but then like, but your conversations with them sometimes feel a little like wooden or strange, and like, oh, I love the story in a Mass Effect game, and then like I said, in this one, I just don't think the villain's that compelling. So then,
yikes.
They're collecting junk. These outlaws won't have
Yeah,
a faction.
alright.
Keep your guard up.
But like you said, the core pillars are what they stand up, which is something I will have to
Yeah.
experience for myself.
yeah, don't take my word for it.
No, I won't. But oh. Am I on the next GI Show podcast? I do not believe so.
Let's get you in on an episode of Sonic 06, Dan.
Oh God, please! I was in that one. That was enough.
Oh, that's right. You were in the one that I was not in.
Oh my gosh, what a terrible game!
It's so bad.
That's one of those ones where it's just like, how does this even exist?
Like look at this.
I mean, that I'm okay with. You're gonna see that in any open world game. You're gonna see somebody in the wrong spot doing something stupid.
Yeah.
That one doesn't bother me so much as some of the other stuff that I saw.
All right. Well, I feel like I did some good work here.
You did. You did.
There might still be enemies around.
Hey, there's some, I like the way that geyser looks. All right, I gotta say something positive before I leave. I did like the way the geyser looked.
Head back to the ship. So a lot of times, if a mission is like on hold, like wait for trouble to come calling or something,
Right.
then that means like
Means you gotta go back to the ship
either
and do something.
like do more missions or go back to your ship and read an email, and then
Okay.
something will happen.
Yes, Technor84 says, Emmy has people expecting a certain bar of quality, and you're not wrong.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah.
that's definitely an element here. When your previous 3 titles are all like freaking, really great games that people talk about for forever, and this one seems to be almost universally, whether you regard it as average or good or not good, a declining quality.
Hey, what do you know?
Hey.
Come to Qatar ASAP.
Okay. Carrier signal.
feel like
Gives
maybe
you
I had an option to not have that woman sniped, and I
Right.
just wasn't paying attention.
I believe that was actually mentioned when that happened. Yeah, somebody said you could change things that way. I don't know if that's accurate, but I believe it was said in chat.
No, I mean that seems accurate. I kind of wish I had paid more attention there, but
When are you going to play another Tex Murphy on Super Replay? Well, hopefully never.
yeah, that's
but
that's never happening.
Hey there, got a sec? Sure. You know.
Not as long as I draw breath.
You're going to be part of our what is showdown this year, Dan?
Yes. I don't think we revealed the format yet. I don't think we have.
No, but
we have teased it. It's going to be based on a very popular TV show. I think that's all we've said.
Okay.
It's going to be a riot, I'm sure.
You know what game you're fighting for?
I do.
Oh, okay.
And it looks like the extremely intelligent Matt Miller is here to take my spot. Hopefully, he'll keep you guys a little more entertained than I did. Especially since you guys are going to be looking at multiplayer. I didn't get to see any of that. So
Yeah.
maybe that'll be great. So I'm going to step out. Thanks for watching, guys. And
Share, and subscribe.
It's at the end of the stream. You only say it at the end of the stream.
Yeah.
All right, guys. Thanks a lot.
Oh, hey, Dan, by the way.
Yes.
Up at my desk, there's like a blue water bottle.
Yes.
Will you get that for
Yes,
me?
I will.
Thank you. I've been talking for several hours. And
doing a great job.
I've got a little bit of a dry throat. So we'll save. Hi, Matt.
Hi, Joe.
There are your headphones if you want them.
I want them.
You'll need to hear Wade. He's got important stuff.
I bet he
the
does.
best hot takes.
Yeah.
Hey, everybody. Here I am.
Matt Miller, who he and I talk about Mass Effect a fair bit.
What's this game called?
Mass Effect.
They're making a new one of those?
And so we're gonna hop out and check out some multiplayer. We're gonna see if we can get into some matches and stuff.
We had some late nights, Joe, with Mass Effect 3 and some multiplayer.
Yeah.
And some getting killed in gold matches. Isn't that what they were? Isn't that how they ranked them? Gold, silver, bronze?
We eventually got to the point that we could finish them, but the gold ones were pretty consistently a problem.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I'm not gonna lie. I'm pretty stoked, just generally speaking, about this title. You've done most of our coverage on this game, and so I get to kind of have a pretty fresh experience here on Mass Effect, which I'm very stoked about, both multiplayer and the campaign. I know there's some mixed feelings. Not everybody's loving everything about this game, but I really like this universe. So
yeah, and I think good, we're online. The multiplayer is something that I am really excited for here, partially because this is a weird thing to be excited about, but because it's so much like Mass Effect 3.
Okay.
Which, like you said, you and I spent a lot of time on Mass Effect 3 playing with some friends, playing with our coworkers here in the office, and they definitely have, from what I've played so far, they've definitely kept the essence of what made that fun.
Okay.
They haven't messed with the formula so much to make it feel like it's something different. At the same time, there are some tweaks here too, so that's good.
So do you have different classes here in multiplayer?
So let's take a look at what we've got. So kind of like the first game, it's split up into specific, I don't know what you call them, kits.
Okay.
So it's so female soldier, male soldier, Vanguard, sort of you get one of each class, but then a gender option.
Will it let you look at the ones you don't have unlocked yet?
Yeah, so we can see what they are at least. So yeah, I mean but basically just different options for the races, which, like the last game, you sort of get more of by buying the sort of random grab packs.
Sure.
So you spend the credits that you earn in multiplayer on these, on these packs that may or may not have, a rare character class or something in them.
Okay.
That's
human
cool.
kineticist. Yeah. That's cool.
Yeah. So more than just being so we have a human adept, which is something I've played a little bit here. Where is it? There. So it's we have the human adept that has those like 3 biotic powers, but down here the human like kineticist is also also a biotic character, but also like has a different loadout of powers with a different bonus stat.
Now, when in the last game they actually sort of added new characters over time. You know if they've said anything about that?
So I don't think that they have specifically outlined the sort of rollout, but they have said that they are planning to support it in a similar way.
Cool.
You know, so like I'm sure that that means more maps, more characters as it goes on, things like that.
I think my thought about this game is that you and I and some of our friends that we play with, this was when we played a lot of Mass Effect 3, it was before a number of other great cooperative online games had appeared on the scene, right?
Okay.
And I think from a personal perspective, that's where I'm kind of coming at this from, right? Like how much time I'm going to invest in this is going to be directly correlated with like, is it still as much fun in comparison with games like Borderlands or Destiny or Division or Ghost Recon? You know, some of these there's a lot of games that have done some interesting things with the online co-op shooting experience.
Mm-hmm.
And yet I had a blast with Mass Effect 3's multiplayer, and I'm really stoked to get back into it.
Yeah, I wonder. That's actually a good point. Because like, you're also really big into Destiny.
Yep.
How do you think are Mass Effect and Destiny different beasts, or are they related enough to be like, I'm not going to play Mass Effect, I'm going to keep playing Destiny?
They are dramatically different in terms of approach to shooting dynamics, right? I mean, I don't think anybody would, even at first glance, would compare this with what's happening in Destiny. It's just a different kind of feel to combat. There's this focus on the powers and stuff like that. That, you know, Destiny is much more concerned with a kind of moment-to-moment shooting, a tightness of shooting.
Yeah.
Right? But they do have some similarities in terms of like people who like rich sci-fi universes and that kind of slick armor design and all that kind of stuff. That's something shared between Destiny and Mass Effect. But more importantly, in regards to this multiplayer stuff, I'm specifically thinking about, you know, in games like Destiny now, I have an opportunity to do things like strikes and raids that are exciting, action-packed shooting experiences that I play on console, right?
Yeah.
And that was part of what I liked about Mass Effect 3's multiplayer, right?
Mhm.
Was a chance for like our buddies to all get together and have this kind of cooperative thing where we're like, okay, this is going to be pretty challenging, right? You're going to need to be over here and hold down this point. I'm going to need to, you know, hang out here and take care of this. You've got a really great power set to deal with this kind of enemy, so whenever they show up, you're going to deal with that, right?
Yeah.
There was that kind of dynamic, and in that way, I do think it's similar to some more recent games that have iterated on the online cooperative formula.
Yeah. Yeah, that makes sense.
So we'll see. I'm not sure. I don't have any doubt that I will spend a good bit of time here and see how it shakes out.
I mean, I know that we have friends who are already like...
Yeah, we were already talking about like what systems are we going to be on, all that kind of stuff. Well, tell me a little bit more. I mean, you've played enough of this now. You can tell me. I know, and I can tell that there's a lot of things that are very similar to Mass Effect 3.
Yeah.
What's different? Like how are the matches structured? Do they still have like difficulty modes that you can set before you get into a match? Or?
So like a lot of that stuff is still the same. It's like, you know, wave based combat that has you like a little bit of a downtime between each one, that you are ultimately are like trying to get to the final waves and get extracted for like the, you know, your big bonus.
Right.
That core is the same. I think where some of the best changes come in are the core changes to the combat that you see across all of Mass Effect, and that, or Andromeda rather, which is like the fact that the combat system feels even more refined now.
Okay.
So it's just like more responsive. The way the powers work is more satisfying. Setting off all those combos is still a lot of fun. You know, like all of those kinds of things just feel better now.
How is in the multiplayer component? I know they've made some changes to cover.
Yeah.
How does it feel in multiplayer?
So the cover is one of my complaints about this.
Yeah.
I don't think it's like
it's not a deal breaker.
I think for me the way it feels is like there are times when it doesn't work that you're feeling like that should have worked, and times that you definitely eat a death when you didn't think that you had it coming.
Sure.
At the same time, you know what? There's no other side of that. Like it is frustrating sometimes, but not often enough to feel broken.
Okay.
Yeah, but like another area that I feel like it's improved is because of this element of, like because of your ability to boost and your ability to dash and all that other stuff. Oh, that didn't work. Yuck.
This is what comes to trying to talk to me while you're.
Yeah, sorry, I'm a little
you
bit.
just wrecked that guy.
I feel sorry for my team here, who A, I am off mic, and B, I'm acting like an idiot.
You showed that wall who was boss, though.
Yeah, I really did. So you see the way some of this works just in terms of the combat being a little faster and the environments being a little more dynamic. So I think that also comes into play here.
Yeah.
In terms of just the way multiplayer feels different is like it's less hunkering down and blasting at waves coming on and more mobility.
Okay.
Which is whoa bad.
Oh, he looks like trouble. He's got all kinds of shields.
Oh, that guy died. Sorry.
So what would I be getting over time that would make me better? Right? Am I getting new weapons?
Yeah, so it's the same thing. Like in that structure, it's a lot like Mass Effect 3 also, where, depending on how far you get into a match, you get experience that you then, so like that just improves your sort of base performance. And then you also get credits that you use to buy items and stuff that you can, use to improve on a match-to-match basis also.
Okay. I see you are.
Oh, dang it!
This is a joke that only you and I will know, but I see you're still on Team Green.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Absolutely.
when we played this game together, some of our friends were insistent in wearing this god-awful green shade that you have carried over into our live stream.
The brightest neonest green you can find is what's important. Oh, right at the last second.
Oh, nice.
Thank you. Sorry I blew it. I'm using a gun right now that I really hate, by the way, which is part of the problem.
Yeah. And how do you you can't change that in match?
Not mid-match,
yeah,
no.
Yeah. So is the goal here, it's still saying kind of like we got to get 10 waves and then it's done?
Yep.
Okay.
Now, they do the thing that they did in the last game too, which is like give you some slightly different objectives. Like, oh, we need to hack for this one and stay in the same spot. And
that's every like 3 or 4 rounds,
yeah,
maybe?
Yeah, so they throw in some different objectives there. So like wave 5 is just survive what's coming at you.
Yeah.
That's not a problem. But do I have it? Wow, I'm really blowing it.
You're doing good. But everybody's fine. It's all good.
Wait, I don't know where that guy's going, but I'm going to stay with like other people. What?
Yeah, I think for me there was always the addition of the objective stuff and the power usage that you had access to during a particular match was always the thing that, even though this is effectively a Gears of War horde mode in most regards, it added that little extra something to make it more long-term playable for me. Than some of those horde modes, just sort of standard horde modes have been. Incidentally, I'm sure you did this so that you could illustrate this point. Talk to me about dying in this instance. Like, it sounds like somebody can revive you as long as the circle is up.
Yep.
And then do you come back after the round?
Yep.
If you're just okay.
Correct. Yeah. So once this thing goes, but I mean, that still puts a burden on whoever's still like.
Yeah,
now
of
I'm
course.
dead until the end of the round. So now I just watch.
Let's watch some other guys.
Yeah. See someone who's maybe a little better. Whoever this Vanguard is has been doing pretty well. So.
Go Holy Strider. Holy Strider 07 does not know that they are the star of our live stream right now. But they are. Congratulations.
Here, I want to be the star again.
Okay, we're just gonna look at Earl of Sandwich
face down on Team Green.
On Team Green with really, really bright green armor.
That's how Team Green goes.
I understand that. Yeah.
Yeah.
You used to shout at me when I wouldn't switch on Team Green. I was like, that looks terrible.
So, well, there actually was a reason for it. And that was like, if you, like, there are a lot of enemies. No. So it's like enemies in the game have like certain palettes.
Yes.
So, but no one uses gross neon green. So that means it's easy to tell where your teammates are and stuff in a big melee or whatever.
I do remember we would have those times because eventually there were Geth, like classes by my recollection, and so there would be times that somebody would play one of those, and you'd get really confused.
Yeah, I remember that. I do remember there being just figuring out where people were and like how things worked out. Yeah, I like Team Green.
Right,
I'm all for it.
Fair enough. Well, this map seems pretty cool. We have a few different maps. Do you know how many they're starting with?
I don't remember off the top of my head.
Okay, but I mean, we're talking like a couple of them, 2 or 3, or
more than that.
Okay,
yeah, but I mean, it's still generally I get the sense that it's going to be that sort of thing where it's like your success is largely going to depend on how well you know the map. Too.
Sure. Well, and we're kind of approaching it from that very challenging perspective of like we're just kind of hopping in with random people here and hoping for the best.
Yeah.
Which is not the most ideal way to try to confront this kind of challenge. In an ideal world, we would all be like talking with each other and picking complementary classes to play and that kind of thing.
Yeah.
I wish I could remember exactly what the class was. It was, who were the little guys in Mass Effect?
Volus?
Yeah, I had a Volus like bomb guy that would put down this like.
Oh, I forgot that was it. That must have been later.
It was late, yeah.
Okay.
That they added some of those like weird other character races into the mix. But he had this bomb he could throw down. It was just super awesome.
Someone in the chat wants to know where you would score this game in the series so far.
Last place. I mean, like, even though I did, I enjoyed Andromeda for all of its warts, but like, it does not stack up to the original trilogy.
That is a pretty high bar, to be fair. I mean, I think there's lots of games that we don't share exactly the same tastes on, but I think both you and I would say that the Mass Effect trilogy as a whole are among our like favorite games ever.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Right.
There are some. I mean, one thing that I mentioned in my review is that like I think pretty much the area where Andromeda compares best to its predecessors is just straight up in like combat mechanics.
Okay.
I feel like it, like just the way it controls, the way it feels is, wow.
Way to go, buddy.
That guy's awesome.
Tell me what the Ascendant's Orb, Ascendant, is that just the
Ascendant
enemies
is the
that he's
name.
fighting?
Yeah, it's the name of the enemy.
Got it.
Wow, nice work.
What wave are you on now?
I think this is 6.
All right.
I'm gonna stay close to that guy. I am blowing it. I was answering a question. What was the question?
Where
God,
you'd rank these?
I'm blowing it immediately. Get out! Get out! Get out! Okay.
Oh, now you have time to talk again, Joe.
Sorry, everyone.
So yeah, we were talking about kind of ranking them against the other ones, and you like the combat mechanics,
Right. So I think with like combat from Mass Effect 1 to 2 got better, 2 to 3 got better, and again from 3 to Andromeda, I feel like it's really finding a groove in terms of like, you know, what like how it can differentiate itself from other third-person games and sort of have an identity that's like, yes, this feels like Mass Effect combat, not just this feels like a poor man's, you know, pop and shoot third-person shooter.
Okay.
So I think we're closer to that, but pretty much like unfortunately, like in the other areas of this game, I feel like the general story isn't as good, the villain isn't as good, the cast isn't as good, and that's not to say that these things are straight up like bad.
Yeah.
But if we're talking just straight comparison, on pretty much most of the other fronts, it's just like it just doesn't feel as good.
Fair enough.
So.
Do you still kind of have like a race choice when you go in to start a multiplayer match? Like which enemy group am I going up against?
Yep. I mean, if you do a custom match, you can sort of like, you know, put this is who I want to fight, this is where I want to fight them, et cetera, et cetera.
Yeah.
The different factions are like, so here we're fighting the cat, but there's also like outlaws, which is sort of a general faction, and it all comes down to Holy Strider again, I think. Anyway, yeah. So different enemy types, different maps, all that sort of thing.
That went bad.
Well, that's all right.
Yeah, that's all right. We want to see a couple other maps anyway. My experience was that even when we were all talking and we were all choosing the right kind of classes, in the early days, as people were still getting new weapons and trying to get good weapons on board, it was not easy to get all the way through a full, like, 10-wave structure.
Especially when you're playing with, like, early level characters before you have a chance to, like... one thing I don't think I did mention specifically is, like, as you level up, you get skill points, which you spend.
Sure.
You know? So, like, that's one of the ways that you get better.
Sure.
Is just, like... I mean, I think...
Do you want to show me some of that, like, character customization stuff?
Let's do... So, okay.
You gonna put on a weapon you like better?
Yeah, that's step one. Let's see. So the Zalkin is crap. I don't like that.
The Avengers. That's like the classic, isn't
Avengers,
it?
The Avengers is a pretty good standby. Did I have another weapon? Oh, I didn't see it on my back. Whatever. Sorry. So yeah, we'll go with that.
Is equipment like a one-time, like for one match kind of a thing?
Right. So it's the sort of like, okay, these boosters, these, you know, revive packs and things like that, the RPGs that you want to get, you replenish your supply by spending your mission funds and buying packs, et cetera, et cetera. So I probably could. I don't want to do these right now. I just kind of want to get in there and mess around.
Yeah. But I'm it was kind of like interested in how you can change things here. Yeah, this is what I wanted to look at.
Right. So this again is like it was in Mass Effect 3.
Yeah.
And this is also how it is in the single player campaign.
Okay.
Like you have, as Ryder, you have more abilities to choose from, but it's that same sort of thing of like you invest up to a point and then your options turn into like either or splits.
And these points are earned just kind of by going through matches?
Right.
Okay.
Yep. It's like you earn XP, you get a level, you earn skill points, you drop them into abilities.
Got it.
And the better your abilities, like the higher level you are, the better your abilities are, and the more likely you are to be able to get through like a bronze match or a gold match or whatever.
Okay. I do like Singularity.
That's pretty much
your go-to.
My go-to here. I really like that. It's also, you know, I am not the best shooter player out there, which is why classes that are solely just like gun focused. Or
Yeah, sure. Not for you.
Just not for me. But so I think with a better weapon, maybe. Oh, this is something that I wanted. So we looked at this in single player a little bit, but this is the component that you'll recognize from like Assassin's Creed, where you have these teams that you sort of send off. So this menu that we're looking at now is basically this. You have access to it in single player also. So the idea is Ryder can send out strike teams to do things. And in multiplayer, you are those strike teams that are doing things.
Oh, so you can then go do the missions that you've sent yourself on as Ryder?
You can.
Okay.
But not all of them. So like these, you can do these. The Apex missions are the ones you can choose from like single player to just be like, I want to go do that mission. And it'll just like transfer you over to multiplayer to like just go do that mission.
Okay.
Otherwise,
are they like super hard? Like, can you show me one, or is it just we're just gonna get wrecked?
Let's not do those. I just want to. I want to keep going on these, but it's like. Otherwise, it's like Assassin's Creed, where that just sort of happens in real time and gets done. And I must have. This must be like my 25th one of them, or something like that.
Nice. Nice achievement.
So these are things. I guess one of the reasons why I like it is that what's going on here?
Battery die?
No, it looks like you guys.
It looks like it's on. It's just not.
Maybe ran into a little bug there.
Huh. Yeah, it just seems frozen. No, there. It's letting me go. You good? Yeah, it's fine. Okay. Weird. Yeah, the battery's fine. It just sort of. Well, so welcome to Mass Effect, where bugs like that happen sometimes.
Yeah.
So let's see. Let's try this. So this basically gives you the option, like you can play it in multiplayer or send a strike team. I'm going to send one of my dudes on it for a strike team. These are gold difficulty.
Okay.
So
they're going to be really hard.
And these are not one. These are things that are strike team only. You can't like play it yourself.
Okay.
These are going to be harder. So these people, I mean, like
are these your characters? Whiskey.
I didn't even name them though. It just gave them that name.
Huh, that's cool.
Dan Tack and I were already talking about whiskey before.
Yeah, it's a good name.
So now the problem is I don't know for sure that we want to just send people on missions that have a 6% chance of success, because I had a team come back with a like earning a negative trait after failure.
Right,
So
we don't want to do that.
I don't know for sure if that's the way to do it. But
all right,
we'll see.
Yeah, can we spend a little time like looking at this? I mean, I just like with Mass Effect 3, this is undoubtedly going to be one of the things that people have some feelings about, to put a euphemistic spin on it. I mean, microtransactions for items that like let you get better is not always a great thing.
Right. Well, so in this game, it isn't a pay to win sort of thing.
Okay.
And again, I draw the parallel back to Mass Effect 3, where like pretty much all of this stuff that you're using to buy all the stuff that you're buying with money that you earn in the multiplayer.
Okay.
But if you want more of those items, you can pay real money for them. Okay. And the same thing with like these packs. Again, like I have 20,000 credits from the bit that I've played, so I could buy an advanced pack.
Yes. Yes, Joe, you could.
Or I could spend real money for those like Andromeda bucks below it.
Yeah.
And I think 100 is roughly equal to $1. So
let me ask you this, Joe. What are you saving this 20,000 for right now?
Oh no, we're gonna totally buy an advanced pack.
Do it.
Okay, let's do it. Yeah, we want to spend my 20,000 credits on the pack, and then let's see what we get.
Good luck. Good luck.
All right, come on, big money, big money. So let's see, flip them. Okay, so that's just a booster. Hey,
yeah, that's your character.
Another adept. I like that. A new pistol. Ammo pack. Oh, Turian soldier character.
Pretty solid. Two characters, huh?
That's a good pull.
Yeah,
I'm happy with that.
A good pull. Shall we go look at those two guys?
Yeah, let's take a look.
So it said Adept 2. Does that mean that it's the same character class but just like another version of them? How's that work?
Let's take a look.
Or maybe it's the thing because in Mass Effect 3, if you got a repeat, didn't it like give you like a level up for it? Like it looks like you have points that you didn't have before now.
Maybe that's what happened there.
Because you weren't able to do this the last time we were looking at the screen, right?
Correct.
Okay.
Let's see if I want. Let's see, health and shield regen. Let's just do that one. That seems good.
Then we can go look at our new Turian friend.
Yeah. So we got this guy now.
So maybe not totally your cup of tea. This is more kind of looks like a shooter.
Yeah, that's
kind of
definitely
like a
that's
frag
definitely
grenade.
More, yeah, it's a soldier sort of thing, but okay. So now that one says 2 by it also. Yeah.
Cool.
Let's get in. And
yeah, I'm ready for another match. Hopefully we can get a different map.
There was a question that I forgot to read out.
Oh, yeah,
here.
anything-
Can you leave at any time and still get XP and credits for what you've done, or are you stuck playing endless waves to a set point or number?
So I think that if you just quit the match, I don't think you get the benefit for it.
I would be surprised if you would.
But if you play the match to failure, you do get. I mean, like in that last one, we only got to wave 6, but I got some experience for it. So you get a benefit.
It would be super frustrating if that wasn't the case, right?
Yeah.
If like you had to get all the way through wave 10 just to make any progress.
I lost my connection and now it's kicking me out here.
Do it. Try it again.
Okay. The weird thing, you have to wait for it like on this menu system to show that it's online, and then you can give it a shot. Okay.
Talk to me a little bit about the difference between Mass Effect 3's relationship between single player and multiplayer versus this game's.
That is a great question.
Well, thank you, Joe.
So one of the things that I wanted to point out about that is that, so in Mass Effect 3, this wasn't a problem for us because we played a lot of that multiplayer.
Yeah.
So, but understandably, as someone who generally sticks to like good old single player RPGs, a lot of people were upset when they there was basically an ending that required you to get the best ending you needed to play
a bunch of multiplayer, yeah,
to like up your galactic readiness or whatever. And people didn't want to have to mess with that.
Sure.
So I think BioWare took the lesson that like having multiplayer interfere with what is accessible in the single player content is a problem.
Okay.
So that is not the case here in the sense that like you don't need to play multiplayer for anything.
Okay. But there are links.
There are.
Like you were showing me that the whole strike team thing, right?
Right. So remember how back in Dragon Age Inquisition how everyone we know was playing that. You don't remember that. And I think part of the problem there was because like there wasn't a whole lot of great incentive great, we're playing
same map,
same enemies, but
bummer.
Dang it. So one of the reasons behind that I think was the fact that there wasn't a great incentive because it was completely disconnected.
Sure.
So I like the fact here that the strike teams that are consistent between multiplayer and single player, there's carryover in that regard, and you do get benefits in terms of like, what your strike teams accomplish can give you items and credits and resources and stuff in single player, enough of a boost for you to feel like, oh, that's nice.
Yeah.
But not so much for you to feel like you're obligated to do it.
Sure.
And also, oh, good. Yep. Okay.
That must have been an alien with a special power.
Yeah.
Enemies incoming.
Move on.
So anyway, so that level of connectivity means like, oh, if you're in, you get benefits for it, but nothing that feels like it feels like bonus stuff and not like anything that's critical to the experience.
Sure. You're not penalizing.
Right.
a lack of interest in multiplayer.
Right. They're rewarding an interest in it, but not penalizing a lack of interest, is how it feels. Oh, God, I'm doomed. Oh, I'm so doomed. Get out. Get out.
Run, Joe. Run. I like that guy. Hey, you flatlined.
Yeah, I really did.
As if that's just, whatever. You flatlined, man.
Yeah. Thank you. In my defense, talking and playing is hard.
It is indeed. I've been there.
Oh, God.
You
Go,
gotta-
go, go, get out.
You gotta run.
No. Go, go, go. Okay.
Well done.
I should maybe try and
Nice
stay.
escape.
I should try
Yeah,
and
stay with these
stay
guys.
with my buddies.
They're going for a bunker approach, I can tell. I can tell this team.
Okay, this is my least favorite enemy type in the game right here.
Well, because it looks like they're pained.
Yeah. Where's his orb? Go, go, go.
Teammate injured.
So engaging those guys at close range is a bad idea.
I see.
Oh, and I got curb
You
stomped.
got curb stomped.
Well, let's watch someone else play. Sorry. Oh, he was so nice and he came for me anyway. Sorry, dude.
Do you get to name your multiplayer guys?
No, I think they're just like human adept.
Okay.
Oh no, this guy's eating it too.
He is in big trouble.
That's real
He's
bad.
about to get
Oh.
gravitically crushed.
Oh, okay. Yeah, he's not okay.
Who else we got? Oh, it's our Asari.
The Asari Commando's doing all right.
Yeah.
So yeah, I mean, I have not played hours and hours of this like I did Mass Effect 3. So it's like the maps are still unfamiliar. The best, the way to coordinate your approach as a team isn't good. Also, this just sounds like I'm making excuses for myself, but like, if you're watching, what you may not be realizing that can be fun about this is like the coordination among the team too.
Yeah.
They're being like, hey guys, coming in there, using my RPG thing now, all that kind of thing.
Yeah. Oh, look out. Oh, she's in trouble. She's in big trouble. Oh, she's down. I'm gonna go out on a limb and say, oh, how did that happen?
Someone in chat was saying, like, was anyone else able to get the best ending in Mass Effect 3 without touching multiplayer? And the weird thing, I don't know if you actually, when the game first came out, I don't think that was possible. I feel like they patched it in after not too long.
Oh, yeah?
But that, like, you almost had to play some of it.
I don't remember the specifics of it. I remember
Or there was some other way to get galactic readiness.
There was.
Maybe that wasn't.
Yeah, I mean, you were getting
multiplayer,
galactic
but-
readiness by just kind of doing stuff around in the world, but the problem was that it like degraded, didn't it?
Yeah, no, what I mean is that, like, there was, like, an ending, if your readiness was, like, at 100%, there was some way to get, like, to see Shepard sort of gasp at the end of one of the endings or something like that.
Okay.
But, like, I don't know if you
Hey,
could
back up.
do that when the game first came out without, well, maybe.
Does this character have a helmet and you've just said not to wear a helmet, or is she always just
I don't think she has a helmet.
rocking the ponytail?
Jason Krug, who says, how's Joe like the game so far overall? I gave it an 8.
Yeah.
I thought it was fun. Oh no! I thought it was fun. It is not as good as previous Mass Effect games. It has a lot of technical problems, and despite all of that, like, it felt like Mass Effect to me, and I enjoyed it.
Do you feel like, what about people, I mean, you know that I'm one of these kind of people, but I'm sure there's people watching our stream who are as well. People who just really like the Mass Effect universe.
Mm-hmm.
Do you feel like this scratches that itch of, like, adding some new and interesting elements to that fiction?
Yeah, and in fact, even though I think maybe execution-wise, it has some problems.
Yeah.
On the story front.
Yep.
I think the general premise of it, the first 10 hours of this game or so, where they're like, all right, you're in a new galaxy.
Yeah.
You have all this stuff to explore. who knows what's out there? That sort of sense of exploration and the way the story sets it up of like okay, races that used to be enemies or have problems like need to work together because we're all in it for survival out here. You know, like, jeez, I really blew it.
I'm reading a flat line. Target still.
That general premise from like the way they set up the universe in Andromeda, I really liked.
Okay.
Ultimately, I don't know that it pays off in the way that I was hoping it would. Oh God, just right away. I mean, if I go back, I get eaten by that thing, and I go forward, and that happens. So.
Well, there are a lot of guys there. To be fair,
I'm really not on top of my game here, but. Yeah. So like, the story stuff. Conceptually is really cool.
Okay.
I wasn't super happy with where it went or what all the answers to my questions were.
Sure.
But I think that it does a good job of like setting up a sort of satellite universe for Mass Effect.
Cool.
You know? I am interested in the conflicts and stuff that are going on here.
I know, and you can tell me that the answer to this is not something that any of us want to know, but do you feel like this establishes that you talk about a satellite version of that universe?
Mm-hmm.
It establishes Andromeda as like a new storytelling front moving forward?
Yeah, for sure. And that
okay.
There was a question in chat about that a little while ago about just like, is there going to be a Mass Effect Andromeda 2? And it's like, I don't know, you know.
Sure, we don't know the answer to
I
that.
can't speak to BioWare's plans specifically, but I can say that there definitely could be.
Okay.
Just because like they have built this. I think the way you put it is good. Like a new storytelling front for Mass Effect. It's like far away from Commander Shepard, so they don't have to worry about messing with their like canon in that respect.
I thought their solution to that, by the way, was kind of clever.
Yeah.
To say that there was a group that left before all that resolution at the end of 3 happened.
Yeah. For
so
sure.
that you can still keep your races that are interesting and your like political alliances that are interesting. Keep that all that stuff as relevant and interesting dynamics.
Yeah.
But take it someplace new where some of those final notes of Mass Effect 3 just don't have to be factored in.
Yeah. And that's that's basically what they do. So I mean, I think when you arrive in Andromeda, it's like, okay, we're going to settle Andromeda. And then you get here and it's like, oh God, everything is a mess and we can't live anywhere.
Okay.
So this game, the story of like Ryder and the Pathfinder as the Pathfinder is basically like, okay, let's find a place where like we can start a civilization here.
Okay.
And this game sort of ends with that resolved in the sense like, okay, well, the immediate threat of like starving on our ships with no place to live is over.
Right.
But there are new concerns that they sort of set the stage for, and they also project a few story threads that like aren't totally resolved. They sort of offload those to like, we'll talk about those later.
I think Mass Effect as a universe always did a pretty good job for me of both presenting the vastness of space and the vastness of just a single galaxy, while simultaneously putting in some conveniences that made it make sense that like we were going between entirely different sections of the galaxy really quick.
Yeah.
You know, we've got these Mass Effect relays. Don't worry about that. That totally works. But they still kind of maintained that idea that space is really big. A single galaxy is, so many stars that you couldn't count them all.
Yeah.
The idea that you could like explore even one of those galaxies completely in a video game is silly.
Yeah.
And so, presumably if Andromeda ends in any way that like there are still people living, then there's got to be stuff you could still do in Andromeda.
Yeah. So yeah, I'm excited. I'm excited to hear, like what BioWare's plans are. Like even on the DLC front for this game. I'm not saying that like I don't love the fact when story critical DLC is like, or when story critical moments are offloaded to DLC, but I'm curious. I think that there are smaller stories that they can tell without necessarily going full sequel with it also.
If we get this map the next time we match in, I think we should quit out.
I am not super thrilled with it. I mean, I feel like I'm getting to know it a little better, so maybe
that's good. Everything is cooldown based again.
Yep.
In terms, so what's the stuff you're using here? As we're
So
going
generally,
through?
you will like prep a combo with either singularity or pull,
right?
And then detonate it with shockwave there.
Okay. And shockwave is your L1 and R1.
L1 is pull, shockwave is R1, and singularity, which has a longer cooldown,
yes,
is in the center. Is both of them.
Fair enough.
So I mean, again, like the last game, I like the adept class because of the way it's focused on those like prime and detonating combos.
Yeah, doing combo play is fun.
Yeah, and also it opens up teamwork elements that I like too. You know, like, oh, this guy, like, if you prep him, I can detonate him while I wait for another cooldown to go or something like that.
Can you use another? Can you use any weapon as an adept, or are there limitations on which weapons you can use? Do you know?
Yeah, I don't know for sure.
Okay.
Like my selection of weapons is, just because like this hasn't been going on for that long, my selection of weapons
Pretty
is
limited.
not super great.
Okay.
So there's a pull, and here's the detonation with shockwave that I
Beautiful.
can do myself if I need to. But this this Asari adept there can also
get our buddy up,
detonate.
You're a hero, Joe.
I'm the best.
That was one of my favorite things in 3 was the coordination you could have when it'd be like, okay, Joe, I'm gonna do this gravity thing that's gonna throw somebody up in the air.
Yeah.
Is your thing ready?
Yep.
That can totally wreck him once he's helpless in the air.
Yeah, and this works very much the same way.
That's cool. I like that.
No one else is on Team Green, though, I noticed.
Oh, really? I can't imagine why.
Get on Team Green, guys. Okay, so here's an example of like, this isn't just a survival round. This is like, we need to find a specific point and defend it here. Singularity in the doorway works pretty well.
Yeah, sure does.
I should be shooting more. Sorry. I'm just sort of spacing out a little bit.
It's like you've been under hot lights and playing a video game for 5 hours.
I really do feel bad for my teammates here, though.
They're going to be okay.
They're carrying me a little bit. Sorry, guys. And lady.
That was a nice little combo setup you did for your buddies.
Yeah, that turned out.
I think that, from my memory, the dilemma with adepts was just you really needed to kind of stay behind your buddies.
Yeah.
As much as you could.
They're definitely a little squishier than I remember. Oh, that's not going to do it.
All hey, nicely done.
Everyone's running this way. I better go.
They really like hanging out over here.
All right. Seems general consensus is that this is a good spot.
So I'm trying to wrap my head around this like strike team idea a little bit more.
Yeah.
If I have, let's say I'm playing through the single player game and my rider sets a mission, right?
Yeah.
That's one of these things that kind of transfers over into multiplayer. but then you and I that night are playing together on multiplayer.
Uh-huh.
Could I set up that mission for you and I to go do then? Is that the idea?
I'm not totally sure what you're asking.
Like, could we then go in multiplayer together and complete that mission that was assigned from my single-player game?
I don't know that it waits like that.
Okay.
I think you need to know, like, when you assign the mission, you need to be like, am I sending a strike team or am I playing this myself in multiplayer? So if I was playing single player,
yes,
and was like, oh, there's an Apex mission here that I can do in multiplayer. I'm
Yes.
going to do that. And you were online.
Yes.
You and I could both go do that.
Now, would it then be we would both get completion for that?
I don't know.
Okay. You haven't experimented with that yet.
Yeah.
Fair enough. Oh, your buddies are a little ways off.
Where are they? I need them.
You do need them.
I'm doomed. But like, look at how quickly we're sort of dashing around the map here.
Yeah.
Like, compared to Mass Effect 3 especially, I think that's one of the big benefits here. Is just like that level of mobility.
Mobility, sure. I can already tell just by watching it. I mean, right now, because you're playing with randoms and everybody's just getting to know their classes. Everybody's kind of turtling up.
Yeah.
But I can tell just by the structure of how they've put these character classes together and that mobility stuff that it's pretty clear BioWare is intending that you're much more meant to be like rotating through the map on a more regular basis than what we're seeing.
And that's one of the things, I think that's one of the smart things about just their like enemy design here too, is I feel like they have a good balance of enemies that are like this little Wraith guy here. Is really sort of built because they can stealth also. They're really built to sort of like quickly get behind your defenses and like make you move.
Sure.
You can't just turtle up when you have like that thing behind you just ramming your butt the whole time.
Yep.
And there are like larger, or that big guy that was flying around, that we had, the Ascendant, like.
Can you get your buddy?
Yeah, I think we're all having the same idea here.
That's good. I don't want you to tell me anything about the fiction of them because I haven't started yet, but do you like the new enemies?
No.
No?
No.
Okay.
I can't say much more than that.
Okay. Not as compelling as like the Geth were in like what was that 1? Or
yeah, I mean like there was in the case of the Geth, one of the things that I really liked about them was like there's a certain unknowability about them. Like like they are an AI. Like who knows why they're doing what they're doing? And you find out eventually that there's even more to it than that. But like my problem with the enemies in this game is that like you pretty much know why they're doing what they're doing, and it's just kind of boring.
Okay. Oh, that guy looks like trouble.
He's fine.
He got a big gun. Well, you guys wrecked him pretty quick.
Do I not have my shockwave up? Take cover. All right.
There's somebody in chat, it looks like, just said that, Joe, you look like the worst version of a Power Ranger ever. Which I agree with. That's pretty much the definition. Team Green is like the worst Power Ranger team ever, where everybody is a heinous shade of green. Oh, you got to go get your buddies up.
I need to not die in the next 2 seconds, and then we'll worry about that. Oh, I blew it.
Oh, wait, he's going to get you. Oh, no, just kidding.
Sounds like they have something against Power Rangers. I don't know.
Yeah, maybe.
Teammate injured.
Yeah. Sorry, guys.
Somebody, it looks like, is asking, I think this is a new question, how does the story compare to that of the original trilogy in tone and characters? So not necessarily like good or bad, but just
Yeah, no, I get it. On one hand, you're talking about the civilization, or like the existence of a survival of a civilization in a strange place. So it seems like it would be heavy, but it's not as heavy as like the Reapers are coming and everyone is dying.
Yeah, that was pretty weighty stuff.
It is not as sad as Mass Effect 3 was.
Okay.
There's also a sense of just like, with the exception of Drac, who's like this ancient Krogan, the people are just generally feel younger. Like your crew.
This is like Mass Effect Junior.
I think the idea is just more like to convey a sense like you're not Shepard assembling a group of the most experienced people out there.
Okay.
You're Ryder, someone who inherited the role of Pathfinder from their father.
Yeah.
And like the people that you're with are in Andromeda just because like they were looking to settle someplace new, not because they're the baddest of the badass. You know?
Okay.
Is someone still up? Why is this? Oh,
Yeah,
wow.
yeah.
Okay.
Gniddles is really going for it.
I mean, we could be up too if we had a revive pack, but I did not equip one of those. So I think the short answer to the question is that like this game feels a little more lighthearted in tone.
Okay.
Even though there's still a lot at stake, and the cast is not like not less serious, but they just seem a little like younger and inexperienced.
Okay.
And I don't know that that's necessarily. I think that works in a lot of ways, but ultimately doesn't result in a cast that I felt as attached to.
Okay.
As the pre. I mean, it's also hard to compare attachment to the games because like I had 3 games to like like Rex and Garrus and Tally and those guys.
So a lot of what worked there was the carryover of like, ooh, what has changed with Liara, right?
Exactly.
What has changed with Garrus? And then you'd rediscover these characters in new situations, and that was always one of the most fun aspects of the game for me. Almost more so even than new characters was rediscovering the ones from previous ones.
Yeah. And that, so like when I think about the cast, I try to reach back and think about how I felt about the Mass Effect cast in the first game.
Yeah.
And how it sort of established those personalities.
Fair enough.
Wow. I think that's all she wrote on this match.
Yep.
Do you think they have the potential to become memorable characters?
Like if they came back?
Yeah, like if they were to do it again, I guess part of the issue with that is just like
combat losses. Mission failed.
So this connects to what I would say is a much larger issue that I had with Andromeda, and that's like at the beginning it gives you this sense of like newness and like, okay, this is an unseen frontier, ready to, you're ready to go explore it.
Sure.
And then like as the game unfolds, the answers to the things that seem mysterious, even though they're not exactly the same, feel very similar to answers that you got to questions in the Mass Effect trilogy.
Okay.
So there's just this sense that like you're told everything's going to be brand new, and then you get into it and it's like it feels disappointingly similar in a lot of ways. This applies to the villains. This applies to the presence of this like, oh, what do you know, another ancient precursor civilization, which these are all like a lot of those are kind of sci-fi tropey things that I understand aren't necessarily, reusing them is not necessarily bad, except like you just used them in a previous game, like
like how that's got to be a hard thing, I would think, if you're a game developer, to know like what are the things that are fundamental to our universe, to our fiction, right? And what are things that are just tropes that we used the last time around?
Yeah.
I mean, it's easy for us on this side of development, like with a complete game in our hands, to make to be able to look and be like, this seems too familiar. And it very well may be. But
Yeah.
I have to imagine those are hard choices when you're in the middle of development, right? If you don't put in the ancient precursor race, does it not really feel like Mass Effect anymore?
Yeah.
Right? Is that something that is core to making it feel like Mass Effect, that there was this civilization that was here before? Or,
Yeah.
or not?
Yeah. And
That looks like a new map to me.
yeah, this is going to be different.
Thrilling.
Yeah. So anyway, that also connects to the characters in
Yeah.
some ways, where it's like, so you have in your crew you have Vetra, who's a female Turian, and a lot of her arc is different. Like she has a sister, and you do things for her, whatever. But she just kind of feels like. I'm sure because she's a Turian, this contributes, but she feels a little bit like, okay, let's do female.
This is our Garrus.
Let's do female Garrus.
Yeah, sure.
And you have another Krogan in your party. It's Drac. And turns out he really loves fighting. Which I get that's what Krogan are.
Right.
But his character hook is just he's old.
Okay.
It's because we've done Rex, so now let's do Grunt, and Grunt's hook is that he's a really young Krogan.
Sure.
So now Drac's hook is that he's a really old Krogan. It's some of the characters. Again, I think that's why one of the reasons why it's hard for me to feel like they will be memorable is I already associate them with more memorable versions of themselves or variations on the themes that they touch on. Another example of this is one of the characters you get is a species native to Andromeda, right?
Yeah.
An Angaran. So in a lot of ways, it's this guy can tell me how things work here, and joke about how humans and his race are different and all that stuff. Except Javik from Mass Effect 3 kind of was that also.
Yeah, sure.
So I realize it's hard to come up with brand new character concepts.
I think it's also hard. This gets to a broader philosophy of just why they were. Oh, that's not good.
Okay.
Well, they didn't like us playing that map, I guess. Back in we go. What I was saying is that there's that kind of broader philosophy about Mass Effect 1 through 3 were very much built, and the races that were part of that story were built to tell the story that they were a part of. Do you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm,
right?
mm-hmm.
The Krogan served a particular role as a group in that overarching story.
Yeah.
And the story of the Krogan as it relates to that initial arc has been resolved.
Yeah.
Same thing with even humanity, right?
Yeah. Or the Quarians, the
Yep.
whole thing with the AI.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And so at this point, when you make a choice, because this is, and it's not like I fault EA or BioWare for wanting to come back to the Mass Effect universe. I want to get back to the Mass Effect universe. I love this setting. I love just the dynamic of it, the kind of slick sci-fi aesthetic. All that stuff is great. But sticking with so many of those dynamics and races and that kind of stuff, it does seem like, correct me if I'm wrong, a lot of that is what they carry over, a lot of that stuff from the previous galaxy, even though you're effectively in a new galaxy, rather than focusing all on new alien groups.
This was one of Reiner's complaints when he was in here earlier. Someone asked okay, you can make Mass Effect Andromeda 2. What do you do? And Reiner was blow up all of the other Milky Way races. Just get them out of here.
Yeah.
And I disagree with that. I think that you get I think having those sort of familiar touchstones.
Yeah.
You talk about what is Mass Effect? A Krogan is unmistakably Mass Effect.
Sure.
An Asari, unmistakably Mass Effect. So it's I think having some of those visual touchstones is important, but it is weird to me that everything that you're engaging with in a brand new, unexplored frontier galaxy is primarily just 4 or 5 races that you saw in the last one, plus 2 new ones, one of which is evil.
Yeah. Yeah.
And none of which look okay, so I was talking to Tack about this a little bit too. I know that you are a fan of the movie Arrival.
Right.
Or is it The Arrival or
It's
just Arrival?
Yeah.
Without spoiling anything about that movie, it has aliens in it.
Yes.
That I feel like the makers of that film do a great job of making them feel strange.
Yes.
You know,
feel alien.
Yeah, like how do they communicate? How do they move? Like what are they? Are they upside down? Who knows?
Yeah.
So like,
and to be fair, I think even the first Mass Effect had a little bit of that, right? You had that. What was the weird like jellyfish race kind of guys?
The Hanar.
Yeah, those were weird, right?
Yeah.
When you first met one of those guys and the way that they communicated and trying to understand their culture, all that kind of stuff was like, wow, that's really cool. I mean, that's a lot of what for a lot of us why we go to sci-fi.
Yeah.
Is to get some of that stuff.
Yeah. And unfortunately, that like the new races here, while like it's a weird like balance because like on one hand, if this were Mass Effect 4 set in the Milky Way galaxy, I think their designs are kind of cool.
Yeah.
On the other hand, you could put them side by side with any of the other Milky Way races and you'd be like, yeah, I guess these all seem like things from the same general place.
Sure.
You know, they have bipedal skeletons and things like that. You know, it's like, it doesn't capture that sense of like alien horror that comes from just like not knowing what something is.
That Krogan Vanguard looks pretty sweet.
Yeah, he does. So, all right, well, so far so good. I've not been kicked from this match yet. We'll see how it goes.
Which one of these 4 characters looks like a cool, slick, sci-fi, futuristic character, and which one of them looks like,
the
as
worst
our
Power
chat said, the
Ranger.
worst Power Ranger? I don't know, but it's a good bet. Whichever character is Joe's character.
The worst Power Ranger is clearly the Black Ranger, the one who's in the cool, sleek, form-fitting thing.
Yeah, right.
Yeah. So, you know, like it's hard. I do wish that this had felt more different. You know, like
Sure.
I wish that the frontier of Andromeda that in the first few hours of the game seems sold as just like so full of possibilities had not turned out to be full of like things that were predictable.
Yeah.
But with that being said, if you love Mass Effect games, you're gonna get to this place like you're gonna talk to Krogans and Solarians, and you're gonna like do loyalty missions for your party members, and you're gonna like level up and use powers on things. Like this is something I say in my review, and that's like for all of its like technical problems and disappointments, the things that you think of as like the core pillars of Mass Effect are here. And though they don't like work the best compared to the previous Mass Effect games, they're still like, it's still fun.
Yeah.
I still had a good time with this game. I've put 60 hours into Mass Effect Andromeda, and not just because I had to review it. Like I was having fun with this game.
Yeah.
I probably could have reviewed this game at 40 hours and kept playing because like I wanted to see more of what it had.
Right.
I really love the early waves in this game.
You can just wreck everybody.
Yeah, where like no one has shields and you're just like blasting everything. Man, you remember how, so when you and I were playing Mass Effect 3 multiplayer, it seemed like everyone I knew had a Krogan, like all of you guys had a Krogan character that you could bring in every now and then. And it took me
forever
so long to ever draw to ever finally get that Krogan draw that by the time I did, it was just like, whatever, I'm sticking with my Asari Adept now.
The best part of that, Joe, was all of our friends, as they would get that character, the curse words that would come out of your mouth as they were like, hey, Joe, guess what I just got?
Yeah.
Yeah, that was good.
I maybe swore about that
A little bit.
Yeah.
Probably not live stream ready conversations, but Joe had some thoughts about that.
I just want to be treated fairly.
Yeah, yeah.
I want the random numbers to,
be in your favor.
Yeah, to take me into account. That's why they're random.
Oh man, that's all kinds of crazy explosions going on there.
That turned out well. We're bad guys. I need bad guys. Oh, there. You look like a bit. Nope.
Nope, that's a Krogan.
They're all good guys. Okay. Where are my red dots? And I missed. Grenade. Oh,
How did that not kill him?
That must have been like the bad guy grenades.
Oh.
Recharge. Do it.
Are these guys just pissed off that you're taking their galaxy? Is that the deal?
No.
Okay.
They got other problems.
They got other problems, I see. All right.
I remember playing Mass Effect 3. You would always choose that Vanguard.
Yes.
And all of us would just like every time that would show up that you were being a Vanguard, we'd all just be like, ugh. Because the Vanguard strategy for anyone who doesn't play Mass Effect is to just charge right into the just grossest situations.
Super fun.
And then do AoE like blast attacks.
Yeah.
But that just means that like after they do their charge in, then they're just surrounded by enemies.
Yep.
So we would have to
sort of a high risk, high reward, lots of death kind of a way to play.
So on the matches that we actually survived, Miller was often on the top of the like scoring ranks in those because like
in every category except for revives, and everyone else would have like 1 billion revives. I mean, you could argue it was a viable strategy, but yeah, that was a fun class.
Oh no, get out, get out.
Hey, nice escape.
All right.
Yeah, I played that character a lot. I played the guy with the bomb I was talking about before a lot. I think I played one of my Krogans a lot.
Where are my friends? I need to.
Not by you.
Why am I going solo? Once I unlocked the Asari Adept, I remember I pretty much stuck
you
with
played
that.
her a lot.
That's what I liked. Sorry, everyone, for being a lone wolf.
Oh, now they're back where you just were. I think.
Are they just running away? Hey, guys! No Joes allowed.
Let's get away from that green guy. That green Power Ranger.
Hey, guys, it's Team Green. What up? Get out of here, Team Green.
Somebody's asking about the Paragon Renegade morality system.
Yeah.
Which is, I think there's a pretty easy answer to that, right?
There's a short answer to that, which is there is not a Paragon Renegade morality system, or any morality system.
Yeah.
Nope.
I get that. That said, it's kind of wild to me, given how much for Mass Effect that whole system of like the Paragon Renegade thing. You remember going to those early E3s where they were first talking about Mass Effect?
Yeah.
That was like all they would talk about.
So this is one of those things you might like. I can understand someone being like, "It's weird that Mass Effect doesn't have that." I get it. I like that it is not Paragon Renegade anymore, personally, because I feel like morality systems in games like that was really interesting when KOTOR came out.
Sure.
The idea of choice and the idea of seeing your consequences and like when the idea of choice in a game is new, the idea of choosing between good and bad is interesting. But like, it's to me that is just not interesting anymore. So many games have done it, and so many games have done it poorly, in terms of like, you and I have joked about KOTOR before that you're either like, the selfless Jedi or you're like killing people's dogs for fun.
Right.
It's just like there's no
in between.
Yeah.
And that was really the way you should play that game, right?
Yeah.
It was one way or the other.
Well, and the other thing that always strikes me as weird about that is like, even though you give players a lot of Paragon Renegade choices,
yeah,
what that really means is they're making one choice. They are choosing at the beginning of the game whether or not they are going to be Paragon and Renegade, and then they are following that thread through. Which is why I like the way that, say, like Dragon Age Inquisition handled, or not Inquisition, Origins, the first Dragon Age. Like, the choices they give you in that game are like hard, like nuanced choices, right? Where it's like there's not a good or an evil here. There's just two different outcomes.
Right.
Or I think to a lesser extent The Witcher, but my problem with The Witcher is that it's often like choose between two terrible things.
Right.
So all of that's to say, I think that they're smart for getting rid of that sort of like false division between be good or be evil in Mass Effect. However, also in Andromeda, they remove a sense of, like, oh, get out. They also just like have removed the focus on choice almost entirely. So there are a few times when you're making like, oh, dude, like, do I do this or this? Does this person survive or does that person survive? There are things like that. But maybe it's because they don't have a whole trilogy to plan for at this point, or at least not that they've talked about. But like the whole idea of be careful about your choices because you have to live with them and they'll carry forward, that isn't a thing anymore. So the choices are just less, it's more about Ryder going through a set story than it is like you choosing Ryder's path through a story.
Okay.
And where your choices come in more than anything else are like in the tone, like who Ryder is, like how you see Ryder as a character. And that doesn't necessarily have big gameplay effects outside of just like conversations. Sorry, that was a really long-winded answer.
I think that's fair.
I mean, it's a tough question. Okay, let's be a team. My team. Someone was asking how long the playtime is on it, which my estimate is like if you really just want to like go quick through the story. This is not definitive. I did not do this, but like I think you could maybe do it in maybe 20 hours or so.
Okay.
If you were just going story only. I don't think you would want to do that.
It does. I always think that's an odd, like at this point, the question of like critical pathing an RPG or an open world game seems like just a very like. You should probably go play a different game almost at that point.
It's so weird because like if you're doing that, that means that like when you finish Mass Effect Andromeda, you will not know what happened to the Turian and Solarian arcs and the Asari Ark, like, which is a big question when you land. You will not know anything important about your party members because you wouldn't have time to do their loyalty missions, you know? So it's like you wouldn't know who you're doing this with. You would really just all you would know is the main story of this game, which, as I've said, I think is one of the weakest parts of this game.
Yeah.
So don't do that.
There's I mean, the other thing going on with this game that's, you know, a little bit outside of the control of anybody involved in the creation of the game is the fact that it's coming out at a time that there's a lot of titles, a lot of big titles to be playing, right?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, Horizon, Zelda, we got Persona.
Yep.
There's a lot of other smaller games. There's special interest games, like things that even older games that are getting patches. I mean, this is going to be a week old when the next Destiny patch goes in, and you know, like it's not exactly like an entirely different segment of players who are interested in sci-fi shooter games, right?
That's true.
So it's going to be interesting for me to watch just how this game fits within that landscape. I think there's a lot of people who, I mean, are just really enjoying playing other things right now. And even if you've been excited about Mass Effect, if you're still in the middle of Zelda or Horizon, what do you do right now?
Yeah. Well, and especially just given some of the buzz this game has been getting early, I can understand why someone, you know, would be like, well, I'm really enjoying Zelda, I'm really enjoying Horizon, and like it sounds like Mass Effect has some issues that bump it down the priority list for me.
Right.
I get that.
Grenade. Grenade.
So you know that feeling. Okay, this is going to be a hard thing to say. So like, you and I don't make games. We play games. We write about games. So when we play games, there are times when we see problems when we're reviewing that we think like, man, that would just be so easy to fix. And I'm sure it's not easy to fix. And like I recognize that. But there are certain elements of this game that as I play it, it reminds me a little bit of when I played like Metal Gear Solid 5 sometimes.
Okay.
When it's like, there are some problems that as I'm playing it, it's like, the way I want this to function is so clear.
Yeah.
And the way it does function is so like...
Not that.
Is so not that.
Yeah.
And you're just sort of left wondering like, so why can't this just be this little bit different? Like an example in this game for me is like, in the single player, there's an inventory system. So like you can carry, to start out, you can carry 50 items. And that includes like different pieces of armor, weapons, armor mods. That all like counts towards your total.
Right.
And anyone who's played an RPG knows that like how an inventory system works. That's fine. What's frustrating about it is they limit your ability to carry stuff, but you also can't access it when you're out and about. So like after I leave the Tempest, I can't use a different gun, even though that gun is like carrying up inventory space and preventing me from picking stuff up.
Annoying.
I can't do anything with it. So it's like, to me, just the idea of like, I do not see what possible negative repercussions there could be or how it could poorly impact the experience to just not use an inventory limit.
Yeah.
But I'm sure this was discussed.
Who knows if there's technical stuff?
I mean,
that's
BioWare knows how to make RPGs. I'm sure that, like, I would be really surprised if this was not discussed. But like, whatever the reasoning is, the fact of the matter is, like, for me, that got in the way of my enjoyment of this game.
Yeah, sure.
And that was like, as Dan Tack described it, part of the sort of death by 1,000 cuts of just like a bunch of aggregated problems that just sort of contribute to an overall sense of like it not feeling super polished.
Yeah.
Where are my buds?
Not with you.
I mean, I'm sorry. I should be saying like I'm blowing this and I'm sorry. But
this team seems to be doing all right.
Yeah, we're working together pretty well.
Killing some guys.
I feel like I'm getting into, I'm not doing great, but I'm falling into more of a groove. I'm not blowing it as bad as I was. It helps to get a gun that I like. What? Oh, no. Get out.
Nice recovery.
Nope.
Yeah, there you go.
Ooh, got a couple singularities going. That's nice.
Hey, you've got the data. You gotta get some shields.
Yeah. All right. Oh, I ran out. Oh, good. Okay. Sorry, everyone.
They're gonna get you.
They'll get the achievement for 25 revives.
You're just helping them out.
I like that justification.
Yep.
There we go. Suckers.
Three more to go.
Nope, wrong side. Whatever. Is the Ascend? Oh, God, the Ascendant's still over there.
He's just hanging out. What's his deal?
Well, should be okay at least with a bunch of us here.
Lost shields.
Nope.
Somebody's asking about how the depth of the progression elements in Mass Effect Andromeda that they kind of miss. That was one of the things they really loved in ME1.
Okay.
Do you have thoughts?
Yeah. I do.
Shuttle incoming. Get to the extraction zone.
Get the Ascendant.
Oh, wait a minute. Is that it?
Okay, get to extraction.
Oh, God.
Stay with your buddies. That's what it's all about.
No!
Oh, that is not good.
No!
I like your strategy, Joe. Just stay out in the open. It's gonna be fine.
It worked for that guy.
It did.
Get out!
Okay, one of our
Oh, there's
buddies
no
is
door
out.
there. All right. I'll let my Krogan buddy help me out.
Squad member down.
Oh,
We gotta get some of those guys.
I'm sorry, what was the question? There was a question.
People
right?
were asking about
the
the progression system and if
Okay,
it
yeah.
feels deep and
Yes.
engaging, that kind of thing.
So, here's a. I have a problem with the way the progression works, and that's the fact that. Oh, dang it! So part of the problem with the progression system is really just like you have, and I've gone through this once on the stream already, but like you have a lot of different options, which is on the surface good, except you can only equip 3 powers at once.
Okay.
Like in multiplayer. So like, remember like when we were playing multiplayer in 3, there's something that's nice about that like compact approach to it, right?
Sure.
But the thing that gets to be a problem is that like in single player, Ryder doesn't just have 5 abilities that he or she can choose from. You have tons of abilities across the like biotic, combat, and tech trees.
Sure.
So you're left sort of thinking like, okay, which of these are good? Which of these do I want to invest in? But because you can only like play with 3 at a time, your ability to like experiment with them is limited. So it's just like, well, there's some other ways to like frame it too, because like there's this thing you can set up like what they call favorites. So you can have like, okay, I have this profile,
okay,
which is kind of like a class. It's like I have this profile and these powers mapped. But you can theoretically switch between them to be like, okay, I want to be an adept now, but then be an engineer in a minute.
Okay.
And like swap. Except the reason that doesn't work is like every time you switch, your cooldown timer resets on those things. So it's like if there's a guy with armor bearing down on you and you're like, okay, I need to switch to an ability that can use that, or a profile that can like use armor.
You don't
or like armor
instantly have
reducing.
access
You
to
don't have
this.
access to it. It takes
Yeah.
like 10 seconds for it to go down. And by that time, it's like the window that you wanted is passed.
Sure.
And also it's just not intuitive to switch. You have to like go through open up the weapon wheel, switch to a menu, do it. So it's like ultimately the system looks like it gives you all this freedom, but really funnels you into the same classes that you've been using all along and like encourages you to just invest heavily in a handful of abilities.
Okay.
So, well, hey,
It is 5 o'clock now. I think that's
good. I mean, like
Did we do
we
it?
actually finished an extraction. Well, I died, but my team
Hey man,
finished.
the mission was completed. You got to take success where you can find it.
Yeah.
Team Green wins.
As always. So boy, yeah, that was a marathon. That was many hours, 6 hours of playing Mass Effect down
Good job,
here.
Joe.
You did it, Joe.
Woo! Well, and thank you to Miller for being a guest. Thank you to Dan Tack, Kim Wallace, and Andrew Reiner for stopping by also. And of course, thank you to everyone watching, everyone contributing in YouTube and Twitch. And yeah, thanks for watching.